Chapter 39 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marian Cervassi. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert FETTER. Part 3. The Social Aspects of Value. Division A. Relation of Private Income to Social Welfare. Chapter 39. Income and Social Service. Section 1. Income from Property. The justice of property questioned. 1. Property rights must meet the test of social expediency. If private property is defended on the ground of social expediency, it must show good social results. It is not a sacred thing. It is open to examination and must be judged by its fruits. Of all the forms of income, that from property has been most strongly attacked. The thought is that enjoyment of wealth should not be found apart from labor, and that it should bear some proportion to services performed. The enjoyment of an ample income by one who does no more than to draw checks or to sign coupons seems to many minds to be unjust, and it is often questioned whether there is any social service performed by the receivers of the rent from land. Property seems in many cases to be distributed without rule or reason. It does not correspond with beauty, strength, wit, wisdom, temperance, gentleness, or charity. Since the beginning of the Christian era, reformers have assailed and preached against the prevailing inequality of wealth. The idea that incomes, if not equal, should correspond to social service has always been present in some vague way in the minds of men. Social effect of the right to give. 2. The right to transmit property by inheritance or by gift may be judged with reference to its effect on the giver, on the receiver, and on society at large. It is well to take these 3 points of view. The right to dispose of property either during life or at death has undoubtedly in many ways a good effect on the character of men. It stimulates the father to provide for his children, the husband to provide for his wife. There is a joy in giving, a joy in the power to bestow one's wealth on those one loves. The right to give stimulates industry, frugality, ingenuity, and yields productive results. Much of the existing wealth probably never would have been created if men did not have this right of gift. But there is a limit to the working of this motive, and other motives often are much more effective. Many men, after gaining a competence, continue to work for love of wealth and power in their own lifetime, as the miser continues to toil for love of gold. When men without families die wealthy, when men that have not the slightest interest in their nearest relatives labor and amass wealth till their dying day, it is evident that the right to bequeath property has little to do with their efforts. Love of accumulation and love of power in these cases supply the motive. A more limited liberty to dispose of property at death might still suffice, therefore, to call out the greater part of the efforts now made to accumulate property. Effect of the right to receive. That the effects on the receiver of the property are good is somewhat more doubtful. It is true that children raised in great comfort or luxury would be more than ordinarily unhappy if plunged into poverty or into humble circumstances on the death of their parents. There is much social justification for permitting families to maintain an accustomed standard of comfort. Few would deny that a moderate provision by parents to provide education and opportunity for their children is commendable and desirable. But the evil effects of waiting for dead men's shoes are proverbial. Many a boy's greatest curse has been his father's fortune. Men of native ability wait idly for fortune to come, and opportunities for self-help slip by unheeded. The world often exclaims over the failure of the sons of noted men to achieve great things, for, despite confusing evidence, men still have faith in heredity. A too easy fortune saps ambition and relaxes energy, and thus rich men's sons, if not most carefully and wisely trained, are made pitiable paupers in spirit, while the self-made fathers think their boys have chances they themselves did not enjoy. The greater social loss is not the dissipated fortunes, but the ruined characters. Broader social effects of inheritance. The effects of inheritance on the community are good insofar as it secures efficient management of wealth. If the son or relative has been in business with the deceased, there is a reason that he should inherit the property, and his succession to it makes the least disturbance to existing business conditions. But every profligate son is an argument against inheritance. Every incompetent heir is an argument in the hands of the enemies of the existing order of society. It is to society's interest that no able-bodied member shall stand idle. Every child should have presented to him the motive to devote his powers to the social welfare in economic or other directions. Moreover, many feel that the great fortunes now accumulating through successive generations in the hands of a few families are endangering our free society, even if these fortunes should continue to be well administered. There is a widespread feeling that the hereditary of great wealth is, like the hereditary of political power, out of harmony with the democratic spirit, though this may easily become a misleading comparison. Still, democracy wishes to see men as individuals put to the test, not profiting forever by the deeds of their forebears. This feeling is shared by those who cannot be charged with radical prejudices. A few years ago, the Illinois Bar Association passed a somewhat startling resolution favoring moderate limits to inherited fortunes. Every year sees bills of this purport introduced in the legislatures and in Congress. Andrew Carnegie says it would be a good thing if every boy had to start in poverty and make his own way. Cecil Rhodes recorded in his will his contempt for the idle, expectant heir. The test of wise inheritance laws. 3. Social expediency will limit the right of intestate inheritance to persons in essential economic and social relations. Public opinion is not yet crystallized in favor of this formal proposition, but tends strongly toward it. The foregoing considerations show that the right of gift in the lifetime of the giver should be the freest. The right of bequest, that is, of gift by will, should be liberal. The man who has acquired wealth may well be trusted to decide who bear to him a close social or personal relation, and to say whose lives have in a measure furnished the motives of his activity. But the right of intestate inheritance by distant relatives is one that stands on weak social foundations today. It appears to be an unreasonable survival from more patriarchal conditions. The true test is whether the wish to provide for these heirs has furnished the motive for the producing and preserving of the wealth. The claims of those nearest in blood and closest in personal relations are strongest. Family affection and friendship form the strongest of social ties, and it is socially expedient to cultivate them. Motives for abstinence and industry must be strengthened, but the same test shows that the zealous regard of the American law for the rights of grandnephews in Australia, or even of brothers long absent in distant quarters of this country, is irrational and is unjust to the community where the fortune lies. Social services of favored classes. 4. Many fortunes built on favoring legislation are defended as due to social service. In the Middle Ages, kings often granted great estates to nobles as rewards for past merit, and as a payment for expected public actions. The great landlords were the magistrates, military leaders, and supporters of social order, and thus, in the judgment both of the king and of the commonalty, the nobles earned their incomes by their social service. While this practice has disappeared under the constitutional government, large grants are still made to royal families. Many Englishmen, who are democratic at heart, uphold such grants as the price of social stability. Regard for royalty is so deep-rooted in the minds of the people of any long-established monarchy that there is always danger in change. England must pay many millions annually as the price of loyal and conservative sentiment. So long as this is true, a family of royal figureheads and idlers performs a social service. Possible social service of protected industries. Protective tariffs sought by wealthy manufacturers are granted, not ostensibly to help them, but to help the country. The argument is that the benefits are diffused. Aid to enterprises in private hands, such as ship subsidies or as the grants to the Pacific railroads, are defended on the ground that, as a whole, society benefits by thus increasing the income of one class. The promise of social service is most urged by those who get the immediate benefit. Their eyes are keenest. The manufacturer sees clearly the benefits that will come to his factory from a protective tariff, but before he can get it, he must convince many others that they too will gain. The majority of the American electorate is not voting a special favor at the polls, but is recognizing what it believes to be in its own interest. Most students of social questions doubt the wisdom of most of these grants to the wealthy on grounds of social service. The burden of proof is on their advocates, but few today are so rash as to say that such a claim of social service is never sound. Private property in land questioned. 5. Property in natural agents is the most strongly attacked. In the case of great natural deposits, such as those of coal or iron, the social service that is performed by the mine owner is hard to see. Great incomes are drawn in the form of royalty or rent by those who never lift a pick or direct a stroke of work. Agricultural land in the hands of absentee landlords yields an income not very clearly due to social service, and this phase of property has been especially assailed during the past century. The modern form of this discussion is concerning the unearned increment, the rise in the value of lands as a result of social growth. It is proposed to appropriate by the single tax the entire rental value of the land for the use of the public. The defense of property in land is first positive, taking not the extreme but the usual case. Private property secures the discovery and development of natural resources and their thorough use and good management, not necessarily by personal labor with the hands. If this is true, it is well for the individual and for the community to have this wealth in private hands. But in other cases, there is merely a negative argument for property in land. No other better method of employing it has been devised or found practicable. The experience with state ownership of mines, forests, and estates has not definitely answered in every case the question whether the social results of state ownership are more favorable than those of private ownership. In some cases, they clearly are not, in others, they may be, and as the balance of opinion inclines in the direction of public ownership, other reforms will doubtless be undertaken. Inequality of fortunes. 6. The present inequality of wealth, not private property as such, is often attacked. It is estimated that in the United Kingdom 2% of the families own 75%, of all the wealth, while 93% own less than 8%. In the United States, it is estimated that 1% of all the families own more than the remaining 99%, and at the other part of the scale, 87% of all the families own less than 12% of all the wealth. The trend has been towards concentration of fortunes, and a larger proportion of the growing income from property is in a few hands. Many feel that the law of property is defective when this is possible, although at the same time the average income of the wage earner is increasing. Yet it is not the institution as a whole that is attacked, but its details. The custom of equal division of property among children in the United States has not been as effective in keeping fortunes small as was expected. The wealthy American families have averaged small, and in some of the most prominent the rule of equal division has not been followed. Opportunities for the investment of small savings at low interest are not lacking, but the great fortunes overtower the little ones, securing the great profits and great political and economic power. The farms and the villages are refuges for the small industry and for the small fortunes, and this fact has a great influence on our national character. The whole social atmosphere in the cities, with their extremes of wealth, differs from that in the country, and this contrast promises to become greater as the years go on. Private property versus socialism. 7. The ideal of property rights is that they shall furnish the highest motives for efficient social service. Private property furnishes such a motive in a broad way, but its most ardent defenders will recognize that it does so imperfectly. It is an institution that has been tried and that does the work, while other methods suggested to do away with it are found to be dreams. The ideal of socialism is the abolition of private property, the centralizing under the control of the state of all wealth, except the simple personal belongings, clothing, and other consumption goods. But history and human nature unite to testify that extreme socialism is an unworkable plan, excepting under special conditions, as in barbarous times and under a political despotism. The modern ideal for the control of wealth is the best attainable harmony of liberty and efficiency. If private property as it is falls short of that ideal, at any rate it works either on a small or on a large scale, and socialism does not work at all. Property rights as they exist are not a product of pure reason. They are the result of social evolution, of historical accidents, of class legislation, and of selfish interests in many cases. Changing social conditions and ideas are bringing many changes in law, and further change must be expected to come. Section 2. Income from personal services. Some antisocial speculative gains. 1. Incomes from legitimate enterprise and speculation correspond roughly to social service. It has been recognized above that there are many grades of chance, of speculation, and of enterprise. The extreme cases are bald crimes and are punished as such. Over some men that never directly break the law, there always hangs a suspicion of guilt. It is the purpose of the law to make dishonesty unprofitable, but how imperfectly it does so. There are many cases of chance gains where the lucky man without social service legally enjoys his fortune. The law must be framed in broad terms and cannot provide for every case. It may broadly forbid lotteries whose evils clearly exceed their benefits. But what would be the effect of taking away reward for the discovery of a gold mine, even though sometimes it is awkward stumbling, not industry, that reveals the veins of metal? Society has studied that question in the past. Even now changes are being made in the laws, and in their turn the citizens and legislators of the next generation must decide the question. it is always under consideration. Reward and enterprise. Are the rewards of the successful enterpriser greater than he deserves? How shall it be judged what he deserves? The answer is in the form of a question: could society have the service without the reward? Society may be thought of as hiring the services of the efficient businessman at the lowest price. Does it wish the services of Cornelius Vanderbilt in organizing a great system of railroads? Of Andrew Carnegie? Of Pierpont Morgan? What can it get for them? It must appeal not only to their love of money, but to their love of power. Large services and large results can be bought only with large rewards. The shrewd enterpriser is not to be paid with abstract social gratitude. He is not to be tricked, as is a Chinese god, with tissue paper gold. Unmeasured gains of vast wealth. But in many ways, fortunes appear to grow without social services, and sometimes with social harm. Russell Sage, the noted capitalist, who should know something about Wall Street, in speaking of the greatest of American corporations, said, "They dominate wherever they choose to go. They can make and unmake any property, no matter how vast. They can almost compel any man to sell out anything at any price." Henry Clews, the well-known New York banker, said of a certain group of financiers, "Their resources are so vast that they need only to concentrate on any given property in order to do with it whatever they please. There is an utter absence of chance that is terrible to contemplate. This combination controls Wall Street almost absolutely. With such power and facilities, it is easily conceivable that these men must make enormous sums on either side of the market." Antisocial use of rare ability. 2. The high pay of rare ability and skilled labor reflects in general a high social service. The large income of some men reflects service to a narrow class, not to society as a whole. Lawyers as a class aid in maintaining right, but a corporation lawyer may get enormous fees for defeating just public claims. A skillful criminal lawyer may grow rich aiding the guilty to escape justice. Other service ministers to the whims, follies, and vices of the men who pay the bill. Such a service is social in a mean sense, corresponding to the low standards of desire in that social group. But what of the high rewards of skilled service ministering to worthy ends? Such favorites of fortune as Jenny Lind and Patty have received $5,000 for a single concert. Is this because they are the lucky possessors of a rare gift, or because they perform a social service deserving such reward? Certainly, many of their auditors get what they want and believe they are getting the worth of their money. General social result rewarding talent. In general, the legal right of everyone to get the highest pay he can in a free and open market is essential to the calling forth of ability. In a particular instance, it is possible that the service would continue if 1/2 or more of the income were confiscated by the public. But such a personal discrimination would introduce an arbitrary and demoralizing uncertainty into the problem. Who can tell how far the exceptional money rewards have inspired to the highest cultivation of great genius and of many minor talents? In a broad but very true sense, therefore, it appears that high personal achievement, large economic reward, and large social service are connected. Social service of manual workers. 3. The low income of unskilled labor seems to fall short of its social service. This does not refer to the feeble-minded or utterly inefficient, but rather to honest, industrious day laborers, and to the low-paid manual workers in field, on railroad, and in factory. Their service is essential to the existence of society as it is, to all the higher arts, to the sciences, and to the amenities of life. Their tasks are the roughest, most painful, most dangerous, yet their pecuniary rewards are the lowest. There is such a unity in society that each more fortunate man is dependent on the services of the humbler laborers who make up a large part of society. According to the breadth of social sympathy, their claims seem more or less urgent. The problem of increasing their reward. There is a vaguely recognized and growing conviction that these hewers of wood and drawers of water should enjoy a larger income. But how are they to get it? How is society to grant it to them? They get what they can under the competitive conditions. They get what their service is worth in the market. Are the conditions of the competition fair? If not, what will be the effect of a change? If they get more, others will get less. And with what result? However great the wish for better things, the attempt to change conditions fundamentally in a forcible and artificial way is both dangerous and foolish. Improvement must come through the cooperation of many indirect agencies gradually changing the nature and direction of the deeper economic forces. Imperfect and social individual estimates of service. 4. The services of each are being measured and paid for by each and all. In two ways, society is putting its valuation on the economic services of other members of society. First, by law, or formal social convention. Secondly, by individual estimates. By formal law is determined what institutions shall be continued. If the class of property owners is considered worthy of this reward, the institution of property will be continued. If not, it will be altered or destroyed. These decisions are made imperfectly, but as well as men of limited intelligence and honesty can make them. If men were more capable in both these ways, they would enact better laws. Again, individuals are putting their estimates on others in bidding for services to minister to wisdom and virtue, or to ignorance and vice. If there is to be a much juster estimate of social service, there must be wiser men in society. The ideal of social service. Does the world owe each man a living? No, on the contrary, each man owes the world his services in exchange for his living. The pauperism of spirit that consists in taking something for nothing is found in every rank of society that enjoys the blessings of progress without giving its best services in return. The ideal of a better adjustment of reward and service grows in the minds of men. Social evolution, shaped by this changing ideal and by accumulating experience, will bring into closer relation the social services and the economic rewards of men. End of chapter 39. Recording by Marian Cervassi.
Chapter 40 of The Principles of Economics with Application to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shawn, Bayern. The Principles of Economics with Application to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 40. Waste and Luxury. Section 1. Waste of Wealth. 1. The accidental destruction of wealth is a loss to the owner, rarely with benefit on the whole to others. In the consumption of wealth, the loss of its utility is accompanied by the gratifying of wants. In the destruction of wealth, utility is lost without the gratifying of wants. In a simple society, without exchange, the result of such a loss is evident. If food is destroyed, men suffer from hunger or gratify appetite less perfectly. If clothing is destroyed, they are cold. If houses are destroyed, they have no shelter. Likewise, if the self-sufficing family on a farm loses wealth by fire or storm or blight, its economic environment is made less fitted to gratify wants. In the conditions of our society where goods are exchanged, the result appears to be different. The need to replace the lost goods makes a demand for special kinds of labor or goods. There may be, therefore, an immediate benefit to some, which obscures the corresponding loss to others. If a part of the income of the loser must be diverted from other uses to replace the wealth destroyed, those from whom he would have bought suffer an unexpected falling off of their sales, and he has himself gained nothing. The net result is a loss of wealth and gratification to the community as a whole. There is a real exception where the accidental destruction removes some social difficulty. The Great Fire in London and the Great Fire in Chicago resulted in wonderful improvement. When an old city is built almost entirely of wood, each owner may think it to his interest to keep the old buildings. A great fire sweeps them all down and compels the rebuilding of the city on a new and higher standard. But the usual social result of accidental destruction is a loss. It is a use of wealth without a fulfilling of the purpose of production, the gratifying of wants. 2. The intentional destruction of wealth by the owner to make trade good benefits neither himself nor others. The case in mind is one where there is a full choice between keeping or losing the good, not such a case as the throwing overboard of a part of the cargo when the ship is in danger of sinking, in the hope thereby of saving the rest, or as the blowing up of buildings to prevent the spread of a fire. In such cases the destruction is inevitable without man's action. He merely tries to minimize it. The case in mind is the deliberate destruction of wealth that might be kept for use. One labor leader, for example, boasted that when he drank pop he always broke the bottle, quote, to make trade good, unquote, by helping the glass industry. The refuting of this fallacy is one of the time-honored tasks in political economy. There is, it is true, an increase in the demand for glass and glass-blowers' labor, but without an increase in gratification. But at the same time, there is a decrease in the demand for other goods which would afford additional gratification. The proverb, old in Shakespeare's time, runs, "Nothing can come of nothing." What is spent for one purpose cannot be for another. You cannot eat your cake and have it too. A given income can be spent in one of many ways, but not in all ways, or even in two ways at once. It is a question of this or that. At the same moment that the demand for pop bottles is increased, the demand for other things is decreased, possibly that for popcorn, or pop guns, or populist papers. Who can tell? Such a form of benevolence is a mistaken, uneconomic attempt to provide labor for one man by taking it from another. If the advocate of wealth destruction would be consistent, he should break not merely the pop bottle, but the water pitcher and the table as well. He should make a bonfire at least once daily of his clothing, his house and its furnishings. He should advise blowing up the steamboat and ripping up the railroad when they have carried a single load of passengers. Thus, when all men were naked and starving and civilization had sunk to savagery, trade would have been made as good as, by the policy of destruction, he could ever hope to make it. 3. The intentional destruction of wealth owned by other persons is falsely thought to benefit trade in general. The cases referred to are not acts done with criminal motives, but those done with a view to the public interest. If one sets fire to the property of another, seeking revenge or plunder, he is guilty of the crime of arson. But what shall be said of volunteer firemen that let an old house burn down to provide labor for carpenters and to make business good? The duty of firemen is to put out fires, no matter what the building is. But they choose sometimes to be ministers to the social interest as they interpret it. The more spent for carpenter's work out of any income, the less can be spent for other objects. It is true, however, that if in a small town the money to rebuild is borrowed from a distant loan or insurance company, there is an increase in employment in that town for one season, and that is as far as most men try to carry their economic analysis. Let the student carry it further. Servants sometimes excuse the breaking of dishes and furniture on the ground that it makes work, and that the employer can afford it. But income is thus diverted from other expenditure, either for production or for consumption. In the light of the theory of wages, it would appear that carelessness reduces the servant's own efficiency, and that in the long run the loss comes, at least in part, off the wages of that particular servant. Bastiat's discussion of the broken window pane is often and deservedly quoted. What is seen is a certain immediate benefit that the glassmaker and glazier get. What is not seen is that the power to expend an equal amount for other things is thereby lost by the owner of the house. 4. The destruction of unnecessarily large value to secure a given gratification is not economically sound. The careless use of wealth to secure an inadequate result is likewise justified as making trade good. The blunder that compels the rebuilding of a wall in a rich man's garden is an occasion for congratulation to those who see in it a happy provision of work for the unemployed. It is easy to forget that the proper use of goods is the final step in production. According as goods are well or poorly used, the production, that is, the real income or gratification they afford, is large or small. Differences in skill in the use of wealth are great. A French cook, we are often told, can make a palatable soup from what goes from the average American kitchen into the swill pail. Waste in the use of goods is more likely to be found in new countries, where wealth comes more easily and necessity does not enforce frugality. The praise of waste implies the error noted in the preceding propositions. Deliberately securing less than the maximum result from wealth is merely a minor degree of the intentional destruction of wealth. The mistaken view is essentially that of the opponents of labor-saving machinery. It may be true if the interests of a small class of workers, or of tradesmen for the moment, are looked at. It is false if the interests of society as a whole be considered. Far more of wisdom lies in the proverb, "A penny saved is two earned." The economic use of wealth as surely adds to wealth and ultimately to the income of society as any other mode of production. Some government expenditures, as for river and harbor improvements, are sometimes favored not because their immediate purposes are good, but because they make work and distribute money throughout the country. This money comes from taxation, and no matter what the system of taxation, the burden falls on someone, reducing the incomes at the disposal of the people to expend for objects of their own choice. If the work is not worth doing for itself, the collection of money in small amounts from many taxpayers and its expenditure as a large sum in one locality results in a net loss to society as a whole. Where the result is worth something but not enough by itself to justify the expenditure, the fallacy of the destruction of wealth is present in a smaller degree. Examples are seen in the extreme use of pensions and in some public subsidies. 5. The supposed benefits of destruction and waste are due to a narrow and incomplete view of the question. Let us restate the ideas that have been touched upon. In many cases, it is possible that one person may benefit by another's mishap or folly in the use of wealth. The complex interrelations of men in society make this inevitable. But to appreciate the final effects of such action upon society, one needs but to go back to the essential thought of wealth and its purposes. As the average efficiency and bounty of the world fall, so fall the income and welfare of men. As it rises, the social and economic levels rise also. Every kind of economic wealth has potentially two kinds of uses: to gratify wants, thus fulfilling its destiny, or to be converted into higher and more efficient agents, consumption or production. That the possibilities of the latter are boundless is overlooked in the fallacies here criticized. An efficient world would be the result of economy and saving. A wasted and used up world, the result of the fallacy of the destruction and waste of wealth. Section 2. Luxury. 1. Luxury, while variously defined, involves always the thought of great consumption of wealth for unessential pleasures. It is not possible to define luxury absolutely. It is a relative term. Those opposed to it condemn it in their definition of it as, for example, quote, an excessive consumption of wealth, unquote, or, quote, devoting a relatively large amount of wealth to the satisfaction of a relatively superfluous want, end quote. Those who take a more moderate and favorable view say, quote, it is the enjoyment of forms of wealth not obtainable by the mass of men, end quote. The difficulty in the definition, as well as in the problem of luxury, is that it involves a mixture of economic and of ethical questions. 2. Luxury is erroneously justified by some as giving employment to labor. Typical instances are extravagant dress and elaborate balls where fine and costly flowers, decorations, music, coaches require the expenditure of a large amount of money. It is said of the Empress Eugenie, wife of Napoleon III, that, in order to help the glove industry of France, she wore no pair of gloves more than once. In order to help other French industries, she purchased many silks and laces. It is a very comfortable doctrine to some people that the oftener they change their dress, the greater benefactors to society they are. A few years ago, the Bradley Martin Ball was given in New York City. It was possibly little more elaborate and expensive than many another ball, but it chanced to be a dull time for news, and the papers all over the land gave columns to its discussion. In the many interviews with ministers and businessmen, the thought appeared over and over that the ball had at least the merit of giving employment to labor. The fallacy of this is essentially the same as that in the argument for waste and destruction. From the fact that these particular tailors, musicians, and florists would have less employment if this ball were not given, it is falsely concluded that, but for this ball, the particular income or capital would not be used at all. The average of employment in those special industries which minister to luxury is the result of and is determined by the average level of demand. There are more caterers and florists in Ithaca than in Haight's Corners. A more than ordinarily gay season gives unusual profits to these enterprises, and it is true that an abrupt and extreme falling off in demand would cause them large losses and leave many workers lacking employment for that one season. But if this limited demand became usual, capital and labor would shift to the other industries to which expenditure had shifted. Other modes of expenditure than $25,000 balls are possible, as, for example, $25,000 public libraries. Mr. Carnegie takes his dissipation in that form. That gives employment also. Not less does investment in new houses, in new railroads, and in new factories. More employment of a particular kind of labor is caused in one case than in another, but not more employment of labor as a whole and on the average. 3. If all extreme luxury ceased, men of means would improve durable agents more, or would give more, or would take more leisure while producing less. The question of luxury is most difficult when put thus. What would happen if everybody began suddenly to live on the simplest food and to confine himself to the bare necessities of life? A sudden change of this sort is almost unthinkable, but if it took place, all the factories and agents used for non-essentials would lose their value at once. A great industrial crisis would follow, as industry would have to adjust itself abruptly to an unprecedented standard of desires. What would happen if that standard continued would vary as human nature varies. There might follow an increase of population, or a heightening of the efficiency of such agents as were of use, or, more probable than all else, a progressive lightening of labor, a use of the surplus of energy in study, rest, and recreation. It is, of course, illogical to suppose that with limited desires for the objective goods of the world there would continue undiminished efforts to produce goods and to save for future superfluities. In actual life, changes of standard occur gradually. Economizing in material things by simpler living makes possible not only the increased efficiency of productive agents, but the increased enjoyment of immaterial goods. 4. The defenders of luxury claim that it is the great incentive to progress. It is undoubtedly true that a dead level of conditions is unfavorable to the progress of society. There must be in society some motive for emulation and ambition after the bare necessities of life are provided. There is therefore much strength in the defense of luxury. Necessities, strictly understood, are things absolutely essential to life and health. No hard line can be drawn between necessities and comforts, between comforts and luxuries. The level rises. It is a trite and true saying that the luxuries of one age become the necessities of the next. The rise of the bathtub in the 19th century is an epitome of the progress of civilization in that period. The free baths in our cities surpass the hopes of the wealthy of a century ago. Even the meaner motives of envy may have their social function. The lower social grades, emulous of the higher standard held before them, labor with greater energy. The successful and capable, not content with necessities, continue to give their efforts to production. The destruction of the motive of luxury before the development of a substitute in a higher social conscience would be paralyzing to industry. Luxury in a moderate measure may be defended by the same arguments as those for private property. True as this view may be in many cases, in others it seems directly opposed to the facts. Let us look at the economico-moral questions involved from the side of the individual who is indulging in luxury, and from that of the society in which he lives. 5. As a question of consumption, luxury involves for the individual both an economic and a moral problem. The economic question is, does luxury enhance the man's real income? Does a greater expenditure on himself give him a larger sum of gratification in life than a moderate expenditure would give? Ostentation has its penalties. Undue striving after effect defeats its own purpose. This is the cold fact of experience, not a speculative proposition. To get back to the fundamental principle, gratification results from a harmonious relation between man's nature and the world. Life loaded with too much luggage staggers under the burden. The tired faculties of the sybarite cease at length to respond to natural pleasures. When the senses are robbed of their fineness, youth grows blasé, mature manhood is ennuied, life is empty. The praise of the simple life has lately been heard in a quarter whence such counsel does not usually come. In gay Paris, a wise pastor has made one of the most beautiful and rational pleas for plain and sincere living that society has heard since the time of the Stoic philosophers. The word is needed. With the growth of incomes grows the strain to reach the self-imposed standards of frivolity. Insanity and suicide are on the increase. The stress of modern life makes men yearn for the simpler joys. Happiness dwells not outside of men. They must seek it within. An economic failure, luxury is likewise, in most cases, a moral failure. Morality has to do with others. The social aspect of luxury is its effect on other people. The mere spending of a large income in selfish indulgence absorbs all the energies and interests of some men and women. Not only happiness in the narrow sense, but self-realization is to such lives impossible. Those absorbed in display can give no due measure of thought to social obligations. A society made up of self-absorbed and self-centered individuals is a selfish society, foredoomed to decay. 6. The larger moral problem involved in luxury is connected with distribution, or the justice of the income, rather than with consumption, or the spending of the income. The individual effects of luxury broaden thus into the larger social effects. Most of the enemies of luxury condemn all expenditure of wealth above a very moderate sum, declaring that it is unjust for one man to have much, while others are in poverty. This communistic doctrine pervades the teaching of many moral teachers, pagan and Christian. In many ways, a public opinion can be developed to disapprove and condemn ostentation. Frivolous display becomes bad taste. Flaunting riches meet the public frown. The spending of income for dress and display has never been successfully forbidden by law. The Middle Ages are full of futile sumptuary laws which sprang from the envy of the nobles for the wealthy merchants. The growth of good taste may do what formal law found impossible. The use of wealth in these days is taking more social directions. It turns from dress toward education, art, music, and travel, then ceases to be applied merely to self and family, and benefits the community. Nowhere and never before has this movement gone so far as in America. Andrew Carnegie, with his gifts of millions annually to public libraries, Peter Cooper, founder of the People's Institute, Ezra Cornell, the patron and prophet of the modern type of higher education, are citizens of a kind better known in this country than in any other. The immorality of luxury rests in most minds on the conviction that it is unjust that anyone should have so large an income to use. The question of luxury leads back to the question of distribution. Has the man honestly gained his wealth? If so, he may spend it with good judgment or poor, with good taste or bad. But, so long as he does not injure others in the spending of it, there is much vagueness and confusion in the talk of justice or injustice. Each must, in large measure, be his own judge of the wisdom of expenditure. Luxury is not always a question of wealth. Every person of moderate income has relatively superfluous and expensive tastes. One spends more for music than many a millionaire does, another more for books. How many college students' budgets could pass the censorship of Hetty Green, reputed to be the richest woman in America? If expenditures were regulated by the public, few persons would be within the law. But whatever the goods that are bought, if income is unjustly acquired, if its distribution is by rules that do not give the best possible approach to social service, there may well be talk of injustice. There is need of better standards of taste and judgment in expenditure, but not of sumptuary laws. If there is any legal change, it should be rather in the law of property. End of chapter 40. Recording by Shawn Bayern in Tallahassee, Florida.
Chapter 41 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert FETTER. Chapter 41. Reaction of Consumption on Production. Section 1. Reaction upon material productive agents. 1. Economic consumption is the enjoyment of the utilities which wealth is capable of affording. All wealth looks towards consumption. To take away the prospect of the enjoyment of goods is to take away all their value. Consumption involves generally the using up of a thing. Food is consumed quickly, clothing more slowly, and houses wear out after many years. The using up is, in some cases, due to the forces of nature and is not hastened by enjoyment. A house goes to ruin more rapidly if uninhabited than with a careful tenant. Clothing is destroyed more quickly by moths than by wear. The use of many goods that give aesthetic pleasure, as art, painting, sculpture, and the enjoyment of fine scenery or of beautiful building sites does not destroy the things that afford the pleasure. The idea that all value originates in labor has led to false views on this question. The essential mark of consumption is the using of the income as it arises, not necessarily the using up of the material agents that afford it, though this frequently occurs as well. 2. The kind of consumption affects the value of material agents. Each buyer helps to determine the use of productive agents. The control of purchasing power means the potential control of industry to that degree. It was necessary in discussing the enterpriser to recognize that the buyer eventually dictates the direction of industry. The enterpriser seeks to produce that for which there is most demand. A change of taste affects the value of natural agents. An increase in the demand for meat affects the value of wheat and potatoes, and also the land used for producing them. A change in the national diet may be equivalent to the discovery or to the destruction of half a continent. If one chooses to drink wine instead of buying statuary, he increases the value of vineyards and decreases that of marble quarries. If one drinks beer, he bids for barley. If he eats candy, he may be offering a bounty for beets. Therefore, choosing vines or violets, pictures or pretzels, each with his nickel helps to determine what shall be produced. The distribution of wealth thus affects the value of agents. The wealthy spend relatively more for luxuries, the poor for food and other essentials. Where wealth and incomes are very nearly equally distributed, the demand of different families will be for much the same kind of goods. If there were no rich men, the demand for vineyards producing fine wines would be less. The very best qualities of goods take on the highest prices when there is a small but very wealthy class of purchasers. Inventions often shift demand and value follows. The invention of the bicycle with pneumatic tires, coincident with the adoption of electric traction for streetcars, reduced the price of horses between 1890 and 1895. This doubtless was a factor in agricultural land values at the time. This change was sudden, extreme, and temporary, and there has since been a gradual adjustment and a return to the former values. 3. The production of the next period may be radically affected by the use now made of agents. Some consumption takes the form of using up and reducing the stock of wealth. The demand for lumber causes the disappearance of the forests, whereas the demand for oranges stimulates the planting of orange trees. The reckless exploitation of natural resources leaves society poorer. Great herds of buffalo were slaughtered to get the hides, which were of comparatively slight value. Rich land has been exhausted to get a few harvests. War is a use of wealth for ends believed at the time to be necessary and believed to forward social welfare better in the long run than would dishonorable submission. But it causes misery and leaves industry prostrate. The forms taken by savings are affected by the choice of expenditure. In war, the savings of individuals are given to the government and used for destructive purposes. The lender parts with his wealth and society uses it up. While the lender has a claim on the industry and on the remaining property of the community, society as a whole is the poorer. If the savings had taken the form of public buildings, libraries, railroads, and factories, the wealth and income of society as a whole would have been enhanced. 4. The kind of consumption affects the wages of the various classes of labor. That an increase in the supply of a given grade of labor reduces its wages and encourages its use, and vice versa, is a truth that became familiar in the study of wages. An influence also is exerted from the side of goods upon the price of labor. A shift of demand from one kind of goods to another depresses the wage of the one kind of labor and raises that of the other. A low grade of labor that performs only simple tasks, and those but badly, is injured if demand shifts to better products. Back of the sweatshop shirt is the problem of the inefficient worker. Progress takes place by the effort of labor to increase its efficiency and to move into higher paid callings, and at the same time by the desire of the purchaser to buy as good of quality as he can. Every buyer then determines in some degree the direction of industry. The market is a democracy where every penny gives a right of vote. It is the thought of the society called the Consumers' League, that through purchases pressure may be brought to bear upon the employer to provide better conditions of work. The members of the Consumers' League refuse to buy goods not made under sanitary conditions. Undoubtedly, there is here a great economic force which an enlightened public opinion, even without a formal association, can make in large measure effective. Every individual may organize a Consumers' League, leaguing himself with the powers of righteousness. Will he read a yellow journal, or a pink, or a white one? A nickel or two will buy either. He has $1. Will he go to the theater, or buy 10 dishes of ice cream? He decides to buy a book, and more type and paper are made, and more printers are employed. He subscribes to foreign missions, and Christian workers penetrate farther into Africa. Every purchase has far-reaching consequences. You may spend your monthly allowance as an agent of iniquity or of truth. You cannot escape a choice even by burying the money, for that is either a demand for gold or a gift to the issuer of paper currency. Section 2. Reaction upon the efficiency of the workers. 1. All consumption works some temporary change in the consumer, making him a more or less efficient producer. Most consumption goods are used to gratify a wish of the moment. Many actions are governed by impulse rather than by reason, but in general this impulse is in harmony with the interests of efficiency. In primitive society, instinct and appetite must generally have been safe guides. Food not merely appeased hunger and gratified the palate, but it gave strength. Sensations of cold, hunger, and thirst were developed by nature to stimulate men to do the things that helped them survive. In primitive societies, there are few chances to seek pleasure that are not favorable to efficiency. In the struggle for existence, the more efficient tribes survive, and those that develop many abnormal tastes must perish. But the conditions of modern life are more complex, and temptations beset men on every side. Tastes are pampered and appetite is gratified at the expense of later welfare. 2. The physical efficiency of the worker is conditioned on wise consumption. Chemists and physiologists are telling now in accurate terms how the nutritive value of foods differ. Food values are not measured by the pleasure afforded the palate. The wide variety and greater choice now possible, even to the modest purse, make the chance of error much greater than in simpler conditions. This subject, already touched upon in the sections on the efficiency of labor, deserves further notice. From youth to age, the foolish choice of goods yields its harvest of ultimate misery. When babies are fed on crackers dipped in coffee, or, as among the Italian immigrants, on stale bread dipped in sour wine, there is a poor foundation laid for a vigorous manhood. Rich and poor cook too much for taste and too little for nutrition or digestion. Much cooking is still done in ways fit only for our grandfathers, who had cast-iron stomachs and worked in the open air. Culinary methods have not been adapted as yet to a sedentary life. Drinking tempts some men not only by taste, but by the appeal to social ability. To other coarser natures, the joys of Bacchus offer the one hope of exhilaration. The pleasure from alcoholic liquor may at the moment outweigh the cost in money, but a diseased appetite forbids any reckoning of the vast psychic cost that follows. The coin paid for the drink is the beginning of the expense. Misery, disgrace, degeneracy, and bestiality too often are the unreckoned items. Clothing is primarily for ornament, secondly for physical comfort. That was the historical order, and it is the logical order in most minds today. How badly the two needs are harmonized. No wonder that the savage suffers in adopting civilized dress. Travelers describe the African potentate, attired in a high hat and a bracelet, striving to outshine his rival, resplendent in full dress coat and a palm leaf fan. Civilization is making headway there, but the student of primitive peoples finds that one of the important causes of their decay to be their bad judgment in adopting civilized dress, unsuited to their customs and climate. A mistake is made likewise by workers in physical tasks in imitating the dress of the wealthy and professional classes. The dress of the higher classes often is chosen because of its unsuitableness for an active worker. It serves thus to mark its wearer as one engaged in delicate tasks or as a person of leisure. Possibly, therefore, because of their strong social ambitions, the manual workers in America more than elsewhere adopt a costume that is not sensible or sanitary. 3. The intelligence of the worker is affected by the form of his enjoyments. This does not refer to the use made of spare time for regular study in night schools, correspondence schools, vacation work, but to the use of time when seeking recreation. The choice of recreation reacts upon the nature of the man. Will he read a book or play billiards? In proper proportions, both may be good. In excess, both are evil. Liking realism, does he read Howells or the blood-curdling serial entitled Piping the Mystery? Does he devote his spare hours to the Scientific American or to the Police Gazette? At the moment, there may be as much pleasure in one as in the other, and one might add, in Hibernian phrase, yes, and more too. Does he enjoy music, the theater, or the cheaper attractions of Coney Island and the Bowery? Is his recreation permeated with a certain intellectual ambition? There may be just as much momentary joy in one choice as in another, and life is shaped by the direction of one's enjoyments. Much depends on the natural bent. Some natures incline to the healthy as the plant grows towards the sun. With most characters, much depends on the influences of neighborhood life. Thus, the boys' clubs and college settlements of the cities, the schools and playgrounds of the villages are tending to surround child life with healthier conditions that will mold it into better social habits. 4. The form of the worker's expenditures affects his industrial virtues. This is not a moral lecture. It is a look at the economic side of the subject. There are some moral qualities, however, that are closely connected with efficiency, while others are not. Some individuals are corrupt in private personal relations, but square in business dealings. But usually there is some connection between the two, and under modern conditions this is becoming closer. Fitness for daily tasks is affected by the daily thoughts of the worker. Sordid and foul thoughts, like an internal malady, sap the economic efficiency of the worker. Clean, bright thoughts act as a tonic. Drink, gambling, fast living unfit men for positions of trust, while many pastimes leave the moral nature cleaner and stronger. Few can live a double life, honorable, conscientious, and exact in one part of the day and corrupt in another. Dr. Jekylls and Mr. Hydes are not often found in real life. The habitual train of thought in leisure hours possesses and controls the man throughout his work. It is said that a man is what his work makes him, but it is equally true that a man's work tends to become what he is. A man fit for a higher kind of work rises to it in the usual order of things, but no matter how humble the task, it partakes of the worth and the wholesomeness of its doer. Section 3. Effects on the abiding welfare of the consumer. 1. Man and his welfare are the end and aim of the economic process. The starting point of industry is wants. The goal is welfare. Momentary gratification is only a way station, not the journey's end. Too often, in economic reasoning, things are looked at from the employer's point of view. The older writers, such as Ricardo and Mill, were inclined to take what John B. Clark had called the feed and work view, the view that the workman is merely an agent of production, a means to an end, that his food, the same as coal for an engine, is to be thought of rather as employer's cost than as consumer's gratification. But, in the broader view, the welfare of men as men is the subject most worthy of economic study. The workman's food is to gratify his hunger, primarily, not merely to make him a better working machine. This reverses the order of the older reasoning. The use made of the income is itself a kind of production, its last stage. Is the process on the whole worthwhile? This can only be judged by finding whether, on the whole, the welfare of man has been furthered. 2. An income yields the maximum gratification when it is apportioned among goods so that their marginal utilities, as nearly as possible, are equal. Even a small income is income capable of many applications. The choice lies among many thousands of articles. Utility varies not only according to the kinds of good, but according to the varying quantities of each. Every moment, therefore, the conditions of a choice are changing. The best use of income forbids the purchase of an additional unit of any good unless it affords the highest gratification obtainable, at the moment, at an equal price. Various circumstances prevent the exact application of this rule. Expenditure is a matter of habit in large measure, rather than a matter of judgment. The knowledge needed for a rational choice very often is lacking. Appetites change, making unwise the old purchases, yet men go on buying the same things in the same proportion simply because a readjustment that would give greater gratification requires thought. Finally, the best economic adjustment must conform to the abiding physical and moral welfare of the user, not to a temporary impulse, and such a choice is far more difficult than that of the temporary good. 3. Progress takes place where new wealth gratifies marginal wants as intense as those of the preceding period. If the utility of every kind of goods decreased uniformly as wealth increased, desire would steadily decline in intensity. But old wants vary and new wants develop with prosperity. Desire grows by what it feeds on. Ambition passes on to other and higher peaks. The direction of the individual man's life thus is determined by the expenditure of his increasing income. Wealth makes possible a new adjustment of life, a new character, both in the individual and in the society. The thought that needs emphasis in this connection is that, while production and consumption are separable in thought and distinguishable in practice, they are not opposed in their ultimate purpose. The highest fruits of production are in the lessons of sacrifice and discipline, and in its opportunities for experience and self-expression. The best result of the consumption of wealth is not the gratification of appetite, but the strengthening of the spiritual forces within men. The world is to rise to a higher social stage, not by banishing labor and by multiplying sensual enjoyments of the commoner sort. Wealth, even in an economic view, is not the end of life, but merely the means to its realization. 4. Enjoyment is increased by a proper variety and harmony of goods. As the old kinds of goods increase in amount and fall in value, there must be a substitution of new goods. An element added to the dress or to the diet heightens greatly the total gratification. The result is a unit. Think of a dinner without butter, or a cranberry pie without sugar, or a dress suit without a linen collar. Certain combinations are essential to the requirements of developed taste and present a problem of complementary goods. Combinations of complementary goods enhance the enjoyment, inharmonious combinations decrease it. That certain things go together is a fact that rests often in the nature of things. Complementary colors please the eye. Well-seasoned dishes please the palate. Again, the harmony of goods is affected by the special nature of the occupation. A farmer, with his out-of-door life, can use tobacco with far less danger than the sedentary worker. A piano player cannot be a baseball player. The one requires soft and supple hands, the other hard and callous ones. The young man must give up the piano or the game, or play both badly. The harmony may rest on a still more complex social adjustment. The loss to the man whose life is, in the main, on a higher plane is greater if he descends occasionally to a lower. A ditch digger, looking at the question short-sightedly, may deem a good drunk a very desirable form of enjoyment. But a brain worker whose joy as well as efficiency depends on the clearness of his intellectual processes must see that in his case the perils and the costs are much greater. Wise consumption depends not alone on physical pleasures, but on the spiritual unity of the uses made of goods. Happiness and character are akin in the qualities of simplicity and unity. Happiness, so far as it depends on wealth, is a harmony of gratifications. Character is a harmony of actions, a group of complementary deeds. There can be no harmony without a central, simple, guiding principle. The wise and moral use of goods and the economic use of them are therefore for the individual essentially the same. Life is a unity. The results of the choice of goods are reflected in the health, intelligence, happiness, morality, and progress of society. It is vain for the economist to ignore the ultimate relations between economic choice and morality. It is folly for the moralist to ignore the economic basis of right and wrong in human conduct. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shawn, Bayern. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 42. Distribution of the Social Income. Section 1. The Nature of Personal Distribution. 1. Personal distribution in economics is the reasoned explanation of the ways in which income is divided among the members of the community. Before noting more exactly the ways in which distribution can and does take place, it may be well to review briefly some definitions that have been given in other connections. Distribution is bound up in practice with production, but it can be thought of as a more or less distinct problem. Functional distribution is the attribution of value to agents or classes of producers, to land, machinery, and labor considered impersonally as groups of productive agents. Personal distribution is the actual apportioning of income to living persons. This theme, now to be dealt with, is the more important practically, for the abstract discussion of rent and interest is of use only as it helps to an understanding of this vital human problem. It is well to recall also the distinction between wealth income, money income, and psychic income. The first is the objective aspect. The last is the subjective aspect of income. The second, money income, may be an expression in money form of either of the others, but commonly of the former. The money expression of psychic income can be only approximately attained. 2. The individual's income is determined by a number of forces, only part of which are primarily economic. Many persons derive income directly neither from property nor from labor. They neither toil nor clip coupons, but they flourish in the favor of others, parent, husband, wife, friends, patrons. So long as the goodwill continues, these persons may be as well off as if they drew a salary or owned a bank. If a person in control of goods shares them with another, it is a matter that economists must recognize but cannot well reduce to rules of value. It is not the task of economists to explain why the impulses of generosity arise, but only how they affect distribution. The economic problem of distribution really ends where owner or worker secures his income. Giving a part of it to someone else is essentially a form of consumption, and only secondarily a mode of distribution. It is the way chosen to spend the wealth income. The psychic income of individuals, therefore, is often made up of many elements. Some parts are due to services performed by the person himself. When one combs his own hair, he is adding to his income. Benjamin Franklin said it was better to teach a boy to shave himself than to give him $1,000. Other goods are the uses and fruits of legally controlled wealth. Chance finds, as gifts of value or lost and abandoned goods, goods assigned to one by authority, wealth inherited, illegal gains by robbery, goods secured on credit, gifts either of things or of services. The uses of this university are a gift forming a part, first, of the student's income and finally of the social income. Such gifts can be traced back to large-hearted, public-spirited men like Ezra Cornell, but they must be looked upon as coming from someone. This list, incomplete as it is, suggests that the real income of most individuals has manifold sources. Let us undertake to examine and analyze the various methods in actual use in the distribution of income to the persons making up society. Section 2. Methods of personal distribution. 1. Distribution is sometimes compulsory, by force or fraud. This crude and primitive mode of distribution, the negation of personal liberty, never has been quite eliminated. In every country, an unhappily large number of men from time to time break over into crime, from violence and highway robbery down to sneak thieving, pocket-picking, and bunco games. Not more than 10% of this criminal element is at any one time in prison. This method of personal distribution, not hinted at in most theories of distribution, determines a large part of the income of tens of thousands of men in this country, and concerns the distribution of millions of dollars. These enemies of society appropriate whatever they can, and the law stops them if it is able. Slavery is distribution by legalized force, but the force is not legalized by the consent of the victims. The evolution of the harsher slavery may be traced through various forms of milder serfdom. There is found an element of this in the freest existing societies. Men unwilling are forced to do things. A patent example is the convict on a chain gang, a slave to society as a penalty for his violation of its commands. But some radical reformers today claim that present society is wholly based on legalized force, and that the working man is essentially a slave. Their ideal cannot be realized without dissolving social bonds and destroying civilization, yet the presence, even in our society, of this forced, unwilling submission on the part of some of its members cannot be ignored. A similar example of forcible taking is seen in case of war. Savage tribes plunder and take captive their weaker neighbors. Conquering modern nations usually exact tribute from defeated enemies. Germany got $1 billion from France, Japan $250 million from China. The terms of peace at the close of our great Civil War were the most liberal ever granted by conqueror to vanquished, and yet the federal pensions granted to Northern soldiers are a form of tribute, being paid by taxes falling alike upon the North and the South. In all these cases, the distribution by force is unwillingly suffered. In none of them is it reducible to economic rules or capable of a strict economic explanation. 2. Distribution may be charitable, that is, determined by considerations of benevolence and affection. Charitable is here used in its original sense, as synonymous with love or affection. First to be mentioned is the love of parents, the root and type of all the forms of charity. The lack of economic equivalence in the relation of parent and child is complete in early years. The helpless infant gives nothing economic to the parent gives all to the child. Gradually, however, the balance is regained. As the years go on, not only does the child repay in affection, but in many cases he repays in material ways. In the factory districts and on the farm, the child in early years begins to reestablish the balance, becomes a worker and contributes as much as the cost of his support, and finally, more. A student of modern English town life has traced the curve of poverty traversed by the average child of the poor as the family moves, now below, again above, the level of minimum income required for physical efficiency. In the middle or propertied classes, the children do not, for many years, take the burden from the parents, and it is doubtful whether in most cases the economic balance is ever reestablished. It is not to the parents, but to the succeeding generation, that the debt is vicariously paid. Friendship widens the range of generosity and multiplies the mass of gifts. Broad sentiments of humanity lead to gifts outside the range of personal affection and personal interest, to the beggar on the street, to institutions devoted to charity. In New York State, about $20 million a year is given to charity, and in the country at large many times as much. In the year 1901, over $100 million was given to education in the United States by private donors, and that high mark will no doubt soon be passed. Gifts in cases of great disasters, as the Irish and Indian famines, the Chicago fire, the Galveston flood, the eruption of Mount Pelée, bespeak a widening generosity. Religion impels to the building of churches, to the support of priests, missions, and manifold religious undertakings. Charity in this connection is the expression of a sentiment that varies from the broadest and most general humanitarian sentiment to the most intense and ardent personal affection. 3. Distribution may be by an authority willingly acknowledged. The two preceding forms of distribution, force and love, shade off into this form. In them the ones from whom goods are taken or to whom they are given have no power to change the conditions. Here is to be considered the case where one person bows willingly to the superior power and takes what that power accords him. There are few despotisms in which the government is not based on the wishes and average capacities of the governed. If the citizens as a body really desired and were deserving of better government, in most cases they could get it. Much is heard, for example, of despotism in Russia, and of the abject condition of the people, but travelers testify that while many in the educated student classes are filled with the greatest discontent, and the intelligent subject peoples, such as the Finns, detest their rulers, such sentiments are far from general throughout the empire. The power of the Tsar could not exist for a single moment if the mass of the people did not look to him as the great father whom they venerate and love. If this is true, the despotism in Russia, though abhorrent to our ideals of freedom, is fitted to the aspiration of the mass of the people. So far as government determines income, the authority distributing income there as elsewhere is one willingly acknowledged. In patriarchal tribes, in communal societies, in monastic and other religious orders, distribution is by an accepted authority. Each person works at what he is commanded to do, and someone in authority, the patriarch, head of the community, the father of the monastic order, portions out the work and the reward. In the family, this rule largely prevails, and even after the children have come to years of discretion, they not infrequently accept, from habit or affection, the will of the parents, and give up their entire wages to receive back a portion. The method of charitable distribution while the child is young gradually changes to authoritative distribution after the child becomes a worker. The untrained and indocile youth, however, is made the subject of compulsory distribution. The collection and distribution of taxes is by public authority. No attempt is made to give back an exact equivalent to the taxpayer. The money is taken and spent by authority for the public good. This method is exemplified in the work of certain commissions appointed by law to fix rates or settle disputes, as boards of conciliation and arbitration, and railway commissions. The courts sometimes find themselves obliged to enter this field, although they do so most unwillingly. They try to confine their efforts to interpreting the contracts men have voluntarily entered into, and they avoid, so far as possible, the making of contracts or the fixing of rates. In many cases, little thought of as economic distribution, the authoritative method is followed. Literary and oratorical contests are passed upon by a set of judges whose opinion of merit determines the award. It is a poor method, often resulting in injustice, as every defeated candidate will admit, but it is the only way practicable for deciding such contests. Yet there are literary and oratorical contests decided very differently. If a man advertises himself as an orator and charges 50 cents admission to his lecture, everyone who goes to hear the man votes that he is an orator. Everyone having money but staying away votes that he is not of such value. The one is judgment by the authoritative, the other by the competitive method. The essence of the method of distributing by authority is that one individual or group of individuals, judges of the deserts or duties of others, decides what others must get or must pay, not what he himself is willing to pay. Authoritative distribution is necessary in many cases, but it is fraught with dangers. It is the essence of socialism that it would make this plan universal. 4. Distribution of psychic income may be in part by the collective use of social wealth. By collective use in the full sense is meant the continuing enjoyment at the same time by all caring to partake and without limit as to amount. Now, it is evident that, because of difficulties that arise, not all things are capable of this kind of enjoyment. Free water for private use from public waterworks is wasted. Free meals and clothing to school children are open to still greater abuses. Men cannot thus collectively enjoy rare wines or good confectionery. They cannot partake without limit of a limited supply. But libraries and schools may practically be managed in this way. They require both certain qualifications and certain sacrifices on the part of the user. Collective enjoyment is most completely possible where the use of a permanent form of wealth, such as a park, can be made free to the public. All individuals may enjoy equal privileges, though general rules may limit the kind of use. For example, no one may be permitted to pull flowers or to walk on the grass, but all who make use of the park enjoy equal privileges. Henry Van Dyke, in one of his essays, puts into the mouth of his boy the question, "Father, who owns the mountains?" And the answer is, he who can enjoy them. Every man without covetousness, as he stands on this hilltop, owns the mountains, the lake, and this beautiful valley. In some ways, the amount of public enjoyment is decreasing, as by the growing density of population, by the loss of open spaces and commons for playgrounds, by the destruction or fencing in of natural scenery. But in other ways it is growing, and must grow, rapidly. The spirit of civic improvement spreads. The streets are better paved than formerly. There are more public buildings, art galleries, and noble monuments. Every crossroad in the land will someday have its fountain and its statue. The cooperation of the whole community gives to collective use many of the advantages of large production, and the maximum of enjoyment. 5. Distribution may be by status or set rules and customs. Distribution by status fixes the shares of men independently of their effort and without their control. It is guided neither by their personal merit nor by the economic value of their services, but by the merits and acts of men not living. This method has prevailed and still prevails to a great extent, though in our society this is hardly realized. Feudal society was built on status. Men were born to certain privileges and positions. They inherited property which could neither be bought nor sold. They followed trades which could rarely be entered by any outside of favored families. Caste in India and in other Oriental countries regulates by status a large part of the life. In Western countries today, inheritance of property is the main legal form of status, and it shades off into other forms of distribution. While in some cases inheritance may be looked upon as a gift to the heir, in other cases, elsewhere noted, it is partly earned by the heir who has helped to produce it. By public opinion and by prejudices, status is still maintained even where the law has formally abolished it, as is seen in modern race problems. 6. Distribution is usually competitive in accordance with the value of the product. This is the dominant form of distribution in modern society. It is the essentially economic form as contrasted with the legal and personal forms just described, because it is impersonal and reducible to a rule of value. Distribution under competition is made not with reference to abstract ethical principles or to personal affection, but to the value of the product so far as it is honestly controlled. Monopoly, it may be noted, never has ceased to rest under the ban of Anglo-Saxon law, hence to exemplify compulsory as opposed to competitive distribution. A striking feature of the competitive method is its decentralization. Each helps to value the economic services of each. If one pays more for the services of the singer than for those of the cook, it is not because he would rather listen to the singing than to eat, but because by apportioning his income he can get the singing and the eating too. In the existing circumstances, the singer's services seem to him worth paying for, and he backs his opinion with his money. So each is measuring the services of all others, and all are valuing each. It is the democracy of valuation, while the method of authority is an oligarchy or monarchy. 7. The best distribution in practice must be sought in union and harmony of these various methods. Various social reforms propose simply the extreme application of one kind to the exclusion of the others. There are two opposing views of competition: one that it is the ideal to be sought, the other that it is inherently bad and therefore should be abolished. Extreme individualists, believing that everything would be settled for the best by free competition, wish to make it universal. They ignore the many cases where it does not, should not, and cannot exist. Socialists, ill content with the share secured by the less skilled laborer, say that the competitive plan is unsound at the core. They say that distribution should not be in proportion to value, but in proportion either to needs or to deserts. They are not agreed which, judged by a vague ethical standard. But this involves the principle of authority in its extremist form. It entrusts to some men the function of passing upon the economic merits or desires of all others. Yet that alone is not a conclusive argument against all use of authoritative distribution. In many practical cases, the entrusting of power and authority to men to judge of the value of others cannot be avoided. Whatever is indispensable, whatever is the best possible, is, humanly speaking, just. Assessors, judges, jurors must be employed. Interstate commerce commissioners determine whether rates are reasonable. Boards of arbitration settle disputes. The strike commission adjudicates difficulties in the coal regions. Doubtless these methods will be increasingly used. There is no other kind of distribution than those enumerated. The strongest contrast is between the competitive and the authoritative principles. The others are minor and modifying. None of them alone is sufficient. Each has its merits and each has its defects. They must supplement each other. Actually, they are employed in modern society side by side. Each seems essential and best in some special application, but it does not follow that exactly the proper use is now made of each. No two generations have followed the same rule, and the proportions in which the use has been made of them has constantly shifted. It must be recognized that the principle of diminishing utility applies to each method of distribution, as it does to the productive processes. Each may be best under certain conditions and circumstances, but, extended in application, each reveals its weaknesses. In any productive process, the best method depends upon the proper proportion and combination of elements. Progress toward the best possible distribution is to be sought in the wise adjustment of the various methods to human nature and to human needs. End of chapter 42. Recording by Shawn Bayern in Tallahassee, Florida.
Chapter 43 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Mickelson. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert FETTER. Chapter 43. Survey of the Theory of Value. Section 1. Review of the plan followed. The cycle and order of economic study. 1. The beginning and end of economic study is man. Before leaving the more theoretical and abstracter part of the theory of value, it may be well, at the cost of some repetition, to restate and review the relations of the various parts of the argument. Intent on details of the theory of value, the student is in danger of losing its broader perspective. The proposition with which this section opens was accepted as our axiomatic starting point. It was not so in the older political economy. Men too often were looked upon rather as a means to an end, namely, the creation of wealth. This proposition refers to all classes, not to a small group of men. The aim of economic study is democratic, being the welfare of all men. Economics does not propose, however, to explain man's actions with reference to all things. It asks and attempts to answer the question, why does man attach value to certain things and actions? Why does he measure them in certain ratios as expressed in terms of each other? And why do these ratios change with changing conditions? This purpose has determined the order of our study, beginning with an analysis of the nature of wants, and of the mental process of valuing consumption goods. The circle of inquiry widened to the problem of valuing things whose relation to wants is more remote and indirect, though not less important. The problem of future uses, the major part of the theory of value, leads back to the question of the use man makes of things, a field claimed by the moralist, but one that cannot be neglected by the economist. Economics is not the whole science of social relations. It is a restricted part of the field, but it comes into relation with great practical questions that touch all sides of life. Thus, economics broadens and unites with the general stream of sociology. In the pursuit of our study, one comes back to the starting point and cause of value, human wants and the use made of wealth to gratify them. The circle is completed. We have surveyed, rapidly and imperfectly it is true, the whole range of economic inquiry. The unit in value problems. 2. The central point in economic study is the simplest problem of exchange value. The first look at the economic world reveals so many things that have relation to wants, and relations so complex that the mind is confused. The object of science is to simplify. It seeks unity in the midst of chaos. Relations exist between wants and things that certainly never can gratify them directly. Where is the simplest aspect of the problem to be found? Evidently in the exchange of consumption goods, for these are in closest touch with wants. Out of the complex of direct and indirect goods, those few which are at the moment gratifying wants must be somewhat abstractly but logically set apart and studied. In the simplest problem, the exchange of the most typical consumption goods is the key to the larger problem of value. If one could follow it step by step into its complexer relations, he might hope to understand everything in economics. Former or conventional conceptions of rent and interest. 3. The problems of rent and of time value are successive steps in the explanation of the exchange value of indirect agents. The term rent has been so variously defined that no caution to the student as to its use can be deemed superfluous. Until recently, economists sought to confine the term to the income from natural resources, or land. Rent, in their conception, was the income from one group of goods, physically distinguishable from another group of goods, called capital, which were supposed to yield interest. That is, rent and interest was each supposed to bear much the same relation to a particular set of durable agents. The difference between them was primarily in the agent that yielded them, though there were other complicating thoughts, rather than in the aspect of value they represented. Rent and time value as here used. Rent, as defined in this volume, has the much broader meaning of the usufruct of any material agent as contrasted with the use-bearer. Usufruct is a conception most intimately related to that of consumption goods, but is logically one step further removed from want. Time value, as here considered, is a broader conception than that of contract interest, for it has to do with the all-pervading element of time in its influence on value. Some rents are logically, and in practical business as well, not measured over periods of time, but at the moment of their accrual. The measurement of time differences is mainly required in setting a valuation upon a more or less permanent use-bearer. This process, which is capitalization, has only recently been recognized to be the discounting of all the future uses to their present worth. While in its essence this is merely a problem in exchange value, it is the highest, subtlest, and most difficult of such problems. Its understanding presupposes rent, just as rent presupposes the analysis of wants and marginal utility. It is the outer zone of the value problem, carrying the thought of value years away, all but an eternity away, from the present enjoyment. Different stages in value. While both rent and time value are widened so that each applies in some manner to all durable agents, it is a grave error to conclude hastily that the intention is to make synonymous the old terms rent and interest. Rent and time discount remain essentially different stages in the value problem. Actual concrete net economic incomes as they arise are always rents. Interest never accrues in a concrete form except under the interest contract for a money loan, a contract income, not an economic income, and this evidently is a species of contract rent. Time value is a phase of value connected logically with investment, or the calculation of future earning power. Rents are both actual and expectative, or future, but as realized incomes, they also express present earning power. Together, rent and capitalization embrace the whole problem of valuing durable material agents. Wages and profits related. 4. Wages and profits are of the same genus, the value of human services of different grades. The attempt has been made in the foregoing treatment to show the unity between the problems of wages and profits, and to point out the difference between the conditions that surround them. Through the common characteristic, social utility, the employer's service can be compared with the most ordinary or the most artistic labor. Profits and wages, therefore, are simply different aspects of the same question. A common power or principle is found in all objects of value, a power to gratify human wants. In the variety of human services and in material goods must be sought this unity. The different kinds of services range from direct to most indirect goods. The commonest labor may serve welfare at the moment, or may be embodied in a form to be used years later. In that light, wages seem a more complex problem than either rent or capitalization. But the moment the service embodies itself in a material good with future uses, the general theory of capitalization applies to it. Section 2. Relation of value theories to social reforms. Orthodox political economy. 1. The earlier theories of political economy implied a dismal view of the future of the masses. The theory of value one holds is sure to affect his view of economic progress and of social reform. The theories from the middle of the 18th to the middle of the 19th centuries, however varied they were in other respects, nearly all gave a gloomy view of the condition of the laboring men. The physiocratic school in France, the so-called orthodox economist in England, that is, the writers from about 1800 to 1850, that were in sympathy with the landholding or commercial classes, and the socialistic or laboring class theorists, all inclined to this view. It was while this view prevailed that Carlyle characterized political economy by the term still sometimes heard, the dismal science. The thinkers of that time started their study of value at wages, and assumed that population would always increase so fast as to force labor to a bare subsistence. The other shares, or the other classes of society, were supposed then to absorb all the surplus income. Economics today is not especially lugubrious, and its more cheerful note is due as well to its changed theory of value as to the evidence of advancing welfare among the masses. The gloomy socialistic theory. 2. The socialistic theory of value, akin to the other, holds that capitalists absorb all the benefits of progress. The socialists of the radical school claim that their theory is merely the logical conclusion to be drawn from the old orthodox theory, stated in its extremest form. Usually, however, the orthodox theorists softened and modified greatly the statement of their harsher views, The socialists have not been willing to recognize any ameliorating conditions. They say, economic theory shows that under a competitive condition of society, the laboring man must be forever ground down in helpless misery. Therefore, the only hope of the laboring masses is to do away with competitive society and to substitute for it central governmental control of all industry. They did not and do not attempt to distinguish carefully the part of production due to brains and effort from the part due to ownership of capital. The socialist theory is a plan for political agitation rather than a scientific theory of value. It was originated or elaborated by men such as Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, and Ferdinand Lassalle, as labor leaders and political agitators, who found a ready weapon in the bungling economic analysis of the time. The claim of a scientific basis for socialism has continued to be proudly made by their followers, but it has a tottering support in their defective theory of value. George's single tax theory. 3. The single tax theory of value is that ground rent automatically absorbs all benefits of progress. This is the most notable example of a plan of social reform growing out of an abstract theory of value. While the socialists first had their plan of social reform, or revolution, in whose support Marx's fanciful theory of value was invented, Henry George appears first to have got hold of a theory of value that suggested his plan of social reform. Studying the political economy of Ricardo and Mill, he accepted their ideas regarding the hopeless outlook of the laboring classes, and their conception of the theory of ground rent with its false implication that landowners get all the surplus in society. George thus came to believe that, with private ownership in land, competition steadily robbed all but landlords, even the non-landholding capitalist, of any share in the benefits of progress. This theory of value is thought to explain all the poverty in the world. It calls, in the single taxer's opinion, for a radical measure of reform, namely, the taking of all rent of land for public purposes as a common instead of an individual income. If the theory of value on which it is based were sound, the doctrine would have irresistible reasons in its favor. If it is false, most of the argument falls to the ground, though there may still be substantial reasons of a different nature for the exceptional treatment of ground rents for purposes of taxation. Recent hopeful theories of wages, Walker's. 4. Recent theories of value assign to labor a more hopeful position. A more optimistic theory of wages is the residual claimant theory, presented by Francis A. Walker. His view was that the various shares of production, such as land rent, the income from machinery, etc., and the enterpriser's profits, were fixed by forces independent of wages, and any increase in the product must therefore fall to the laborer as the residual claimant. This conclusion has the one merit of explaining somehow the rise in wages in the past century, but the fallacy of its method is too evident to call for exposure. Not to enter into the details of the method, it is enough to note that it involves the circular reasoning that land rent is a surplus over cost of production, and it is fixed regardless of wages, whereas the cost of production itself is made up of money wages. Clark's wage theory. Another American economist, John B. Clark, is led by his theory of profits to a most hopeful conclusion as to the future of wages. Profits he considers to be essentially the reward for improvements in productive processes, which gradually accrue to the general benefit. As profits thus disappear, the average wage earner is correspondingly uplifted, a conclusion quite as hopeful as that of Walker. In discussing profits above, dissent from the narrow conception of their source has been expressed. Some facts lend support to every one of these theories of social progress, but other facts refuse to be harmonized. The temptation to get a simple, dogmatic explanation of value should be resisted. When the interrelation of the factors is recognized, there is little likelihood of concluding that some one of them will absorb all the benefits of progress. One is not driven to the extreme either of optimism or of pessimism. While the theory of value is not in itself a theory of society, it greatly influences social conclusions. Clear economic analysis is a condition to sound thinking on practical questions. Section 3. Interrelation of economic agents. Organic nature of the productive process. 1. The industrial process is a unity, and the different agents bear an organic relation to each other. The problem of value is not one of physical division. It is one of logical analysis, and this is not possible in isolation or without the competition of men. Production, as now carried on, is a social process. The determination of market price is a social process. The different agents are complementary goods, each necessary to the best use of the various other agents. The value of seed is not to be found apart from the use of the ground, or the value of the leather apart from the shoemaker or the thread he uses. When these things are brought together in society, their value is found by the comparison and measurement of marginal utilities. Economic forces, like other classes of forces, act and react upon each other. Two bodies attract each other in space. Two chemicals uniting are both transformed into a substance differing from either. The economic result of materials and men cooperating is something differing from either factor, yet dependent on both. The conventional divisions of economics. 2. The divisions of the older political economy are aspects of the general problem of value. The divisions conventional in the textbooks on political economy, namely production, exchange, distribution, and consumption, have not been observed in the plan of this work. It has not seemed possible to accept the view that each of these phases of the vital economic process could be discussed completely apart from the others. Consumption must be studied at the beginning, as the basis of exchange value, and again at the end, when the circle of thought has returned to the use man makes of wealth, and it pervades the whole subject of value, for back of every price is the potential utility of the good. Exchange is coextensive with the whole process of associated industry, for wherever there is a price, there is exchange. Subjective value outside a market forms a small, though not negligible, part of the problem for the student of today. Production is implied in every exchange, as exchange is in all social production. They are indeed but different phases of the larger phenomenon, the economic process. Nor is distribution, considered in its impersonal or economic form, any other than the logical valuing of the shares of the factors in economic production. Impersonal distribution is coextensive with the economic production. Whatever a good, logically considered, contributes to value in production, that is its share of the product. Personal distribution, it is true, brings in other great influences which have been partly considered, but which will be treated more fully in the division to follow, on the influence of the state in the distribution of income. The broadest principle of value. 3. The law of diminishing returns is the broadest principle of value. The one character common to all goods is that their importance varies with their quantity in any given connection. This is true of direct goods whose power to gratify wants falls as the supply grows. It is true of indirect goods, whose technical importance diminishes as the quantity increases, and which when taken at any given cost can be applied, after a point, only with diminishing advantage. The gradual extension of the marginal principle from land used in agriculture to every conceivable economic agent is the most important development of the last century of economic theory. Generality of the law of value. It being true that things are measured by the utility of the unit used last, logically considered, the least change in the combination alters the value of all the factors. Practical economic problems, therefore, are dynamic, not static. The view that the shares of the different factors are fixed by quite separate laws has not been accepted here. The law of rent is the same as the law of wages in its essential point and principle. It is a general law of value applied to a particular kind of want gratifier. The law of substitution likewise is a general law, for within limits some substitution of factors is always possible along the margin. That being true, every moment of price creates its own resistance. Substitutes will be found for materials, demand will decline, and a new equilibrium of price will be attained. Mutual employment of the factors. An ever-changing problem. 4. The factors and agents of production mutually furnish the field of employment for each other. Each factor is dependent for its technical efficiency on the presence of the other factors. If labor is plentiful and machines are scarce, machines bear a high rent. In accordance with the law of diminishing returns, the last unit of labor in that case contributes little to the product, and labor gets low wages, while more is attributed to the machine. Each machine thus may be considered to offer a field for the employment of labor. If population increases and land remains fixed, the need for food raises the rental value of land. But if population increases slowly and capital and science progress, the field for the employment of labor is enlarged. And if new lands are opened up or new resources are discovered beneath the surface of the land, the field for labor is still more enlarged and a greater share is attributed to labor. This changing character of the problem must be recognized. No share is foreordained in size. The pursuit of the analysis of value along the lines of marginal utility thus leads to conclusions far less mechanical and, to the superficial student, less simple than were the doctrines prevailing in the older economics. But the conclusions are, let us hope, more exact and more applicable to the real world, enabling the student to arrive at juster views of the present interests and of the future welfare of society. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Mickelson. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert FETTER. Chapter 44. Free Competition and State Action. Roman numeral 1. Competition and Custom. Definition of economic freedom. 1. Economic freedom exists when men's goods or their own services may be exchanged as they choose without hindrance. Competition is but another expression for economic freedom. Where men are free to exchange their goods and to get the best price they can, and actually do so, they are said to compete. The action of men in the mass follows pretty regular lines, corresponding to certain abiding motives. If one man dictated all industry, a very fragmentary science of economics would be possible. But the mass of men act according to some rule and are free so to act. When men are free to bring their goods to a market and get the best price possible, a single market price results. When cost of production was believed to be the regulator of value, it was said that the law of value laid down was true within the limit of free competition. Market price varied ceaselessly from cost of production, and whenever it did, the law of value, as then formulated, was admittedly invalid or inapplicable. The law of monopoly price was supposed to be in marked contrast to the law of competitive prices. The law of prices, as followed in our study, stated in terms of marginal utility, is equally valid in competitive and monopolistic conditions if there is merely one-sided or buyer's competition. Two-sided competition is not the sole, though it is the usual condition which the economist takes account of in reasoning on the problem of price. Anything that keeps men from exchanging what they have for the best price interferes with competition. Some of these hindrances have been noted, others are now to be. Economic freedom versus equality of efficiency. 2. Economic freedom does not mean equality of power or of efficiency. It was said in discussing monopoly that it was not to be understood to be merely either scarcity or superiority. To speak of the class of laborers of ability above that of the average day laborer as having a monopoly is certainly a confusion of monopoly with the scarcity of efficiency. The term competition is not easy to define in practice, for it is not easy to see just what part of man's inability to exchange is due to his own lack of efficiency, and what to things outside of himself which prevent him from exchanging his labor. But the thought is clear that free competition, economic freedom, is limited whenever men are hindered by any power outside themselves from using their economic power as they prefer. The limitations of competition, thus understood, are essentially social limitations, imposed by other men either unconsciously by custom, convention, tradition, or consciously by force or by laws. When, among Polynesian tribes, the custom of taboo prevailed, by which certain things were reserved to the rulers and were forbidden to the common man, there was a limitation on his economic freedom. Contrast such limits with those set by the penury of nature. The savage may like best to hunt, but if there is no game, he must fish. He may like best to make arrowheads, but in need of food he must dig roots. Economic action is limited by lack of knowledge and skill. The resources of nature lie unused under the feet of savages who are suffering from their lack. These are limitations not of economic freedom, but of economic efficiency. Limitation by custom in early society. 3. In early society, custom limits economic freedom in many ways. The savage is not a man without law. He is bound in many ways to prescribed lines of conduct. Primitive custom usually takes on a religious sanction, and every member of the tribe is compelled to do as his fathers have done and as his neighbors are doing. He is not free to choose. Custom in some ways is favorable to the welfare of society, for it limits the power of masters and rulers, preserves the right of individuals to common property, and is in the interest of the weak as well as of the strong. In an age of force, if it were not for custom, he who had might on his side could take all. So in early society, even economic relations were complex and yet almost fixed, changing only slowly from generation to generation. Every such social custom that limits the choice of men limits economic freedom. Limitation by custom in the Middle Ages. 4. Custom ruled a large share of the industrial life of the Middle Ages. Political and economic interests were not clearly divided in the Middle Ages. Land was the all-important kind of wealth. Military and other public services were performed by the vassal, who thus at the same time paid his taxes and the rent of the land. The landlord was at once the ruler, the receiver of rents, and the collector of taxes. The rent, however, was not a competitive price, but consisted of the dues and services the forefathers had been accustomed to pay. This limited slavery, like all other slavery, was wasteful, as it did not give to the individual the strongest motive to increase the quantity and to improve the quality of his service. Trade became limited in almost every direction. Crafts and guilds arrogated to themselves the right of employment in their industries. No matter what talent the son of a peasant might show, he usually found it impossible and always found it difficult to follow the occupation of his choice. Privilege pervaded all the life of that time. In such conditions, economic friction is great. Men are kept in trades below their ability, while others gain command of monopolistic and unearned returns. Yet through all the Middle Ages ran the forces of competition. The inefficiency of customary services was a constant invitation to competitors. Men were striving to break over the barriers of custom and prejudice. The strife for freedom was the vital economic force even in the Middle Ages. The industrial history of that time is largely the story of the struggle of the forces of competition against the bounds of custom. II. Economic harmony through competition. Effect of modern forces on custom. 1. The industrial events following the discovery of America strengthen the forces making for economic freedom. Discoveries in the Western Hemisphere opened up a wide field for the adventure and enterprise of Europe. Commerce is the strongest enemy of custom, and new opportunities gave a rude shock to the conservatism both of the manor and of the village. With the rapid growth of industry and manufactures, old methods broke down. In an open market, custom declines. It flourishes best in sheltered places. Further, the movement of thought in the Reformation and the spirit of the time, expressing the principle of personal liberty, allowing the individual to follow his own opinions and take the consequences, were favorable to competition. Despite these facts, the restraints of the national governments on trade continued great, in some respects increasing during the 17th and 18th centuries, in France, Holland, and England. The regulation before attempted by towns and villages was employed on a larger scale by national governments with their commercial systems. The colonies in America were used for the economic ends of the mother countries and for the selfish interest of the home merchants in Europe. The American Revolution was one of the bitter fruits of the English policy of trade restriction. Adam Smith's influence. The philosophy of natural law. 2. Adam Smith's work advocating greater economic freedom had a profound influence upon public thought. The Wealth of Nations, the first great work on political economy, was published in the year 1776. That was the psychological moment, as public thought was so prepared for it that it had its maximum possible influence. The year of the American Declaration of Independence gave the most striking object lesson on the evils of a selfish colonial policy that interfered on a grand scale with economic freedom. The old customs had become ill-fitted to life, ill-adapted to the rapid industrial changes that were going on. What was needed in many directions, both in politics and in industry, was negative action by the government, the repeal of the old laws, the overthrow of old abuses. The French Revolution, following a few years later, emphasized this thought in the political field. The philosophers of the time believed in a natural law, in industry and politics. The reformers of the time wished to throw off the trammels of the past and to give men opportunity to exert themselves naturally. In America, the old abuses never had taken deep root, as the conditions of a new continent were not favorable to monopoly and privilege. Although the movement for the repeal of medieval laws was continued in Europe from 1776 till the present time, yet today custom is stronger in Europe than in America. Serfdom was not abolished until the 19th century in Austria and southeastern Europe, and not until a few years ago in Russia. Many economic and cultural forces furthered this movement, but the most powerful intellectual force in its favor was the work of Adam Smith. So strong an impression did Smith's book make that in the minds of men, free trade became almost identical in thought with political economy, whereas that was but the temporary economic problem of the 18th century. The doctrine of the economic harmonies. 3. The doctrine of the economic harmonies is the extremist form of belief in the virtues of competition. Every truth in political philosophy finds some exaggerated expression. The main task of the student is to determine what shade of gray things are, rather than whether they are white or black. The belief in the benefits of competition and the virtues of economic freedom found expression in the doctrine of the economic harmonies. This is the faith that if men are left entirely free to do as their interest dictates, the highest and best efficiency for all will follow. It is the belief that the economic interests of all men are in harmony. The most striking evidence in support of this thought is the stimulating effect of self-interest freely working in the field of competition. Each strives to do what will bring him the largest return, and the price others pay measures their estimate of the service. Each seeking his own interest is led to make himself more useful to others. Thus are men stimulated to sacrifice, to invention, to preparation. Thus is zeal animated, and our efforts sustained. Good social effects of self-interest. Through self-interest, the working force is distributed over the field of industry wherever it is most needed. The remarkable adjustment of industry to the needs of each neighborhood is brought about by individual motives, not by centralized authority. It is not mere chance that produces this harmony. Wherever consumers settle, stores are started and factories are built. Wherever work is to be done, men come in about the right number to do it. Skill is adjusted to the needs of the delicate measurement of the market rate of wages. Competition gives a definite rule of price, certainly the only definite impersonal rule, some say the only just rule. The competitive price must be appealed to even in arbitration. It is the standard to which things tend constantly to adjust themselves in an open market. Conflicting interest in the business world. 4. Experience shows that the economic interests of men are only partly, not wholly, in harmony. That there is a great measure of truth in the statements just made, all must admit, but their application is limited. They are partial truths, never to be ignored, but quite false if taken, without modification, as practical rules of conduct. There are three species of competition in every market: that between sellers, that between buyers, and that between sellers on the one hand and buyers on the other. It is in the interest of the buyers that the sellers shall be numerous, eager, and freely competing. It is to the interest of the seller that the supply shall be small, that sellers shall be united, and that buyers shall compete sharply. If at any point free competition is hindered, even the disciple of economic harmony must expect a discordant result. But in reality, competition is rarely quite complete on both sides, and when it is not, the weak suffer. Men do not start with fair and equal opportunities. All that they may be entitled to under competition may be so little that social sympathy seeks to better the result. Hence poor relief, public and private. Society as a whole has an interest in the outcome of the individual's economic struggle. It cannot see men starving or driven into crime. But the argument need not be confined to such crude and extreme cases, for wherever economic interests are not in harmony, and it is possible to further the social welfare, will not society be justified in acting? Roman 3. Social limiting of competition. Imperfections of economic freedom. 1. Undoubted evils result from some forms of competition under the conditions actually existing. Complete freedom must remain a somewhat abstract ideal, and actual conditions must be recognized. Entire freedom of choice means freedom to make mistakes, a privilege whose enjoyment society cannot always permit. The child should be raised to good citizenship, and entire freedom of choice makes that impossible or improbable. The freedom of choice of the insane, the feeble-minded, and the criminal cannot be recognized, even where competition is the ideal of sound adult humanity. It is not to be too suddenly or extremely applied. The inequality of faculties, the prevailing dishonesty, the mass of inherited abuses, cannot be either ignored or at once ended. The immigrant from Europe, plunged into the trying conditions of city life, suffers in health and in morals, and often becomes a burden upon society. One of many competitors may drive competition to an evil extreme. The problem of the 20th man is presented when 19 men desire to limit competition in ways not socially harmful, as by closing shops on Sunday or in the evening, and the one man refuses. The appeal to economic harmony often is the cry of peace, peace, where there is no peace. The highest social result may be attained now by limiting, again by directing, in other cases possibly by fostering competition. Forces opposing competition. 2. The main rivals of competition are custom, religion, morality, combination, and state action. The first three of these were the strongest forces in the past, and they are still operating, but combination and state action are more characteristic of the present. The influence of custom, of morality, and of religion on value has been touched upon in several points in our study. That of combination has been recently and more fully discussed. But state action, one of the most important of all the limitations, has been reserved for the concluding portion of our work. The state's part in directing competition. 3. It is a function of the state to determine in part the ways in which men shall exert their powers. This is not the sole function of the state, nor is its influence towards this end exclusive. The state puts limits on the physical rivalry of men. In the distant past, no doubt physical rivalry between men was an agent of progress. The strong drove out the weak. Physical contest developed more vigorous limbs, keener senses, and higher sagacity. Today, it is one of the principal functions of the state to suppress the physical contest between men. The citizen is surrounded with a network of rules and regulations of which he is hardly conscious. Most men easily avoid coming into contact with the police and feel no irksomeness in the control of the civil courts. The state regulates economic interest in many other ways. It controls the building of streets. It inspects the material and construction of houses. It forbids acts injurious to the public welfare. It regulates the issue of money. It determines the manner of which credit may be extended, the forms of taxation, and the direction which trade may legally take. The state has a part in shaping great industries of a public or semi-public nature, such as waterworks, railroads, and the postal system. Aim and failing of state action. The state is as wise as the men who constitute it. Men make mistakes, therefore men collectively will make them. The state regulates and limits, now wisely, now foolishly. But its aim is to preserve the benefits of competition without its evils, to lift the competition to a higher plane, and by determining the direction in which men shall put forth their efforts, to give a higher and truer economic freedom. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Mickelson. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert FETTER. Chapter 45. Use, Coinage, and Value of Money. Roman numeral 1. The precious metals as money. Money defined and reviewed. 1. Money we have defined as material means of payment and medium of exchange, generally accepted and passing from hand to hand. The origin and function of money were set forth in the study of capital. The subject must now be approached from a different side and with twofold purpose of seeing whether there is anything peculiar in the relation of money to the general problem of value, and what is the influence of the action of the state on the value of money. The definition of money implies several ideas. First, the words generally accepted means of payment imply that money, as something bearing the stamp of social approval, has a peculiar social character, is not an ordinary good. Second, the definition implies that money itself must be a thing having value, otherwise it could not serve as a medium of exchange. Exchange means the taking and giving of things of value. Money is, therefore, not merely an order for goods, as a card or paper requesting payment. It is itself a thing of value, though this value may be due solely to its possessing the money function. This point is one of the most difficult in the subject. Third, the definition implies that money is a material thing. The telegram, when transferring an order for the payment of money, the spoken word, the promise to pay, etc., are not money. Fourth, it implies that money passes from hand to hand, is a thing that can be handled, and is or can be bodily transported. Difficulty in applying the definition. The application of the definition is not always easy, for money shades off into other things that serve the same purpose and are related in nature. Even special students differ as to the borderline of the concept. But as to the general nature of money, there is essential agreement. In many problems, it appears to be at the same time like and unlike other things of value, and just wherein lies the difference often is difficult to determine. The use of money is of social importance, and it touches so many practical interests that it raises many questions of a political and ethical nature. There are perhaps more popular errors on this than on any other one subject in economics. Yet the general principles of money are as fully understood and as firmly established as any parts of economics. Standard or primary money. Gold-using countries. 2. The precious metals, gold and silver, are the standard or primary monies in the world today. Primary, typical, standard money is the unit in which the value of the money of a country is expressed, no matter what its form is. The standard is a certain weight and fineness of a particular metal. Coins of this standard are called full or real money by some writers who deny the title of money to everything else. It has been shown before that there has been an evolution in the use of money. The more efficient forms, gold and silver, have competed with copper, iron, tin, cattle, salt, tobacco. In this contest, silver had proved itself a few centuries ago to be the fittest medium of exchange. But in the last century, gold has, among the leading nations, been displacing silver rapidly. In a higher degree than any other material, gold has the qualities of a good standard money in rich and industrially developed communities. The gold-using countries today are those of the Western world. England, for perhaps 2 centuries, practically has had gold as its standard money. The United States, since 1834, except for the period of paper money from 1862 to 1879. France, since about the year 1855, at which time she shifted from silver under the workings of a bimetallic law, and Germany, then more backward industrially, since 1873. Australia and Japan have reached that result only within the last few years, and Italy, Russia, India, Mexico, even China and other Oriental countries are striving to attain it. Subordinate kinds of money. In all these countries, other kinds of money are used side by side with gold and silver. The actual money consists of a wide and confusing variety: silver, nickel, copper, paper in various forms, and issues by various authorities. But among all the kinds, either gold or silver is found standing preeminent and in a peculiar position. The difficulties of the money problem must be attacked at the point of standard money, where it is nearest to ordinary value problems, and is less complicated than when the various money substitutes are included. Most of the fallacies regarding money have arisen not about standard money, but about paper and lightweight silver. Coinage defined. 3. Coinage is the act of shaping and marking a piece of metal to be used as money so as to indicate its weight and fineness. The precious metals can and do circulate as money without coinage. Any other mark equally plain and equally recognizable serves for many purposes just as well as the government stamp on the standard metal. The use of metals in antiquity was without coinage, by weight and test of fineness. In backward countries today, most payments are made by weight. International payments are made by means of gold ingots that bear the mark of some well-known banking house, and for that purpose gold bullion is money without the coiner's stamp. But for most uses, government coinage has marked advantages. It is far more convenient for the average citizen to handle coins uniform in size and design than the diverse coins that would be put out by private enterprisers. Technical features of coinage. An established rate of fineness ensuring uniform quality is a great convenience. In the United States, all gold and silver coins are 9/10 fine. In Great Britain, 11/12. The established weight of the gold dollar in the United States is 23 22/100 grains of fine gold, or 25 8/10 grains of standard gold. The limit of tolerance is the variation either above or below the standard weight or fineness that a coin is allowed to have when it leaves the mint. The par of exchange between standard coins of different countries is the expression of the ratio of fine gold in them. Thus the par of exchange between the American dollar and the English sovereign, the pound, is 4 86 2/3 hundredths. That is, 4 86 2/3 hundredths dollars contain the same amount of gold as an English gold sovereign. The embossed design, milled or lettered edges, and other similar devices are merely to make the coins easily recognizable and difficult to counterfeit. Seigniorage defined. 4. Seigniorage is the right the ruler or state has to charge for coinage, or it is the charge made for coinage. Coinage, as a function of great importance politically as well as economically, was early exercised by governments or rulers. The prince, king, or emperor stamped his own device or portrait upon the coin, hence the term seigniorage, from seigneur, meaning lord or ruler. The right to issue money came to be one of the most essential prerogatives of sovereignty. Coinage is rarely without charge, and often has been a source of revenue to the ruler. In the Middle Ages, this right was frequently exercised by princes for their selfish advantage, to the injury and unsettling of trade. Free or gratuitous coinage. When no charge is made for coinage, the coinage is said to be gratuitous. Coinage is said to be free if the subject or citizen can take bullion to the mint whenever he pleases, paying the usual seigniorage. Coinage is limited if the government or ruler determines when coinage is to take place. Thus, coinage may be both free and gratuitous, when citizens are allowed to bring bullion whenever they please and have it converted into coins without charge or deduction. But coinage is free without being gratuitous, when any citizen may bring metal to the mint, whenever he chooses, to be coined subject to the seigniorage charge. Money value under free coinage. 5. Where coinage is free and gratuitous, the coin is worth the same as the bullion that is in it. This evidently and necessarily must be near the truth if the citizens exercise their right. They will not long keep metal uncoined in their possession when it is worth more in the form of money, nor will they long keep money from the melting pot when it is worth more as bullion. Yet there may be a slight disparity between the bullion and the money values before the metal is converted into coin or the coin melted down into metal. A motive for action must exist before either change will be made. But a thing cannot have considerably different values in two different uses at the same moment. Adjustment of supply to value. There is no special problem of value. The value of gold as bullion and money is fixed by marginal demand. The several uses of gold are constantly competing for it. Its uses for rings, pens, ornaments, championship cups, photography, dentistry, delicate instruments, and as a circulating medium. If the metal becomes worth more in one use, its amount there is increased and correspondingly diminished in the others. The supply likewise is influenced by changes in price. Gold mining is one among various industries to which men may apply their labor and capital. Some mines are superior, others average, others marginal, which it barely pays to work. There is therefore a rise and fall of the margin of production, with change in price and change in cost of production. If at a given moment, when it barely pays to work a mine, gold becomes worth less, that mine will go out of use. As gold rises, some mines that did not pay before come into use. A similar variation has been noted in the case of marginal land, marginal factories, marginal forges, and marginal agents of every kind. What is a dollar? The question was once asked in Parliament, what is a pound? And a good question to ask in beginning the study of money is, what is a dollar? The answer, so far as it refers to the standard money, is a dollar is a convenient name applied to 23 22/100 grains of fine gold, or 25 8/10 grains of standard fineness. The exchange value of gold varies in different places and conditions, but the name remains the same. A dollar exchanges for more wheat in Dakota than in New York, or for more iron in Pittsburgh than in Oregon. Yet it is sometimes asserted that the value is always the same, because the name is always the same. The fallacy of this may be seen in the equivalent expression, that 23 22/100 grains of gold have the same value always, and under all circumstances. The problem of the bullion value of money metal, under gratuitous coinage, presents no special difficulties. the ordinary theory of value applies to it. The difficulties of the money question begin at the point where the money value is seen to diverge from and depend on something else than the value of the bullion. Yet in the principles just discussed are found a firm foundation for any further study of the question. II. The quantity theory of money. The money use. 1. The fundamental use that money serves is to apportion incomes of goods so as to make them yield the maximum gratification. Money first increases utility by increasing the ease with which exchange takes place. Like any tool or agent, it is valued for what it does or helps to do. But further, it enhances the sum of enjoyments by the division of goods into proper quantities, making them available at the best time. It follows from the principles of diminishing utility that the particular time at which goods are available for wants has an essential bearing on their value. 100 loaves of bread in the hands of a single individual would mold long before they could be consumed. Money enables men in society to acquire these 100 loaves in a series so that they can be used when most needed. Money is the most successful device man has ever discovered for distributing the supplies of a journey along its course and the goods of daily need over a period of time. The use of money as a storehouse of value is merely an extreme case of keeping things for the future when they will have a greater gratifying power. Concept of the money demand. Variation in the average. The fact that money is essentially a valuable good kept on hand as the best possible provision against emergencies points to the essential nature of the money demand. Money is sought in order to form a cash reserve up to a point where the loss from keeping its balance is the probable gain. The money use is subject to the law of diminishing utility. Beyond a certain point, its added convenience is purchased at too great cost. Every man may be thought of as having an average, or usual, money demand, which is that proportion of his income that gives him more utility retained in money form than if at once expended. A man with an income and expenditure of $50 a month, paid monthly, has use ordinarily for no more than $50 as his cash reserve. While under ordinary circumstances this is his maximum demand, various circumstances may diminish it. If his expenses are distributed in 2 equal parts, the one on payday, the other 30 days later, his average money demand is $25, not $50. If most of his purchasing is done at the beginning of the month, his average money demand may be perhaps $10. Many a workman purchases on credit, spends his $50 within an hour after he receives it, and goes without money for the rest of the month. The average demand of a community for money required as a reserve is affected by the methods of doing business. With a given method of use, a reduction in the supply of money results in loss of time and waste of effort. An increase in the supply results in a lowering of its value relative to other things. In either case, the equilibrium of the marginal utilities of income must be restored. The thought of an average, rational money demand relative to money income is the fundamental requisite for clear thinking on the question of money. But to grasp this thought, there is needed a certain power of scientific imagination lacking in some minds. The quantity theory of money. 2. The quantity theory of money is that, other things being equal, the value of money falls as its quantity increases, and vice versa. This is an abstract statement of a concrete and difficult problem. The phrase, other things being equal, betokens the statement of a tendency where there are several unknown factors. In recent discussion, the quantity theory of money has been questioned by some critics, yet it is held by most economists to mean merely the general law of value as applied to money. There are 3 sets of facts to be brought into relationship with each other in the quantity theory. 1. Amount of business or exchanges to be effected. 2. The methods by which this is done. 3. The amount of money available to do it. According to the quantity theory, we must expect that when conditions 1 and 2 remain fixed, the value of money will vary inversely as its quantity. This conclusion follows from the conception of the money demand as the value of the circulating medium that bears an average proportion to the value of goods exchanged. Example of its application. Let us consider various conditions. When a number of men, by reason of increasing gold supplies, get larger stocks of money than they have had, the former proportion between their money incomes and their money is altered. In reducing their stock of money by buying goods, they bid up the prices of goods until the total value of goods exchanged again bears the same ratio as before to the total value of money. Taking an extreme case, if twice as many dollars get into circulation in a community, either some few men must have several times as many dollars as before, while others have the same, or every man will have his due proportion, just twice as much as before. The latter, other things being equal, must be the logical result after equilibrium has been restored. Is any other result thinkable? Now, if prices of goods remained the same as before, there would be twice as great a value of money available to effect exchanges. There is no reason why each should tie up twice as large a proportion of his income in a supply of the medium of exchange. If, however, there is a concerted movement to spend the surplus money, there results a general bidding down of the exchange value of money, a general bidding up of prices of goods. At what point will this movement stop? The rational conclusion must be that, other things being equal, equilibrium will be reestablished only when the ratio between the value of money and the price of goods becomes the same as before. The money being doubled, prices must double, and likewise for any other change in quantity. Objections made to the quantity theory. 3. The quantity theory is misunderstood and is criticized on the ground that the facts oppose it. If but one kind of metal were used as money, and this were coined of uniform weight and fineness, the problem would be comparatively simple. But in fact, gold and silver, full weight and light weight coins, circulate side by side. More mysterious still, the money in circulation is partly coin and partly paper. How can the quantity theory hold in these conditions? Several objections to the quantity theory are presented. It is said, first, that prices do not vary exactly with the per capita circulation of different countries at a given moment. The per capita circulation in Mexico may be $5 and in the United States $25, while prices are much less than 5 times as great here as in Mexico. Secondly, it is said that prices do not vary directly with changes in the amount of money in a given country. There is now perhaps 5 times as much money per capita in the United States as 50 years ago, and yet prices are not 5 times as high. Thirdly, it is said that credit methods change, and therefore that money does not fix prices. Fourthly, it is said that even if true of primary money, the theory fails to apply to actual conditions with many forms of money in circulation side by side. Fifthly, it is said that there are too many unknown quantities to permit the rule to be used. The objections examined. 4. A reasonable interpretation of the quantity theory makes it a statement of the effect of a change in a single factor. The objections to the quantity theory assume that it is a statement of what occurs under all conditions, instead of what it is, an index to the working of one condition at a time. The foregoing objections need but to be further analyzed to show that in each of them it is not merely the quantity of money, but a number of other factors that differ in each of the propositions. We may note briefly in turn the defects in the arguments of the preceding paragraph. Not a per capita rule. First, the quantity theory does not remotely imply that prices in different countries differ at a given moment according to the per capita money. In the case of the United States and Mexico, not only the amount of exchange per capita, but the method of exchange and the rapidity of the circulation of money differ quite as much, doubtless, as does the per capita circulation. The quantity theory would lead any fairly careful student to a conclusion the exact opposite of that which its critics have twisted from it. Recognizes the growth of trade. Second, The quantity theory does not imply that during a period of years, when a country is changing in a multitude of ways, as in population, methods of industry, modes of exchange and transportation, and in wealth and income, the prices will vary directly, either as the absolute or per capita amount of money does. In the light of the quantity theory, the inquirer must be led to just the opposite of the ridiculous conclusion imputed to it. Recognizes use of credit. Third, the theory does not overlook the effect of an increased use of credit, for it fully implies that any such a change, by economizing the use of money, would enable the same amount of money to support a higher scale of prices. Not confined to primary money. Fourth, the theory does not overlook the variety of forms, and is not true merely of primary money. However great this variety, the money demand of individuals and of communities still represents a pretty definite ratio of the value of exchanges effected. If the primary money alone were doubled in quantity, while the various forms of substitute money, smaller coins, banknotes, government notes, etc., remained unchanged, the quantity of money as a whole would not be doubled, and according to the theory, prices would not be expected to double. Indeed, in such a case, the method of exchange would be very greatly altered, and the case is fully covered by the statement of the theory. Is a practical rule. Fifth, despite the number of changing factors affecting the methods of exchange, the method of business, etc., the quantity theory is a rule usable at any moment. These various factors change slowly, and the quantity theory answers the question, what change occurs in prices as a result of an increase or decrease of the money in a given community at a given moment? Like the law of gravitation, the law of projectiles, and the statement of the chemical reaction to be expected when adding some substance to a given compound, the theory must be interpreted with practical limitations. When the quantity theory is thus stated and understood, its negation is unthinkable, as is evidenced by the involuntary use made of it constantly by every one of its few critics in explaining the simplest monetary phenomena. Practical application of the quantity theory. Recent price changes. 5. The quantity theory makes intelligible the great and rapid changes in price that have followed sudden changes in the money supply. Inductive demonstration of broadly stated economic principles is difficult, but in no other economic problem is laboratory experiment so nearly possible as in that of money. Many inflations and contractions of the circulating medium have occurred, now in a single country, again in the entire world, and the local or general results have served to exemplify richly the working of the quantity principle. With the scanty yield of silver and gold mines in the Middle Ages, prices were low. After the discovery of America, especially in the 16th century, quantities of silver flowed into Europe. The great rise of prices that occurred was explained by the keenest thinkers of that day along the essential lines of the quantity theory, though there were many monetary fallacies current at the time. The experience in England during the Napoleonic Wars, when the money of England was inflated and prices rose above those of the continent, led to the modern formulation of the theory by Ricardo and others. The discovery of gold in California and Australia in 1848 to 1850 increased the gold supply marvelously, and the gold prices rose throughout the world. Between 1870 and 1890, the production of gold fell off greatly, while its use as money increased and prices fell. A great increase of gold production has occurred in the period since 1890. In part, the rising prices from 1897 to 1902 are explicable as the periodic upswing of confidence and credit, but in part doubtless they are due to the stimulus of increasing gold supplies. These are but a few of the many instances in monetary history which, taken together, make an argument of probability in favor of the quantity theory so strong as to constitute practically its inductive proof. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Dyer. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert FETTER. Chapter 46, Token Coinage and Government Paper Money. Section 1, Lightweight Coins. 1. When the number of coins issued is limited properly, a seigniorage charge does not reduce their money value. They are worth more as money than as bullion. The coinage thus far considered has been that of full-weight coins without seigniorage. The question now is, what is the effect of a seigniorage charge on the value of the coin as compared with the bullion that is in it? This is one of the most difficult phases of monetary theory. Two values must be thought of. One, the value of the coin as money, the other the value of the bullion in it. When coinage is free and gratuitous, these two values are the same. How can they ever be different? The answer to the question is found in the theory of monopoly value. If the supply of coin is limited by the sole agency of issue, the value can be kept above the cost of production, i.e., in this case, the bullion value, the seigniorage being the profit of the government. The limit within which the coinage must be kept is the number of coins that would circulate freely if they were made full weight without a seigniorage charge. This is the saturation point of the money demand of the country. It is a certain number of pieces of full-weight metal. If more than that amount gets into circulation, it becomes worth less as money than as bullion, and it is melted or exported. If this full supply of money at a given moment is 100,000 pieces or dollars, a seigniorage charge of 10% could be made if the number of pieces were not increased above 100,000. The government alone having the right of coinage, the need of money would give the circulating medium a monopoly value. The value of the money would rise until the coin would buy 1/9 more bullion than was in it. But if there were any further rise, the citizens would begin to take coins to the mint. After the 10% charge was taken out, they would receive a coin which, though containing 1/10 less bullion, would be worth very nearly the same as the metal taken to the mint. No considerable depreciation could take place unless the volume of business fell off so that less money was needed than at the old standard. In that case, there would be no outlet for the excess of coins until they fell to their bullion value, i.e., till they lost the entire value of the seigniorage, the monopoly element in them. Melting or exporting them before that point was reached would cause the loss of whatever element of seigniorage value they contained. Assuming that the volume of business, or sum of exchanges, remains unchanged, let us consider what will result if the government begins to issue on its own account. The number of coins might be increased until at the bullion price the total money value were equal to the original 100,000 full-weight coins, at which point exportation would take place. There being 9/10 as much precious metal as before, it would require 10/9 as many pieces, or 111,111 pieces, to have as great a value as the 100,000 had before. At this point, there is no further profit to the government in issuing coins of that weight. To make a further profit, it must again reduce the amount of pure metal in the coin. This is essentially what occurred often throughout the Middle Ages. A ruler debased the quality or reduced the weight of money, but for a time the new coin, having the same money use, circulated as freely as the old coin. If, as so often happened, the ruler yielded to the temptation to issue more in order to get the profit, the older, heavier coins at once began to go abroad or into the melting pot. Then occurred a fall in value, mystifying alike to the prince and the people. The reason is now perfectly plain. The number of pieces issued had not been kept within the proper limits, and the coins went down to their bullion value. 2. Subsidiary coins of lighter weight than the standard, if properly limited, will remain in circulation at par. Money, to serve all of its purposes, must be of different denominations. The amount required of each denomination is determined by the volume of exchanges for which each is most convenient. Each kind of money, as the penny, nickel, dime, has its own peculiar demand and its saturation point. For the smaller denominations, the standard metal is not suitable. A gold dollar cannot well be cut into 20 or 100 pieces. Thus copper, nickel, silver remain in restricted use. When these are issued at their bullion value, difficulties arise. Not only are they too heavy, but as they vary in bullion value, some of them become worth more as bullion than as coin, and suddenly disappear from circulation. This happened often throughout the Middle Ages and until the 19th century. Gold and silver generally were coined at a ratio of weight corresponding exactly to their market ratio at a given moment, and every time the market conditions varied, one kind of the money went out of circulation, and the country was left either without the larger gold coins or without subsidiary coin or small change. At length, the plan was hit upon of issuing a limited number of subsidiary coins of less than full bullion value, that is, as token coins. By this plan, there is given to the minor coins a value greater than that of the bullion in them. The small profit made by the government on every penny, nickel, or dime issued is a seigniorage charge. These minor coins, in somewhat confusing variety, circulate side by side with full-weight money, their value depending on the monopoly principle. The result of a large issue of any one denomination would be a lowering of its value. In practice, their issue is determined by the needs of business and by the requests of citizens for small coins in exchange for standard money. One needing change gets it at the bank. When the bank finds its supply falling short, it gets more from the government mints. As business increased in 1898, the demand for nickels, dimes, and quarters became unprecedented, and the mints worked night and day to supply them. 3. Gresham's law of the circulation of coins of different bullion value is, bad money drives out good money. This so-called law was stated in these circumstances. England had two kinds of metal money, silver and gold, which were coined at a fixed ratio in weight, and as the market value of the bullion changed, the new full-weight coins of the metal rising in value went out of circulation. The coining of the cheaper metal caused the melting or exporting of the one becoming dearer, and for those purposes the coins containing the most bullion were picked. Likewise, full-weight coins disappear whenever money of less bullion value, either because containing more alloy, or because made of a cheaper metal or of paper, is poured into the circulation in large quantities. Gresham's law needs some explanation, for it is frequently misunderstood. Bad money means money that has not the bullion value equal to its money value, money that is either debased in quality or light in weight. But not every piece of bad money will drive out every piece of good money. If that were so, a single bad penny would drive out of circulation all the gold. The law applies only under certain conditions. The good will leave the country only if the total amount of money in circulation is in excess of what would be needed if all were of full weight or best quality. Paradoxically speaking, if there is not too much of the bad money, it is just as good as the good money. The good money may not leave the country. It may be hoarded or be picked out by banks and savings institutions to retain as their reserve, or it may be melted for use in the arts. Gresham's law is thus a practical precept. Keep the amount of token or lightweight coin limited to the field of its particular use, or it will cause the other forms, the fuller weight money, to leave for a better market. That better market may be the melting pot, or it may be a foreign country. Section 2. Paper money experiments. 1. Government paper money may be defined as money for which a seigniorage of 100% is charged. The order in the study of the money question is from seigniorage to paper money, because paper money embodies the principle of seigniorage in its extremest form. The issue of paper money grew out of the practice of debasing metal. The gain of seigniorage from paper money is greater and is just as easily secured. Government paper money is sometimes called political money, in contrast with money whose value rests on the value of its material. In this sense, however, all coins containing an element of seigniorage or monopoly value are to that degree political money. The typical paper money is irredeemable. That is, it cannot be turned into bullion money on demand. It was simply put into circulation with the legal tender quality. The legal tender quality is the declaration of the government that the paper money must be accepted by citizens as a legal discharge for debts due them. The object of this is to compel people to use it as money whether they will or not. The purpose of the government in thus employing its power over the circulating medium is usually to profit, that is, to secure the value of the seigniorage for public purposes. Paper money differs from banknotes in that it does not depend for its redemption on the credit of the issuer. It differs from bonds in that its value is not based on the interest it yields, but solely on its money uses. The issue of paper money may save the government the payment of interest on an equal amount of bonds. The promise to receive paper money in payment for taxes or for public lands may help to maintain the value of the notes by reducing their quantity, but nothing short of prompt exchange for standard coins makes them truly redeemable. 2. The most notable examples of paper money in the 18th century were the American colonial currencies, the Continental notes, and the French assignats. In all the American colonies before the Revolution, notes, or bills of credit, were issued which were in most cases legal tender. Without exception, they were issued in large amounts, and without exception they depreciated. Parliament forbade the issues, but to no effect. The Continental notes were issued by the Continental Congress in the first year of the war, 1775, and for the next 5 years. The object at first was to anticipate taxes, and it was expected that the states would redeem and destroy the notes. But this was not done. The notes passed at par for a time, but depreciated rapidly as their number increased. The country had less than $10 million of coin before the war, and when, in 1780, over $200 million of notes were in circulation, they were completely discredited. Hence the phrase, "not worth a continental." Specie quickly came back into use. A few years later, the leaders of the French Revolution, failing to learn the lesson of the American experience, issued, on the security of land, notes called assignats in such enormous quantities that they became worth no more than the paper on which they were printed. In a figurative sense, they may be said to have fallen to their bullion value. 3. Notable examples of paper money in the 19th century were the English banknotes in the years 1797 to 1820 and the American greenbacks 1862 to 79. There have been many other examples. During the Franco-Prussian War, France, through the medium of its great state bank, issued notes which only slightly depreciated. At the present time, many countries, Russia, Austria, Portugal, Italy, all the South American republics, have depreciated paper currencies. But the English bank restriction of 1797 through 1820 is notable because it gave rise to the controversy which did most to develop the modern theory of the subject. The Bank of England was forbidden to redeem its notes in coin because the government wished to borrow all the coin the bank had. The result was the issue of a large amount of bank money not subject to the ordinary rule of redemption on demand. It was virtually government paper money. The notes depreciated and drove gold out of circulation, and not until 1820 was there a return to specie payments. The United States, under the Constitution, did not try paper money until 1862, when paper notes, called greenbacks, because of the color of ink with which the reverse side was printed, were issued as a war measure to the amount of about $450 million. Other interest-bearing notes were issued with legal tender quality and circulated as money to some extent. Greenbacks depreciated in terms of gold, and gold rose in price until in June 1864 it sold at $280 a hundred. 14 years elapsed after the war before these notes rose to par in terms of gold. 4. Paper money issues usually have had injurious effects on general industry. The purpose of the issue of paper money is generally to relieve the financial necessities of the government. It is a costly expedient, resorted to only in desperate extremes. A result, usually unintended, is the derangement of business and of the existing distribution of incomes. The rapid and unpredictable changes in prices give opportunity for speculative profits, but most legitimate business is injured. This incidental effect on debts and industry becomes the main motive of some citizens in advocating the issue. It is particularly liable to the subject of political intrigue and of popular misunderstanding. Section 3. Theories of Political Money. 1. The commodity money theorists declare that government is powerless to influence value or to impart value to paper by law. There are two extreme views regarding the nature of paper money, and a third which endeavors to find the truth between these two. First is that of the commodity money theorist, or the cost of production theorist, who will not admit that there is any other basis for the value of money than the cost of the material that is in it. Money made of paper on a printing press has a cost almost negligibly small, and therefore they say it can have no value. The fact that it does circulate and is treated as if it had value is explained by the commodity theorists as follows. While the paper note is a mere promise to pay with no value in itself, it is accepted because of the hope of its redemption, just as is any private note. Depreciation in this view is due to loss of confidence. The rise toward par measures the hope of repayment. Such a view overlooks the feature in which paper money differs from ordinary credit paper. The value of one's promise to pay depends on his reputation and his resources. The resources constitute the basis of value. Bonds have value because they yield interest and are payable at a definite time in standard money. But paper money, lacking this basis for its value, has another basis in its money use, in its power to buy goods. The money demand in connection with the monopoly power of government over the money supply furnishes a satisfactory logical explanation of the value of paper money. 2. The fiat money advocates assert that government has unlimited power to maintain the value of paper money by conferring upon it the legal tender quality. The meaning of fiat is, let there be, and the fiat money advocates believe that the government has but to say, let it be money to invest paper with value. The typical fiat advocates in the United States were the greenbackers, those voters who wished to retain the paper money issued in the Civil War and to increase its amount greatly. They saw in paper money an unlimited source of income to the government. They proposed the payment of the national debt, the support of the government without taxes, and the loan of unlimited money without interest to citizens. All might live in luxury if the extreme fiat money theorists could realize their dream. There are still some survivors of this faith in the power of the government fiat. The depreciation that has taken place in every case where government notes have been issued, they declare to be due to a too mild enforcement of the law of legal tender. To them, the fact that paper money may circulate for a time at par appears a reason why it always should. They do not admit that there is a saturation point in the use of money, and that its use is still further limited by the fear of larger issues. They do not see that the ultimate basis of the value of paper money is economic, is in its money use, not in the fiat of the government. 3. A sound theory of paper money makes it a special case of monopoly value. It has been seen that the power of almost every monopoly over price is relative, not absolute. As the power of a great private corporation over the price of its product is limited, so is that of the government over the value of political money. The money use is the source of value to the paper notes. Business conditions remaining unchanged, the limit of possible issue without depreciation is the number of units in circulation before the paper money was issued, the saturation point of full weight and full value coins. Because governments generally have not stopped at that point, paper money has depreciated. Popular error and selfish interests force legislation beyond the reasonable limit. In a few cases only have there been public integrity and courage enough to retrace the steps before great harm resulted. It is principally this lack of control that prevents paper money from being a good circulating medium. It is sometimes said that government cannot affect value in any way, but it can do so in many ways. Certainly one of the most remarkable is by the use of its monopoly power over the medium of exchange, whereby it can, under certain conditions, cause a piece of paper to have the value of a piece of gold. Thereby, at the same time, it affects the interest of nearly every member of society, raising or lowering the value of many kinds of property and of many incomes. End of Chapter 46. Recording by PDyer.
Chapter 47 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert FETTER. Chapter 47. The Standard of Deferred Payments. Part 1. Function of the Standard. 1. The standard of deferred payments is the thing of value in which, by the law or by contract, the amount of a debt is expressed. A credit transaction is a lengthened exchange. One party fulfills his part of the contract, The other party promises to give an equivalent at a later date. The equivalent may be in any kind of goods. For example, in barter, one may part with a horse on the promise of a cow to be received later, or a small horse on the promise of a large one, or a flock of sheep on the promise of its return at the end of the year with a part of the increase of the flock. A simple standard in which to express the debt is the thing borrowed, as horse, sheep, wheat, house, etc. This involves the use of the renting contract. Again, the thing to which the value of debts is referred may be a thing quite different from the goods borrowed, and with the growth of the money economy and the use of the interest contract, money comes more and more to be used as the standard. The parties express the debt in terms of the standard unit established by law. 2. The importance of the standard of deferred payments increases with the use of money and with the amount of outstanding debts. Until the use of money develops, the use of credit is difficult and limited. It becomes easy when the value of all things is expressed in terms of a common circulating medium. If all business were done for cash, there would be no great interests affected when a change in the value of money occurred. Every dollar would change in value in the hands of the holder, but there the effect would cease. But the volume of outstanding debts expressed in terms of money now exceeds manyfold the total value of the circulating medium. The value of all these debts changes in the same proportion as does that of the standard unit of money. When this is cheapened, either by law or as a result of increasing supplies, a creditor to whom $1,000 are due loses the same as if he had 1,000 metal dollars locked up in a strong chest. Outstanding contract debts may be roughly divided into three classes: short-time loans running less than a year, medium time running from 1 to 5 years, long time running over 5 years. Fluctuations are rarely rapid and great enough to affect appreciably the debtors and creditors in the case of short-time loans. The results are greater in the case of long-time loans, such as national, state, and city debts, bonds of corporations, mortgages given by farmers on their land or by owners of city real estate. A multitude of interests are affected by a change in the value of money. When, as in the years 1873 to 1896, money gains in purchasing power, prices fall, receivers of fixed incomes are gainers. When, as in the years 1896 to 1903, the value of money falls, the revenues from educational and charitable endowments, the salaries of public officials, and all fixed incomes lose purchasing power. In a capitalistic age, therefore, almost every individual is affected in some way by a change in the value of money. In most cases, the change escapes recognition. People do not trace out the relation that an industrial change bears to their own interest. In a few notable cases, however, the change has been revolutionary, as in the period following the discovery of America, when the feudal dues had come to be expressed in terms of money instead of labor services. In modern times, the mass of debts being greater than ever before, such changes as those following the discovery of gold in California, or the decrease in gold production between 1873 and 1890, had the gravest economic results. 3. The best standards of deferred payments available. The precious metals, gold and silver, are still imperfect. The good that is most convenient as a standard of deferred payments is the one used as money. Gold today is constantly expressing the value of all other things. Borrowers prefer to make loans in the form of the general medium of exchange. From the usage of speaking of all things in terms of money, the false idea arises that the value of other things changes, but that the value of gold is always the same. Money is no such a fixed objective standard as a foot rule or a pound weight. The value of gold rests on the estimates made by men and is constantly changing according to the conditions. A fixed objective standard of value is not possible of attainment. The value of the precious metals is stable as compared with most things. The current new supply is comparatively regular. For generations at a time, there may be no radical changes in the output of gold and silver. For centuries, there was no change in the methods of extraction. Recent inventions, however, have considerably altered these conditions. The nature of the use of gold and silver, likewise, is such as to make the demand for them under ordinary conditions most stable. The precious metals are but slowly worn out. Only a portion of the annual output is used in the arts. There is, therefore, a large reservoir into which flows steadily a small stream. The existing stock is 20 or 30 times the annual output. Yet the value of the standard metals is never quite stable, and sometimes several influences combine, as in the last century, to affect their value greatly and suddenly. 4. Various ideals for a standard of deferred payments have been suggested, as return of equal enjoyment, of equal sacrifice, social expediency, and various standards, as labor, commodities, and the tabular standard. The ideal standard of deferred payments is one that will ensure justice between borrower and lender. Different views have been taken as to what constitutes justice in this matter. The suggestion is attractive that the sum when returned should represent the same amount of enjoyment as it did when it was borrowed. Such a standard is impossible of realization in any general way, for men's circumstances are constantly changing. To ensure even to the average man the same amount of enjoyment is only roughly possible. The same goods do not afford the same enjoyment when conditions have changed. Another suggestion is that the goods returned should represent the same sacrifice as those loaned. Here again the difficulty is in the lack of an objective standard. Whose sacrifice? That of the lender, who may be rich, or that of the borrower, who may be poor? Some have supposed the conditions of equal sacrifice were met by the labor standard, according to which the sum returned should purchase the same number of days of labor as when borrowed. But what kind of labor is to be taken? That of the lender, or that of the borrower, or that of someone else? Labor is of many different qualities, which can be exactly compared only through their objective value in terms of some one good. The ideal of equal enjoyment has been supposed to be realized by the tabular standard, which consists of a number of leading commodities in fixed proportions. The money returned is to be enough to purchase the same goods at the expiration as at the making of the loan, and thus may be a larger or smaller sum than was borrowed. While this does not, as is sometimes claimed, ensure equality of enjoyment, it averages the fluctuations of many goods and thus prevents great extremes. This standard has been favored by notable monetary authorities, but the difficulties of its practical application are prohibitive. It must be recognized that any possible concrete standard of deferred payments will sometimes work hardship to individuals. The best average results for justice and social welfare will be secured by measuring debts in goods that change least often, least rapidly, and in the least unpredictable manner. Gold thus far has proved itself worthy to serve as the standard. Part 2. International Bimetallism. 1. The fall of prices in 1873 and the following years meant a great change in the standard of deferred payments. The monetary changes following the discovery of America were due to the inflow to Europe of great quantities of silver taken by force from the native American rulers and from the rich mines. Silver at that time throughout Europe, the main standard of deferred payments, was thus greatly lowered in value. This change lightened all outstanding obligations, lowered the money rents of the peasants and the customary dues of labor wherever they had come to be expressed in money form. By the third quarter of the 19th century, gold had become in Europe and America the main standard, though silver still served as such in some countries. The output of gold in 1849 to 1857 caused the greatest money inflation that has occurred since the 16th century, favoring in a similar manner the debtor classes. The substitution of gold for silver by some countries at that time, by making a great additional market for gold, helped in some degree to check the fall in its value. The decline in the output of gold was a change of the opposite character, causing a fall of prices and increasing the burden of debts. From 1873 to 1896, there was almost constant decline of the prosperity of the agricultural classes, due in part to this money influence, but in part to influences which cannot be dwelt upon here, as they had nothing to do with the money question. There was complaint, agitation, and demand for relief on the part of many interests in France, Germany, England, and the United States. 2. Bimetallism, the use of two metals as standard monies, was the remedy proposed. Bimetallism is legally complete when both metals are admitted to the mints for free coinage at an established ratio of weight. It is halting or limping when one of the metals is not freely coined. Bimetallism may be legally authorized, but not actually working. As soon as the legal ratio varies appreciably from the market value, only one of the metals will in fact be brought to the mint. National bimetallism is confined to a single country, as that in the United States before the Civil War or in France before 1867. International bimetallism is an agreement among several nations to use two metals on the same terms, the only case in history being that of the Latin Union, which included France, Italy, Switzerland, and other countries. The discussion of international bimetallism in recent years has been on the proposal to make a much larger League of States than the Latin Union, embracing all the leading countries. 3. The main object of international bimetallism is to prevent the fluctuations of the standard of deferred payments. Commercial dealings between gold-using and silver-using countries are of great magnitude, and the use of different standards leads to many difficulties. Fluctuations in the ratio of the two metals occasion much uncertainty and loss to individual traders. The rise in the value of gold meant an increase in the burden of the public debts of silver-using countries which collect their revenues in silver, but which must pay their debts, principal and interest in gold. The theory of bimetallism is that the government can act on the value of the two metals through the principle of substitution. The metal tending to become dearer will not be coined, the other will be coined in greater quantities. The degree of influence that can thus be exerted on the value of the two metals depends on the size of the reservoir of the metal that is rising in price. When it all leaves circulation, the law on the statute book permitting it to be coined becomes a mere sounding phrase. In such a case, there is bimetallism de jure, but monometallism de facto. The greater the League of States, the greater is the likelihood that the scheme will work. The economic theory of bimetallism was recognized by a majority of economists to be abstractly sound, but the political difficulties in the way of international agreements are great, and have proved to be insurmountable. Part 3. The Free Silver Movement in America. 1. International bimetallism, despite many efforts, failed of adoption. This brief proposition sums up the history of the movement from 1878 to 1892 to form a League of States and an agreement for international bimetallism. International conferences were held and taken part in by the leading financiers of the world. France at first favored the policy, and the United States was always foremost in advocating it, while England in the main was opposed. Some of the advocates of bimetallism argued that the fall of prices was due not alone to economic forces, but also to a money conspiracy which had influenced legislation to introduce and continue the gold standard. This, of course, was strenuously denied. It is true that the commercial classes found gold the form of money most suitable to large business, and no doubt class interests entered into the question in some measure. The difficulties of the debtor class in America were peculiarly great owing to the inflated paper currency from 1862 to 1879, which had made our conditions quite abnormal. In the period of speculation following the Civil War, an enormous mass of debts had been accumulated. The hopes of thousands of tillers of the soil suffering from a fall in prices, and of the great debtor class clamoring for relief, were centered upon the success of this movement. Banking and other large business interests in general opposed it. 2. The plan of the free silver advocates was to legalize national bimetallism in the United States at a ratio between gold and silver very different from the market ratio. Gold had become, long before 1860, the real standard of our money system, and after 1873 it was the only metal admitted to free coinage. Silver, little by little, was losing purchasing power in terms of gold until from being worth in 1873 1/16th as much, ounce for ounce, it became in 1896 worth but 1/30th as much as gold. It must be recognized that the power of silver to purchase general commodities fell much less than the change in its ratio to gold would indicate, gold having risen in terms of most other goods as well as of silver. Nevertheless, the proposal to open the mints to free silver at 16:1 in the year 1896 meant a sudden and marked cheapening of money. The prime purpose was to lighten the burden of debts by making the standard of deferred payments cheaper. It was at first a debtors' movement, but to succeed it had to enlist the support of other large classes of voters, and thus by force of political necessity, but doubtless in large part naively, it developed into the more sweeping theory that wages, welfare, and prosperity call for a larger supply of money independently of the effect on debts. In its extreme form, the free silver plan was a fiat scheme, for some of its supporters believed that by the mere passage of the law, the two metals could be made to bear to each other any ratio desired. But its most intelligent and high-minded advocates, who were moved to its support by a sincere sympathy and concern for the distressed agriculturists, recognized fully that the force of the law was limited by economic conditions. The extreme opponents of the plan, ignoring the evident fact that the adoption of a metal as a standard money is one of the most essential of the market conditions, denied that government action could in any way affect the value. Most of the arguments presented on either side in the political campaign showed little evidence of a sound theory of money. The victory of the gold standard in 1896 and 1900, it would seem, was due more to the well-founded fear that a sudden change of the money standard would cause a panic than to a thorough understanding of the question. 3. The increase of the gold output has for the present checked the fall of prices. Before 1890, for a number of years, the average output of gold was shrinking till it reached a scant 100 million per year. At the same time, nations which recently had gone over to the gold standard were striving to secure large stocks for their banks and general circulation, and those great reservoirs as a result became better filled than they ever were before. After the opening of new gold-yielding territory in South Africa and in the Klondike, the annual output of gold became greater than it had ever been, being at the opening of the South African War in 1898 nearly 3 times that of 10 years earlier. The present methods of extracting gold resemble those of 50 years ago, as civilized industry resembles that of savages. Intricate machinery has taken the place of crude tools, chemical processes have been introduced, and the principal product results from the regular and certain working of deep mines rather than from the chance surface discoveries. Great masses of debris can now be reworked profitably. In many parts of the world are enormous deposits of low-grade ores, before useless, that can be worked economically by present methods. For a generation at least, the world's supply of gold is likely to continue larger than ever before in history, and prices in terms of gold will probably rise. Though no change ever seems likely or possible at the present time, the free silver advocate has been justified by events against those gold advocates who said that the amount of money has nothing to do with prices. Prices have gone up as gold has increased. The free silver advocates have gotten what they wanted through a change for which neither party can claim the credit. Yet the present situation is unsatisfactory and undeveloped. A standard better than a single metal, more stable than a single commodity, is desirable if it can be found. The money question must arise again, and in a new form before many years. The difficulty has not been finally settled, it is but postponed. End of chapter 47, read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Chapter 48 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 48 Banking and Credit. Part 1. Functions of a bank. 1. A bank is a business whose income is derived chiefly from lending its promises to pay. Banks have passed through many changes in the past 3 centuries. Originating on the street corner for exchange of money, they have evolved into great institutions of many forms and performing many functions. The definition seems paradoxical, but it expresses what in modern thought is the essential feature of a bank, the lending of its credit. A reserve of money is needed by the man of business, but for the banks each man would have to keep his reserve in his own till. Except the small sum needed for current uses, a bank can keep this reserve more economically than individuals can. It has the advantages of large production similar to those of a large factory. The process of lending credit is called deposit and discount. It grew out of the deposit of actual money for safekeeping and the loaning to borrowers by the method of discounting their notes. The term now has a somewhat different meaning, for a merchant may obtain a deposit today without putting any money in the bank. He gets the bank to discount his notes or collateral security and to enter the sum to his credit as a deposit. He becomes a depositor by borrowing, not by lending to the bank. The sum is under the borrower's control. He can check it out when he wishes, but he usually keeps a certain balance to his credit. The bank's gain is larger than ordinary interest because it gets a discount on the large sums left in its possession. The bank increases its funds also by attracting deposits from those who do not care to borrow. 2. Functions not essential to banking are ordinary money lending, money changing, exchange to distant points, safe deposit, and issue of banknotes. Banks often lend in the ordinary way, allowing borrowers to draw the money out at once, but this is not the business they prefer. Many individuals and corporations, such as endowed charities, colleges, insurance companies, lend great sums of their own money without thereby partaking in any degree of the peculiar character of banking. Money changing, the exchange of coins of different countries, is done by banks, but likewise by many other agencies not sharing the essential banking character. Foreign and domestic exchange is the issue, and cashing of drafts for money payments between distant places. Most banks are well fitted to perform this function, but some banks do not undertake it, and it is performed also by some business houses that are not banks. Safe deposit is the keeping of things to be returned in identical form, as silverware, notes, and papers. By banks in small towns, this is sometimes done freely, sometimes for a slight charge, but in large cities, safe deposit vaults are generally quite unconnected with banks. Even banknote issue is not essential to banking. Most banks in the United States issue no notes, others issue very few. All these functions may be united under one management, but the essential banking function is deposit and discount. 3. The income of banks is derived from discounts, interest on their own capital, charges for exchange and collection, rents on investments, and profit from the loan of their bank notes. The income of banks is drawn from different sources according to the size of the community and the nature of the banks. While in the villages and smaller cities they perform a number of functions, in the larger cities they usually specialize in a far greater degree. Like every other enterprise, a bank must start in business with some paid-up capital as a guarantee of credit. Further security is afforded by the limited liability of shareholders for losses in proportion to their capital stock. The same amount of money could be loaned with less trouble and more cheaply without starting a bank, but used as a banking capital, a part of it can be loaned while still serving to attract money deposits. Charges to smaller customers for exchange are a source of income to some banks, but in many cases this service is freely performed for regular customers and becomes a considerable expense. Banks make few investments in real estate or other physical property. It is in fact their duty to keep out of ordinary enterprises, but they are forced sometimes to take for unpaid debts things that have been held as security. Profits on bank notes have at times been the main, possibly the sole, motive for starting banks, but that is not the case today, when the right of issue is so strictly limited. 4. Banks are productive economic agents performing important industrial services. False ideas have long been entertained about the magic power of banks to produce wealth from nothing. To many, banks are a mystery, much like paper money. Their opponents sometimes have pictured them as vampires fattening on the blood of industry. That they have shown abuses at times is undeniable, but like other economic agents, they are to be judged by their net efficiency. The bank is a tool performing services similar to those of money. For some purposes, money is an awkward and costly agent in comparison with banks. For remitting payments from New York to San Francisco or Hong Kong, money is a medieval device. Money can more safely be entrusted to a bank than to a strong chest in one's own house. The man who refused to make use of banks in this day would isolate himself economically and would soon find himself out of any but the smallest business. He could no more get along without banks than without the post, the telegraph, or the telephone. The gathering of loanable funds by the banks makes them available at once, reduces hoarding, makes money move more rapidly, and creates a central market between borrowers and lenders for the sale of credit. While not creating more physical wealth directly, it adds to the efficiency of wealth. It oils the bearings of the industrial machine. To abolish banks would be to destroy labor-saving machinery. Banks perform incidentally a further service in developing better business methods in the community. In supplying credit to active business, banks are constantly passing judgment on the collateral security presented to them and on the solidity of the enterprises they are seeking support. They enforce promptness and exactitude in business dealings. Because in their public nature banks are very analogous to money, they have always been looked upon as properly subject to more supervision than most private business, and government has always exercised a considerable measure of control over them, sometimes for good, sometimes for evil. Part 2. Typical bank money. 1. Typical bank money consists of notes issued by banks on the credit of their general assets, without special regulation by law. As no two leading countries have quite the same system of bank notes, the subject is a difficult one. It is well to begin, therefore, with a clear conception of typical bank money unregulated by government. Such a form of note is one with which few now living in the United States have had any experience, as the present national bank notes differ in essential ways from the typical form. Typical bank notes are notes issued by banks as a means of loaning their credit. The borrower, instead of receiving a credit balance at the bank subject to check, gets notes which he hands on to other men. These notes are returned for redemption to the issuing bank as soon as anyone wishes specie in their stead. The limit of the issue of such notes is the need of the community for that form of money, and if they are promptly redeemed in gold on demand, they can never exceed that amount. A holder of a note, in the absence of special regulations, has the same claim on the bank that a depositor has. As it is to the interest of the bank to keep in circulation as many notes as possible, there is a temptation to abuse the power of note issue, to which many banks yielded in the period of so-called wildcat banking before the Civil War. 2. Banknotes are viewed by some as a form of commercial credit. Typical banknotes are not legal tender, and every one has the legal right to take or refuse them as he pleases. It is therefore said by some that banknote issue is of no special concern to the state, that it can safely be left to individual self-interest. It is said that if one has little faith in a note, he may refuse to accept it. But in reality, every one is compelled to take the money that is current. The average citizen cannot know the credit of distant banks, and thus has not the same power of judging wisely in taking banknotes that he has in making deposits in the bank of his own neighborhood. Between banknotes and ordinary promissory notes, there are other differences of a nature pretty generally recognized. Banknotes pass without endorsement, and thus depend on the credit of the bank alone, not like checks, on the credit of the person from whom received. They yield no interest to the holder. They are intended to be used as money, and are so used. Thus they come near to paper money in their nature, and the banks are near to exercising the right of coinage. 3. By others, banknotes are considered to be almost identical with government paper money. Some opponents of banknote issue declare that it is a usurpation of the prerogatives of government, and that no power but the sovereign state should issue money. While many in America today hold this view, the comparison probably is false and strained. Typical banknotes, unlike incontrovertible paper money, depend on their value on the credit of the bank, and not on their legal tender quality and on political power. They must be redeemed on penalty of insolvency. Government notes need not be, and yet will circulate at par if properly limited. While these differences mark off government paper money pretty sharply from typical bank notes, it must be noted that in many cases actual banknote issues have been far from this typical form. In the days of wildcat banking, banknotes were issued in excess and fell below par, yet the man in a Western community who dared to ask the bank to redeem the notes in specie was not only frowned on by the bank, but condemned by the public, which felt that business was endangered by such a demand. Redemption on demand would have required a reduction of the amount of money in circulation and would have caused a fall in prices. Inflation of the bank currency went on with results almost identical with those following an excessive issue of government paper money. Not formal law, but public opinion made such bank notes essentially political money. 4. The public nature of bank money has led to many forms of public regulation of their issues. Bank notes thus stand midway in their economic nature between political money and private notes, sharing something of the character of each. An extreme analogy in either direction is misleading. It is of great social importance that the circulating medium should be reliable. The least possible amount of the citizen's energy and thought should be required to decide whether the money is good or bad. Nevertheless, those opposed to state interference in industry declare that if the citizen is not left to look out for himself, the growth of stupidity will be encouraged. And they say that it is no more essential for the state to guarantee the quality of bank notes than the quality of woolen cloth or of sugar. Few, however, take so extreme a view, and it is generally held that it is a function of the state to ensure in a greater or less degree the quality of the money in circulation. The actual bank notes of the leading countries are thus of many varieties. The Canadian notes are the most nearly typical bank notes issued today. Those of Germany come next, while those of the United States have little of the typical character. The banks of the United States today. 1. The three forms of banks in the United States are private, state, and national. Anyone with a little capital may become a private banker. There are curbstone brokers in almost every town, and some of the great financial houses are private banks. But the law will not allow this to go very far. Some states will not allow a man to put up a sign announcing himself as a banker unless he complies with certain banking laws. In some states, even private banks are subjected to the same inspection as the state banks and are required to make the same reports to the state officials. State banks are those organized under special state banking laws. They are usually subject to inspection by state bank commissioners, must make regular reports, and are required to comply with certain rules as to their reserves, rates, and investments. In any case, they do not issue bank notes because the national laws now tax the notes of state banks so heavily that they are unprofitable. National banks, the largest and most important portion of our banking system, were authorized by law in 1863 during the Civil War. They are subject to stricter regulation and inspection than are other banks, and that regulation is perhaps an advantage to them, as it strengthens public confidence in their stability. Yet this regulation does not insure the depositors against loss, as some national banks fail every year. They may be organized with $25,000 capital in towns of less than 3,000 population, with $50,000 in towns of less than 6,000, with $100,000 in cities of less than 50,000, and with $200,000 in larger cities. 2. Our national bank notes have no essential mark of typical bank money. The one marked peculiarity of the national banks of the United States as compared with those of other countries is their mode of note issue. They perform all the other functions of banks, essential and unessential, and perform them well, but the issue of bank notes is optional with them, and some of them do not issue any bank notes. The legal condition to their issue is that bonds of the United States shall be purchased in the open market and deposited with the Treasurer of the United States. Until 1900, notes might be issued only to 90% of the value of the bonds deposited, but now they may be issued up to the par value of the bonds. The notes, being secured by the value of the bonds, rest on the credit of the government, not on the credit of the bank. These notes are not promptly sent back for redemption to the banks issuing them, as is done with typical bank notes. They may circulate thousands of miles away from the bank that issued them, and for years after that bank has gone out of business. They are not an elastic currency increasing or diminishing with the needs of business. The changes in their amount depend upon the chance of the banks to make more or less in this way than any other use of their capital, and this in turn depends largely on the price of bonds and on the rate of interest they bear. From 1864 to 1870, fortunes were made from this source, but in recent years there has been little opportunity of gain from note issues. Our present bank note issues are not on a logical basis and satisfy no one entirely. They are of importance neither to the bank, to which they afford little or no profit, nor to the public, for which they do a service equally well by silver certificates, greenbacks, or coins. Along with the discussion of the currency has gone, since 1896, a vigorous discussion of the banking system. The two problems are so closely related that a change in the one suggests readjustment of the other. One extreme plan is to abolish bank notes entirely and to replace them with additional issues of greenbacks. The other extreme plan is to authorize the issue of almost typical bank notes. A modification of the Canadian banking system, which has great merits, is held up for imitation. Bills have been repeatedly before Congress authorizing the maintenance of a general guarantee fund with which the notes of failed banks could be redeemed, and at the same time authorizing branch banks such as those in Canada. Public sentiment has never strongly favored this plan, however, and there is more likelihood of the passage of a bill providing for emergency notes in times of financial stress after the plan followed in Germany. That the control of banking is an important duty of government is the conclusion of the practical world. The various banking systems of the leading countries embody different plans for the one purpose of the adequate control of banking in the public interest. Government control of banknotes is felt to be of the same nature as factory inspection, that is, to be a protective measure. When public interests are at stake and private interests conflict with them, government acts to forbid one citizen from doing harm and to protect other citizens from injury. End of chapter 48. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Chapter 49 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 49. Taxation in its Relation to Value. Part 1. Purposes of Taxation. 1. Provision for the expense of organized government is the fundamental purpose of taxation. Taxation may be defined as the taking by the government of private property for public uses. This implies a certain degree of compulsion. When the national government accepts $10 million in trust for the Carnegie Institution, it is not taxation, though wealth is given for public uses. The effects of taxation pervade all industrial affairs, but they will be discussed here only in relation to the value of goods and to the distribution of incomes. By taxation, the government interferes with the individual's free choice and with the impersonal economic forces. It expends income in different ways from those which would be chosen by the individual. The primary purpose of taxation is public defense. War often has driven men into closer social relations. Public defense requires a sacrifice on the part of the family and of the individual. In family or patriarchal communities, all share a common income and combine in the common defense. But self-preservation compels such small communities to form a larger, stronger state for the common defense. Personal service in the field gives place to money taxes, permitting a more regular, continuing, and perfect organization of military forces. Next comes the need of civil government to ensure domestic tranquility. As political unity grows, the citizens need less often protection against foreign foes, and they need more often, relatively, defense against the aggressions of some of their own countrymen. The preservation of domestic order requires police, courts of justice, and other agencies. The ideal of the anarchist to do without government is nowhere realized. Everywhere there must be government to preserve peace and to protect property. Unfortunately, this need grows with the growing density of population. Crime increases when men swarm in great cities. To maintain and operate the social machinery requires ever-increasing resources. The courts which settle disputes between men and which interpret their contracts are agencies of peace, displacing physical contests. Many other public expenses tend to enlarge, as those for legislative bodies, public buildings, statistical inquiries, the printing of public documents. Government on these accounts has become in modern times an increasingly costly institution. 2. The promotion of the social and industrial welfare of society has come to be an important purpose of taxation. Some functions of government, less essential than the primary ones just mentioned, seem naturally to grow out of them. In a democratic society, popular education is one of the necessary conditions of good government, as it appears that domestic order is not possible in a democratic state without intelligent citizens. Step by step, the functions of government are widened. Some industrial functions are performed by the government in connection with the primary needs. Lighthouses are necessary to guide the navy, but they also serve to guide the merchant marine and to aid industry. The post was established as an agent of political and military government to connect the ruler with the outposts, a fact the name post indicates. But the postal service has grown in every country to be a great industrial and social agency. The consular service, beginning in the political need of keeping official representatives in foreign lands, has grown to be a great economic agency. Consuls are commercial travelers, advancing the trade interests of their countries in all quarters of the globe. These social and industrial functions have been increasing of late. As the national and local governments engage more in industry, they usually make large demands in the shape of taxation. It is along the border line between the primary and secondary purposes of taxation that the contest goes on regarding the proper function of government. If they are to stop short of the extreme socialism, where shall the line be drawn? The movement has been of late toward greater government activity. More of the wants of men are thus supplied through the agency of the state. That year by year a greater sum is taken by taxation and spent for the citizen is a fact that may be recognized without debate here. The toll road becomes a public road. The toll bridge becomes free. More is supplied by taxation for schools, for advanced research, and for technical training. In our country, great wealth was given by the Moral Act to scientific and technical schools. The state universities, against much opposition, have become in many states of the Union the dominant educational force. Moreover, taxation often is used as a means not merely of raising revenue, but of discouraging one kind of industry and encouraging another. One industry wanes or dies under increasing burdens, another waxes strong by fostering exemptions and bounties. A large share of this protective legislation is done under the guise of taxation. 3. Shifting of the limits of state action and corresponding changes in the weight of taxation are constantly affecting values and incomes. Society as a whole is made up of many groups of industry. Government is the largest of these, collecting and expending more than any individual or corporation. Government is in one aspect a consumption good. In return for its collective cost, men collectively get the enjoyment of social organization, markedly in contrast with the uncertain ties and hazards of primitive communities. But government becomes also a mode of social investment, an indirect agent, a productive enterprise. Wealth applied through it secures a greater product than is possible by individual action. Government can maintain lighthouses more economically than individuals could otherwise secure them. But when government undertakes these various tasks, the expense falls unequally on individuals and affects differently their outcomes. When free schools take the place of private schools, the law compels everyone to contribute to education. To many individuals, it is a matter of indifference whether they pay tuition or taxes, but the wealthy bachelor sometimes grumbles when forced to help in educating the day laborer's family of 12. The average result may be right, but individuals diverge from the average and thus have constantly a motive to attempt to change the limits of government action. Happily, the subject is not always viewed with selfish eyes. The ethical and patriotic thought is not, how will this affect my interests, but how will it affect the general interests? But as the question of value is always involved, men are usually found favoring or opposing a measure of taxation according as it affects their own income. Thus, taxation is inevitably an economic question. Part 2. Forms of taxation. 1. Taxes usually are a portion taken from the income arising from labor or from wealth. In rare cases, more than the net income of wealth may be taken. But the aim of taxation in general is to take only a portion of the income for public use. As economic income has many sources, it may be intercepted at many different points, and taxation may take various forms. First, private income may be appropriated by a tax on income. This is the simplest in thought, but the administrative difficulties of the income tax are great in practice. It is not easy to determine the money value of the various sources of enjoyment that come into a man's possession in the course of a year, including, as the ideal requires, the immaterial gratifications along with the material. A second form is a tax on property in proportion to value. Since the value of material wealth is the capitalization of the rentals at the prevailing rate of interest, the property tax, so far as it applies to material wealth, should take an approximately equal proportion of incomes. If it were accurately assessed, it would be in some respects better than a tax on actual rents, for it reaches the prospective or speculative rental. A third form of tax is one on consumption, or expenditure. This is but another mode of attacking income, for in the long run income is spent, not always by the individual who earned it, but by someone, and thus it is reached by a tax on expenditure. The principal consumption taxes in the United States are the tariff duties and the internal revenues of the national government. In time of war, internal revenues are extended in the United States to a multitude of articles, but usually they are limited, with minor exceptions, to liquor and tobacco. A fourth form of tax is one on selected agencies of industry. Such are business taxes, licenses, taxes on investment in business, corporation taxes, etc. These burdens are diffused and rest eventually on some income, not always exactly ascertainable. Actual tax systems combine these forms in great variety, subtracting many minute fractions from each citizen's income in ways unsuspected by him. 2. The immediate effect of a change in the form of taxation is a change in the market value of goods. If the new tax reduces the net rent on any productive agent, it reduces likewise its value, which is but the capitalization of its net rental. If taxes are taken off of factories and put upon farm rents, factories rise and farmland falls in value. The immediate change in value is much greater than the annual tax. For if $5 is to be taken permanently from the annual rent of the farm, nearly $100 is taken at once from its selling value. Taxes are reckoned by enterprisers as part of the cost of production whenever the conditions of competition and of substitution make it possible to do so. In such a case, the products rise in price, and most of the tax falls upon the consumers. In the Civil War, an increase in the tax on whiskey increased its selling price, and distillers who owned stocks on which a smaller tax had already been paid reaped profits of millions of dollars. When recently the tax on tea was increased in England, all dealers who had accumulated a stock before the law went into effect were gainers. Every change in taxation inevitably affects, either favorably or unfavorably, many interests. The chance to anticipate a change in tax laws, or to get from those in power information of a proposed change, makes speculation possible and political corruption profitable. 3. After every change in taxation, competition among bargainers goes on and a new equilibrium of prices results. The citizen who pays a tax into the public treasury is not always the one whose income is reduced in the long run. In most cases, the final and regular burden of the tax is distributed over a number of incomes. The passing on of the burden is called the shifting of the tax. The location of the final burden is called the incidence of the tax. The lawmaker cannot tell exactly where the weight will fall. The principles of value give some guidance in the inquiry, but the workings of the principle are difficult to follow. Certain it is that the new tax, both in its collection and in its expenditure, become a new influence in industry. Some occupations are more attractive, others less so. Some places are made more, others less, desirable to live in. As property thus fluctuates in value, and investment becomes more or less remunerative, the market price of corporation stocks rises and falls. The rate of adjustment varies greatly under different conditions. The inflow and the outflow of labor and capital are more or less rapid in various industries. The fact that a change in taxation is a disturbing element in price is not to be thought insignificant merely because all comes out right in the end. Every change in taxation is an element of uncertainty in business and increases the fortunes of some men at the expense of others. Hence no considerable change should be made without good reasons in its favor. The older taxes have the virtue of stability, but in many cases they have grown out of harmony with the industrial conditions. While, therefore, from time to time there is a real need of a reform in the tax system, it should not be undertaken without recognizing the many and complex interests involved. Part 3. Principles and Practice. 1. Taxation should be adjusted with reference to the general social interest. Many standards have been suggested to measure the distribution of the burden of taxation, such as benefit, equality, and ability. Each of these terms is capable of various interpretations, which have changed from time to time. The benefit derived by any citizen from most of the public services evidently cannot be measured with exactness. The standard of equality cannot be applied in any literal sense to strong and weak, to rich and poor. It is possible, however, to interpret equality with reference not to objective goods, but to the psychic sacrifice occasioned by taxation. Ability thus is of many kinds and may be differently understood. Some think ability to bear taxation is in exact proportion to the money income. Others believe that it increases at a greater rate than money income and favor, therefore, progressive taxation, that is, higher rates on the larger incomes. The conflicting interests of the classes in each period are to some degree softened by the social conscience, and taxes are adjusted according to a vaguely held ideal of the social welfare. Social expediency, more or less broadly interpreted, determines who shall be taxed and what will give the best social results. The exemptions from taxation in feudal times were great, and viewed from our standpoint were inequitable, for it was the upper classes who escaped while the peasants bore all the burdens. The landlords and nobility, who were assumed to be performing important social functions, often had outgrown their usefulness. Exemptions are granted liberally in most states today for some purposes and to some classes of citizens, to educational, religious, and charitable institutions, to the homes of priests and ministers, to homesteads purchased with pension money, etc. California, alone of all the states in the Union, continued until 1903 to tax churches and private schools. The social interest requires that taxes be both elastic and productive, so that the needs of the government shall be amply provided for. The harmonizing of these needs in the laws of taxation requires a high degree of wisdom, of foresight, and of integrity in the legislator and in the citizen. No hard and fast rule for the apportioning of taxes can be laid down. The decision must be made in each generation by social opinion, guided by the social conscience. 2. The administration of taxation should be economical, certain, and uniform. Whatever taxes are adopted, whether on property or income, whether at a proportional or a progressive rate, their justice and expediency depend largely on their administration. Principle and practice in this, as in most affairs, may go far apart. Some laws are more easily and economically executed than others. The time of collection should be as convenient as possible for the citizen, and the mode of payment should be the most simple. As to the time, method of payment, and amount, the utmost certainty is desirable. Taxation that is variable, shifting, dependent on personal whim and favoritism, is despotism. Above all, the administration of the law should be uniform and impartial. Yet this is a principle most frequently departed from in practice. The assessment of taxes has to be entrusted to men with fallible judgment, imperfect knowledge, and selfish interests. The assessor is as near a despot as any agent of popular government today. Not infrequently it is to men incapable of earning $2 a day in any private business that the power is given of passing judgment on the value of millions of dollars worth of property. Under the circumstances, evils are to be expected, and they occur. The small property owner often is crushed under the unequal assessment, while the large owner comes lightly off. Political friends are favored. Political foes are made to suffer. Woman, nearly everywhere, pays more than her fair share of taxes, a fact that the advocates of women's suffrage do not fail to urge as an argument for their cause, although women's disadvantage in this matter is little greater than that of any man without special political influence. 3. The relation of taxation to private incomes makes it one of the largest public questions of the day. The discussion of taxation has accompanied the growth of free government in England and America from the time of Magna Carta. The control of the public purse frequently was the occasion of conflict between the monarch and the people. Taxation was a leading issue in the American Revolution. While, therefore, it cannot be said that the subject has been of no great importance in the past, it is true that in our own national history, since taxation has not been much discussed, except in the one aspect of the tariff, constitutional and political questions, states' rights, and the question of slavery long absorbed the interest of citizens and legislators. But with the aroused interest of the public in economic problems, taxation is attracting, and is certain to attract in the next few years, increasing attention in local, commonwealth, and national politics. End of chapter 49. Read for you by Chiquito, Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Chapter 50 of The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito, Crasto. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 50. The General Theory of International Trade. Part 1. International trade as a case of exchange. 1. International trade is exchange between individual men and has the same object as other exchange of goods. The term international trade should not be misunderstood as meaning that nations rather than individuals engage in it. International trade differs from domestic trade only in the fact that the parties are citizens of different sovereign states. Exchanges between men in the same village, between those in neighboring villages, and between those in different countries are prompted by essentially the same economic motive, the wish to increase the want-gratifying power of goods. In every such case, both parties gain or think they are gaining. In international trade, there is the same chance for mistake as in domestic trade, but no more. In a single transaction in either domestic or foreign trade, one party may be cheated, but the continuance of trade relations is dependent on continued benefits. The once generally accepted maxim that the gain of one in trade is the loss of another is rarely applied now except to international trade. The starting point for the consideration of this subject is in this proposition: foreign trade is carried on by individuals for individual gain, with the same motives and for the same benefits as are found in other trade. 2. As commerce has grown, the territorial division of labor has correspondingly increased. Although economic motives have had influence in political affairs and have helped to determine political groupings and the limits of modern nations, there is today no very close correspondence between political and economic boundary lines. Both industrial and political conditions have changed so rapidly that the lines often have tended to diverge rather than to agree. It is common for two portions of a nation to exchange far less than do two portions of entirely different nations. The great territorial divisions of industry are determined first and mainly by differences of climate, soil, and natural resources. Thus, trade arises easily between north and south, between warm and frigid climes, between new countries and old, between regions sparsely and regions densely populated. Foreign trade with distant lands is as old as history. In medieval times, the luxuries of the temperate zone were mostly articles produced in the tropics. Political divisions usually have not been large enough to embrace widely varied soils and climates, the Roman Empire being an exception in marked contrast with the comparatively small political units of the Middle Ages. Before modern methods of transportation, a large free federal state like our republic was impossible. As in recent centuries the large political units have been formed, the question has arisen: shall the political boundary be likewise the economic boundary marking the limits of trade? The firm constitutional union of the American states arose out of the difficulties with regard to trade. The German Zollverein, the forerunner of the modern German Empire, had a similar origin. The Australian Federation, consummated within the last few years, has grown out of the need to adjusting tariffs and tariff boundaries. These larger political units, containing such varied resources, can in large measure, but never completely, become independent of the rest of the world if they will. Territorial division of trade is determined secondly by differences in the accumulation of wealth, in the development of capital, of invention, and of organization, in the degree of intelligence of the workers, and in the grade of civilization. It is mainly trade due to this second group of causes, and carried on between old and new countries of about the same latitude, that is the subject of discussion in economic treatises on international trade. 3. The doctrine of comparative costs is that relative, not absolute, advantages of production determine for a country the benefits of international trade. The free trade question in any country is whether it is for its interests as a whole to permit trade between its citizens and the citizens of other countries. The question appears especially difficult where both countries have natural resources of about the same character, as iron and coal in the case of England and America, and where, therefore, both can produce the things that are exchanged. If American labor can produce as much iron in a day as English labor, or more, is it not foolish and wasteful, it is asked, not to produce that wealth? Now, exactly the same case is presented in simple neighborhood exchanges. The merchant may be able to keep his books better than does the bookkeeper whom he employs. The proprietor may be able to sweep out the store better than the cheap boy does it. The carpenter may be able to raise better vegetables than can the gardener from whom he purchases, and yet the merchant and the carpenter do not quit their better paying work and turn to clerking or to raising vegetables. It often happens that both countries can technically produce both the articles that are internationally exchanged. It may frequently happen that one of the two countries has an advantage in amount of sacrifice and effort as to both articles, but if the advantage is greater in one article than in the other, the foreigners, like the low-paid clerk, will be willing to exchange at a ratio that will make it profitable to specialize in the product wherein the greater superiority lies. Therefore, not the advantage as to a single product enjoyed by one country over the other is most important in determining whether to produce at home or to exchange, but the comparative advantages enjoyed in the production of the two articles in question. It must be remembered that comparative cost as here used refers to cost in effort, not to money cost, a point on which there is often confusion. The money cost of a certain product is often greater in a new country because wages are high, and wages are high just because psychic cost is low, because labor can produce so much. At the time of the greater gold discoveries in 1849 to 1850, the price of goods in California was much higher than in the East and much higher in Australia than in Europe. A day's labor doubtless would produce as much food in Australia and in California as in New England and in Norway, but it produced far more gold. Hence, butter and cheese were shipped by long routes from Norway to Australia and from New England around Cape Horn to California to be exchanged for gold. One of the standing arguments against foreign trade is based on the idea that a country cannot profitably import goods unless it is at an absolute disadvantage in their production. It is declared that as our country can produce these goods as well as foreign countries, meaning with as few days' labor, there is a loss on every unit imported. 4. The equation of international exchange is that adjustment of prices which results in the equalizing of the imports and exports of the country. The superiority of a new country over an old one is not equally great in every line of industry. It is almost certainly most marked in those enterprises where natural resources are employed. To compete with the older country in less favored industries, capital and labor in the new are forced to take a lower rate than they can earn in the more favored. Without any government supervision, therefore, but simply through the choice of enterprisers seeking the best investment of capital, industries are developed in which the country is either most markedly superior or least inferior to its neighbors. If the productive energies of men interchanged between industries and between countries with perfect readiness, a perfect equilibrium of advantage would everywhere result. In every country, in every occupation, labor and capital of given quality and amount would receive the same reward. But the interchange of labor and capital between countries is never without friction. Adam Smith said that a man is of all sorts of luggage the most difficult to be transported. The higher wages in a new country are sufficient to attract constantly from the older lands a portion of their labor supply. The higher rate of interest in the new countries attracts constant additions of capital. Yet, despite these forces working toward equalization, the inequality may remain and through the working of other influences even increase in the course of years. The laborers, enterprisers, and investors in the one country are thus in a position of more or less enduring advantage relative to those of the other countries. The advantage is sometimes said to be a monopoly, which they or the country as a whole enjoy, but in the absence of any contractual limiting of competition, there is a misuse of the term monopoly. This variation in the degree of scarcity of agents in different territories is not peculiar to nations as a whole. Differences of the same nature exist between the northern and the southern states of the American Union, have continued for decades between eastern and western states, and are found even between neighboring counties. The differences between two countries, however, are likely to be more marked, the circulation of factors being so active within a country that it is allowable to speak broadly of prevailing national rates of wages and interest. Every exchange of goods between the countries is made at a ratio that reflects or expresses this abiding difference in comparative costs. The imports into the favored country represent regularly the results of more units of labor of a given grade than do the corresponding exports. The ratio which expresses the disparity of advantage of productive factors is called the equation of international demand. This does not mean that the money value of the imports exceeds that of the exports, or vice versa. On the contrary, the equation itself embodies a maxim of international trade that in the long run, or on the average, imports and exports must be equal in value, that is, the equation of demand. This brings us to the theory of foreign exchanges, which is essential to an understanding of this feature of international trade. Part 2. Theory of foreign exchanges of money. 1. Foreign exchange of money is the purchase and sale of the right to receive a given kind and weight of metal at a specified time and place. Par of exchange is the number of units of the standard coin of one country that contain the same amount of fine gold or silver as the standard coin of the other country. Usually, the English pound is taken as the basis in the tables which express the ratio of the gold in the standard coins of different countries. The gold shipping point is par of exchange plus or minus the cost of moving the actual metal. It varies with means of transportation and communication. The par of exchange between England and America being $4.866 and the cost of expressing and insuring a gold pound between New York and London being approximately $0.03, the shipping point for the export of gold from New York is $4.896. At the upper and lower limits, there is a motive for shipping gold as a commodity. If each transaction were independent of all others, the cost of exchange would be the weight of metal called for, plus grains enough more to pay for loss of interest, cost of freight, risk, and trouble. In such a case, it would cost $4.896 to remit 1 pound, while a debt of 1 pound payable in London would at the same time be worth $4.836 to the creditor in New York. When in New York, a number of men having bills to pay in London meet a number of owners of bills receivable in London, a market for London drafts is created and a rate of exchange results somewhere between the shipping points. In this is the explanation of the variation of the rate and of the facts that the cost of outward exchange sometimes is less than the par of exchange and that the value of foreign drafts sometimes is above par. The balancing of foreign exchanges is of essentially the same nature as a domestic cancellation of indebtedness. It is going on constantly between two merchants in the same town, between two banks in the same town who represent groups of merchants, between men in neighboring towns, between distant states like New York and California, and between the trading nations of the world. The price of exchange to the individual is reduced by the specializing of the business in the hands of a few dealers, permitting cancellation of indebtedness or offsetting of exchange, and greatly reducing the amount of bullion to be transported. Exchange varies above and below par as conditions change. When the movement of money is into the country, drafts on London are bought and sold for less than par, for every pound draft thus remitted to London reduces the need of shipping gold to this country, while every London draft collected in New York at such a time increases the need to ship gold. 2. International shipment of money is always just the amount needed to balance the accounts due. The proposition that in the long run the value of imports must equal the value of exports, while the fundamental truth in the theory of international trade must be understood in a broad sense. Into the balance between the traders of two nations enter many items: the cash values of the imports and exports of each, freights, insurance premiums and commissions, the expense of Americans traveling in foreign lands, and the cost of the foreign service of this government, such as the salaries of consuls and of diplomatic representatives, which count as the importation to America of an equivalent amount of food, clothing, and sundry services, subsidies and war indemnities to foreign nations representing, as they do, an expenditure which at the moment may be paid in coin, but which, as is to be more fully explained, must be offset ultimately in some way by exports. Many credit transactions affect the balance one way or another until settled. The loans made by European capital to the American government or to individuals and corporations in America, as well as the European capital expended in purchasing American enterprises, require the remitting of gold to New York, and thus offset many imports of goods to New York, otherwise calling for the remitting of gold to London. In the direction opposite to this, act the interest payments and the eventual repayment of the principal loan, for these require either money or goods to be exported from America to the value of the obligations. Loans that run for years thus offset annually, in their accruing interest, a portion of the exports of the debtor country. An excess of exports may therefore at any given moment indicate either that the country is in debt or that it is getting out of debt. An excess of exports is generally looked upon as an evidence of national prosperity, but it is absolutely inconclusive on the point. Finally, all the items of imports and credit paper purchased abroad are set opposite the items of exports and promissory papers sold abroad. The balance is paid in gold bullion and is shipped one way or the other. Evidently, the amount of gold shipped is but a small fraction of the total volume of transactions. Industrial indebtedness is represented in various forms: bill of lading for goods shipped, drafts made by the creditor on his debtor for goods shipped or property sold, checks or letters of credit of travelers, bonds and notes public and private. These are the objects dealt in by the bankers who are the agents to carry on the work of exchange. 3. The territorial distribution of money is both a determined and a determining factor in international trade. It appears to be determined in that the balance of all accounts for or against the country must be settled eventually in money. After any such a settlement, one country has less, the other more money than before. The change in the amount of money at once reacts on prices and becomes a determining factor in international trade. The flow of money out of a country causes money to tighten, interest rates on short loans in the large cities to stiffen, and prices slightly to fall. When prices fall, imports decline, as the country is not so good a place to sell in. When prices rise, imports increase, as it is a better place to sell in. As the opposite effect is produced on exports, there occurs immediately a change in the quantity of money, which continues until the national credits and debits balance and for a brief time remain in equilibrium. If the change of a country with its neighbors continued long to give a balance of imports of goods and of debit items exclusive of money, it would ultimately be drained of all its coin, and would default payment or cease to import. If the trade constantly gave a balance of exports and credit items, money would continue to flow in until prices rose to unexampled heights. In fact, no such extreme is even remotely approached, for a slight movement of money in either direction at once influences prices and sets in motion counteracting forces. Decade after decade, the circulating medium of leading countries changes only slightly in amount, and the fluctuations during periods of so-called favorable balance of trade and of unfavorable balance of trade represent only the smallest fraction of the value of goods passing through the ports of the country. Part 3. Real benefits of foreign trade. 1. The direct advantages of foreign trade consist in the increased efficiency it imports to productive forces. In explanation of the advantage of foreign trade, it is said to be a vent for surplus production and to give a wider market to what would otherwise go to waste. This involves the same fallacy as the lump of labor, the destruction of machinery, and the praise of luxury. If backward nations now give a vent for products which would otherwise rot in the warehouses, at length a time will come when the world will have an enormous surplus unless neighboring planets can be successively annexed. Again, it is said that the great purpose of foreign trade is to keep exports in excess of imports so that the money may constantly increase in amount. The ideal of such theorists is an impossible condition where the country would constantly sell and never buy. In the commercial view, the sole object of foreign trade is to afford a profit to the merchants regardless of the welfare of the mass of the citizens. The main advantage of foreign trade is the same as that of any other exchange. It is hardly necessary to review the explanation here. The increased efficiency of labor, when it is applied in the way for which each country is best fitted, the liberation of productive forces for the best uses, the development of special branches of industry with increasing returns, the larger scale production with resulting greater use of machinery and with increased chance of invention, the destruction of local monopolies. The moral and intellectual gain of foreign commerce were formerly much emphasized. Commerce is an agent of progress. It stimulates the arts and sciences. It creates bonds of common interest. It gives an understanding of foreign peoples and an appreciation of their merits. It raises a commercial and moral barrier to war, and it furthers the ideal of a world federation, the brotherhood of man. 2. Free foreign trade thus has in its favor the presumption of advantage to the citizens, but various interests may be adversely affected. The general attitude of economic students for a century and a half has been favorable to a large measure of freedom in foreign trade. But the actual practice of nations is opposed to the principles laid down by the philosophers and accepted by nearly all serious students of the question. Germany adopted very restrictive measures under Bismarck in 1879, and by a recent law has discouraged trade still further. France, Italy, and other smaller nations of Europe have strong protective tariffs. The United States has followed a restrictive policy for the last century almost unvaryingly. The explanation of this contradiction is not entirely simple. Free trade is not the most desirable thing for everyone. Great interests are affected by foreign trade, and certain of these interests are able to dominate legislation. The general proposition of free trade between nations, as advocated by most economists since Adam Smith, is rejected by a majority of the people, by the politicians, and by the legislators. End of chapter 50. Read for you by Chiquito, Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Chapter 51 of The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito, Crasto. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert FETTER. Chapter 51. The Protective Tariff. Part 1. The Nature and Claims of Protection. 1. A protective tariff is a schedule of import duties so arranged as to give appreciably more favorable conditions to some domestic industries than they would enjoy with free trade. Tariff duties were first laid to get revenues for the government. The first effect of the tariff is the same as that of any tax that enters as a new factor into enterpriser's cost. The domestic price of the taxed article tends to rise. Other results then follow. If the article cannot be produced within the country, as oranges, spices, and coffee in England, Norway, and Sweden, its consumption is reduced. The lessening of demand may affect somewhat the price in the producing country and may compel the foreign producers to sell each unit for less than before. As such a tariff does not increase home production, it is for revenue, not for protection. But if the article can be produced in the importing country at the new price, home industries will start. If the whole demand at home is thus supplied, imports stop and therewith stop all revenues to the government from that source. This is a prohibitive or completely protective tariff. Most tariffs combine the characters both of revenue and protective measures. Where the freight charges are low, along the coast and on the main lines of transportation, some imports take place, while farther inland, where freight charges are high, some home production of the same goods takes place. A tariff that reduces imports but does not cut them off entirely is either a revenue tariff with incidental protection or a protective tariff with incidental revenue. The difference is partly one of legislative intention, partly one of degree only. 2. The tariff question has been the most discussed of economic questions in American politics. The tariff bill passed by the first session of Congress in 1789 was primarily a revenue measure with rates averaging only about 5%. But incidentally, it was protective, as most tariffs are, being laid on imports of iron and cloth, the production of which has been undertaken to some extent before, but which thus were further encouraged. Between 1808 and 1812, the United States and England were in constant disagreement, and our government repeatedly laid an embargo on British commerce, closing our ports to British ships and British ports to our ships. The war from 1812 to 1815 almost annihilated American trade on the ocean. Added to this discouragement of foreign trade was the high tariff imposed in the vain effort to get revenue from greatly decreased imports. Altogether, these causes almost completely stopped importation and forced the American people to rely on their own effort for such goods. Some industries having been stimulated in a high degree, their destruction was threatened by the repeal of the high war tariffs. Many investments and interests were at stake, and the tariff became a most important question. The first period of real discussion of the protective policy was between 1816 and 1846. The result of the first 12 years was an increase of the tariff rates which, in 1828, reached a high point. By the Compromise of 1832, the rates were reduced by steps till 1841. Again, from 1842 to 1846 was a brief period of higher duties, followed by a policy which, relatively speaking, was one for revenue from 1846 to 1860. Again, in the Civil War, 1861 to 1865, the rates were steadily increased without much discussion, the tariff not being the leading question at a time when the prosecution of the war was absorbing nearly all attention. The latest period of discussion was from 1874 to 1892. In the Tilden and Hayes campaign of 1876, the tariff was made the leading issue, and the advocates of a lower tariff were very nearly successful. In 1880, protection again triumphed in the election of Garfield. In the election of Cleveland in 1884, the issue of tariff reform had some part, but no effective legislation on the subject was enacted in the next 4 years. In 1888, Cleveland was defeated in a campaign fought mainly on the tariff issue, and Harrison was elected as a pronounced protectionist. In 1892, Cleveland was re-elected on the issue of tariff reform. From that time, however, there has been a lull in the discussion of the tariff question. The campaign of 1892 was the last presidential election in which the tariff was a dominant issue. Since 1896, the money question and imperialism have quite crowded the tariff issue off the stage. 3. A leading argument in favor of a protective tariff is that by encouraging an excess of exports, it maintains a favorable balance of trade. This notion of the favorable balance of trade appears in several forms. One of these, already discussed in connection with foreign exchanges, is that the exports of a country in the form of merchandise must exceed the imports if the country is to prosper. The ideal cherished is to keep more merchandise constantly flowing out of the country than comes in. An interesting commentary on this delusion is the fact that this is the usual situation in poor debtor countries having constant interest payments to meet, while the opposite of the ideal is the situation in richer creditor countries. England for many years, in the period of her greatest prosperity, has had a constant excess of imports, these being goods to the value of the interest payments due to Englishmen from investments abroad. 4. Another argument is that the protective tariff keeps money at home, which, if trade is free, will be sent abroad to buy foreign goods, thus impoverishing the country. This is the favorable balance of trade argument, with the emphasis on money rather than on goods. A superficial glance at the trade relations of an old and rich country with a new province seems to give evidence for such a belief. The older country is lending capital, which it sends to the debtor country in the form of goods, and it has at the same time a larger supply of money. These two facts, the lack of money and the poverty of the newer country, are looked upon by the protectionist as due to the importation of goods. The real cause of the imports to the newer country and of its scanty money supply, it need hardly be said, is its comparative poverty. Europe and the United States, in their trade with China and South America, do not get gold in exchange, but merchandise of various sorts. It is true that in the trade of England and New York, with great gold-producing districts such as California, South Africa, and Alaska, gold is received in return for merchandise, for to these districts gold is merchandise, and its export does not drain them of their supply. The richer states in the Union do not drain the poorer states of money. A few years ago, the states of Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, and her neighbors were filled with resentment against the money lenders of the eastern states. There was a widespread belief that hard times were due to an insufficient currency. Attempted action took the form of the greenback and free silver movements, which were defeated by the opposition of the East, but there can be little doubt that if the federal constitution had not forbidden it, the discontented states would have established a protective tariff to keep their money at home. Few advocates of protective tariffs are ready to admit that the money supply of the country is dependent on the general wealth of the country and on the methods of doing business rather than on a protective tariff. 5. It is said that the tariff keeps two profits at home, foreign trade gives but one. The word profits is here used in the popular sense of gain from a single transaction. This argument becomes somewhat confused, for certainly in the admission that there are two profits in a trade, the notion that one man's gain is another's loss is rejected. Both parties are said to profit, and both profits are thought to be secured at home when two citizens are forced to trade with each other. There is an error in elementary arithmetic here, both as to the number and as to the aggregate amount of profits. The purpose of a protective tariff is to compel two of the citizens of a country to trade with each other instead of trading with two citizens of a foreign state. The number of profits is therefore not increased by substituting domestic for foreign trade. What then as to the size and aggregate amount of the profits? The margin of advantage is not the same on all exchanges. The exchange is made if there is a margin to both parties, no matter how small it is. But the generous profit on one transaction, where the conditions of the two parties are very different, may be greater than the total of petty margins on a dozen exchanges between two traders of evenly matched powers. Can it safely be assumed that every trade with a foreigner is less advantageous than one with a fellow citizen? Diamond cuts diamond, but two shrewd Yankees left to themselves surely should not be worsted in bargains with the universe. If they could exchange to better advantage with each other, They probably would discover it as soon as the interested manufacturers and political orators who can prove so eloquently that they know the other man's business better than he knows it himself. Forcing the home trade is doubtless to the advantage of one citizen, but it is not likely to the advantage of both citizens. 6. The most effective popular argument for protection is that it raises or maintains the general scale of wages in the country. This argument is twofold. First, when wages are low in a country, it is claimed that a tariff is needed to raise them. And secondly, when wages are high, it is argued that a tariff alone can preserve them. In Germany, the fear is of the higher paid and more efficient labor of England. In America, where wages at all times have been higher than in England, it was first argued that because of the greater cost of production due to high wages, the tariff was needed to start certain industries. But after the tariff had long been established and the old argument had been forgotten, it was said that the tariff was the cause of the high wages and must be maintained to protect against the so-called pauper labor of the older countries. That wages generally are higher in new countries and where a tariff prevails is always claimed to be one of the chief fruits of a protective policy. The cause of the high wages in America appears to be the productive efficiency of industry under existing conditions. Labor is surrounded here with advantages in the forms of rich natural resources and of mechanical appliances such as never before were combined. Because of the scarcity of workers in particular protected industries, wages may be higher in them than in some other industries, but such workers form a small fraction of the population. The claim that the general scale of wages in all occupations is raised by the tariff protecting this fraction is no less invalid than the sweeping claims in favor of trade unions. Part 2. The reasonable measure of justification of protection. 1. For military and political reasons, an otherwise uneconomic tariff may be justified. It usually is admitted by the believers in free trade that in the interest of diplomacy, to secure proper concessions, tariffs may sometimes be levied. Even in England, where protective arguments long have had little acceptance, Mr. Chamberlain, with his eye on a tariff union, an imperial federation of England and her colonies, has been advocating this policy. In such a case, there is no pretense that the justification of the tariff is its immediate economic advantages. It is an expenditure for ultimate gain. By the same argument, a protective tariff is upheld as a means of defense, to encourage the building of ships, arsenals, and factories for munitions. It is always questionable whether an outright expenditure would not be better, whether the government cannot build its own arsenals, shipyards, etc., more cheaply than it can foster private enterprise by means of a tariff. 2. Protection may be defended as encouraging infant industries and thus diversifying the industries of the country. Most free trade writers concede a limited validity to this argument. If the natural resources of a land are adapted to an industry, it may be called into being early by a fostering protective tariff. This is merely anticipating and hastening the natural order of progress. In the American colonies, the manufactures of iron, cloth, hats, ships, and furniture sprang up not only without protection, but despite numerous harassing trade restrictions made in the interest of the English merchants, and they continued in some cases despite their absolute prohibition by Parliament. Can it be doubted that many of these industries would have developed and flourished in America under no other fostering influences than those of rich resources and of economy in freights? The growth of industries in the Middle West in the last 25 years has been phenomenal. The discovery of natural gas and the presence of abundant coal, ore, and timber have enabled them to develop without protection against the Eastern states. Industries capable of eventual self-support must in most cases naturally appear in due time. Economic forces will bring them out. It is a tried but valid remark that protective tariffs are often like hothouse culture, anticipating the season by a few weeks and at great cost. The question is whether the mere possession of the hothouse is a luxury worth the price, if meantime the products can be gotten more cheaply by exchange. English manufactures flourished because they were well established, had excellent coal supplies, great stores of iron ore, and low-paid labor which did not have the opportunity of better alternatives, as did the American workmen. If America had imported more, it would not have been all of her iron and coal. The English mines would have been exhausted earlier, and America's advantage surely would have asserted itself in time. Her iron manufactures undoubtedly were hastened. They cannot truly be said to have been created by the protective tariff. Industries are forced into an earlier diversification by tariffs. The peculiar advantages of a new country attract labor and enterprise into a few lines. Is it an evil? Contrast Iowa, Dakota, and Minnesota, or Kansas, if you please, with New York and Pennsylvania. Is it so certain that a dense population congested in cities and crowded in factories and mines is a more ideal social aggregation than is a community of prosperous farmers? The smoky industrialism fostered by protection often puts a premium on a low grade of immigrant and keeps him an alien to the American spirit. It would be surprising if Americanism on the western plains were not as good as in the eastern cities. But infant industry argument appeals strongly to the enterprise and the speculative spirit of Americans who like to do all things rapidly and on a large scale. Every village aspires to be a great industrial center. Americans are impatient of the suggestion that things will come in time. They like things to come at once. 3. The tariff develops a home market for the products of agriculture. It has been especially hard to reconcile the farmers in America to the tariff. While in England the protection that existed before 1846 was almost entirely for the benefit of the landholding interests, the tariff in America has been peculiarly favorable to manufacturers. The home market argument is the protectionist appeal that has proved most effective with the American farmers. This argument, which takes on several aspects, is akin to the two profits argument when it declares that the shipping of food to Europe and the importing of manufactures involves a great cost for freight which could be saved by manufacturing at home. Of course, the farmer is supposed to pay this cost, although there is nothing in the argument to show that it is not all paid by the Europeans, either the manufacturer or the food consumer. Home trade saves the freights for the farmer only in case he can buy goods under a tariff with less of his own labor and products than under free trade. The payment of freight charges is true economy when the goods can be bought at a distance on more favorable terms than near home. The freight argument proves too much, for it condemns every exchange within the country of goods produced a stone throws away from the consumer. Again, the home market argument dwells on the greater steadiness of domestic trade. War or political changes, it is said, may change the demand for products. This is true, but no other changes have affected American agriculture so radically as the peaceful development of domestic transportation and the opening of the West. The home market argument is strongest when addressed not to all farmers, but to one class of farmers, those whose lands are situated near the manufacturing cities. The higher value taken on by land as it is converted from the extensive cultivation of corn and wheat to dairying, fruit, and market gardening is pointed to as a benefit of protection. The decaying agriculture and deserted farms throughout the great industrial states during the past 25 years are pathetic evidence that this benefit has failed to come to the average farmer just where it should be most expected. There is, however, a partial validity in the argument as applied to a comparatively small number of farmers who gain as landholders, not as tillers of the soil. 4. The tariff may keep some of the natural resources of a new country from becoming quickly exhausted. The export of food takes out of the soil and out of the country fertile qualities never to be returned. The shipment of several $100 million of food products year after year represents a tremendous drain from the soil of the United States. The assumption, however, that the use of the food in this country would preserve the fertility of our own fields has been in the main mistaken. The fertile material in the food shipped for human consumption 5 miles away from the field is almost absolutely lost. Engineering skill has as yet succeeded in saving hardly a fraction of the fertile organic matter that flows into the sewers, that is dumped into river and ocean, and that is buried in heaps at the borders of our cities. On the other hand, the increased use of iron, coal, and timber, as a result of encouraging manufacturers, has very effectually aided in exhausting the natural resources of the country. 5. A new country has a limited potential monopoly in certain kinds of products. A tariff may make it effective. The opening up of a new country with rich natural resources may be a great gain to the average consumer in the older countries, although it causes a loss to a special class of landowners. Whether the citizens of the older or of the newer country shall reap the greater benefit in the trade depends on the reciprocal demand for the two classes of goods, as was seen in discussing the equation of international demand. A wide margin of advantage may go to one party and a narrow margin to the citizen of the more favored land. To put it concretely, if America, having great natural resources for agriculture, continues to exchange food for manufactures up to the narrowest margin of advantage, England reaps most of the benefits of the trade. An American tariff on manufactures from England will, under such conditions, check the demand for English products and compel some Americans to leave farming. This reduction of the American supply of wheat or corn and of the American demand for English manufactures compels a new ratio of exchange. It is conceivable that exchanging fewer goods at a larger margin of advantage will give a larger total of gain to the favored nation. Thus, by the shifting of the ratio of exchange, foreigners may be compelled to pay a part of the tariff to enjoy the favored market. This is but a special case of the monopoly principle. The government by law artificially limits the supply of goods offered by its citizens. This argument is somewhat subtle, but probably is the soundest one in the theory of protection. The supposed conditions seldom occur, but they may exist, and probably have existed in America. When the great system of internal transportation was developed in the United States before that of the other new countries, this country had such peculiar advantages for the production of food that the quantity was enormously increased and the prices fell. At such a time, the tariff may work toward retarding the unfavorable turn in the ratio of exchange and toward re-establishing early a more favorable ratio. But the limited application of the principle must be recognized. The potential competition of undeveloped countries on all sides, seeking to develop their resources, to raise their own food, and to profit by the higher prices in the world market caused by the tariff, threatened the peculiar advantages of the favored land. A great nation with its manifold interests is not eminently fitted to practice the gentle art of monopoly. Part 3. Values as affected by protection. 1. An increase of the tariff is favorable to many capitalists and to many owners of natural resources. A denial of large general advantages in protection is not the denial of all its influence on value. On the contrary, it cannot be too strongly emphasized that manifold interests are affected by the tariff. Owners of natural mineral resources are among the first to benefit. When the price of iron is low, many iron and coal mines may yield no rent and have small prospective values. A tariff forcing home production opens the marginal resources and gives them a large capital value. Factory sites in surrounding lands leap from the level of rural prices to that of city real estate. The owners of farms situated near the new industries have a home market and get scarcity prices, as they alone can supply the needed fresh vegetables and dairy products. Wealth less favorably situated, however, is in many cases depressed in value because its products exchange for smaller amounts of other products. 2. A tariff is immediately favorable to some enterprises and to special classes of workmen. Enterprisers already acquainted with and engaged in a business always may hope to gain by the higher prices immediately following a rise in the tariff rates on their particular products. Though they are granted no enduring monopoly by the protection, they for the time enjoy the advantage of being on the ground and reap the first fruits of the favoring conditions. The enterpriser usually profits when the price of his product suddenly rises. Usually skilled workmen are affected slowly by competition when there is any considerable increase of their special industry. The burden of higher prices is very soon distributed to a number of less favored citizens. A part of it may be borne by the retail merchant, a part by his customers. The weight falling on each is usually small, often unsuspected, always hard to measure. The increased benefit is concentrated in a few industries and accrues to a comparatively few producers. Here is a recipe for riches. Get everybody to give you a penny, they'll not miss it, and it will mean a great deal to you. Something like this happens in the case of many protected industries. Every consumer of the article pays a penny more, a few wage earners gain, and a few enterprisers wax wealthy. 3. A sudden reduction of the tariff causes local crises and may bring on a general crisis. The repeal of the tariff works in a direction the reverse of its enactment. The benefits of the lower prices are diffused. The immediate injury is concentrated and acute. Factories are closed, capital is depreciated, labor is thrown out of employment. The organic nature of local industry causes the evil to be felt by many classes. Merchants, professional men, servants, and skilled laborers that are tributary to the depressed industry suffer. The effects are transmitted to commercial and financial centers, and credit is shaken. The readjustment of industry is slow, and much capital is lost in the process. It is rarely appreciated how great is the tactical advantage enjoyed in political contests by the advocates of a high tariff. They can so easily impress the popular judgment with the evident fruits of their own policy, and with the immediate dangers of the policy of their opponents. The low tariff advocates in America undoubtedly have made the mistake of underestimating or of quite overlooking these immediate effects. They have been too abstractly doctrinaire and have argued too absolutely for the merits of free trade. They have opposed one extreme system by another, with no thought of the inexpediency and injustice of sweeping changes. There is a strong feeling among businessmen that any tariff, be it high or low, is better than a shifting policy. Despite the great preponderance of domestic production over foreign trade, it is perhaps too much to say that the tariff is unimportant in our present conditions. It can, however, be said that the tariff agitation has taught that radical changes, especially sudden and large reductions, are fraught with evils, and that business can adjust itself in large measure to any settled conditions. The future of the tariff discussion in America is hard to prophesy. The infant industry argument now is of little force. With the widening of our international relations are growing interests favorable to reciprocity or to other freer trade relations. End of chapter 51. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Chapter 52 of The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 52. Other Protective Social and Labor Legislation. Part 1. Social Legislation. 1. Under modern conditions, many laws restricting free competition are required to secure the health and convenience of the citizens. The rapid growth of city populations has brought new social and economic problems. The friction in social relations is greater when men are crowded together. In 1790, 3% only of our population lived in cities of over 8,000. Today the percentage is 33. Then the city dwellers numbered 131,000. Now they number 25 millions. Then there were but 6 cities of 8,000 or over. Now there are 545. Then the largest city, Philadelphia, numbered 50,000 persons. Today the largest city, New York, numbers 3 millions. Many laws are survivals suited only to the older rural conditions. In London, these problems were first forced into prominence, and a law passed after the Great Fire of 1665 to regulate the rebuilding of houses, streets, sidewalks, and sewers foreshadowed alike the American law of special assessments and the modern tenement house legislation. A mass of laws, wise and foolish, has resulted from the attempt to meet the new conditions. The laws of nuisance and of sanitation have been rapidly changing. Why not leave such subjects to individuals? It is for the interest of every one that his backyard should not be a place of noisome smells and disagreeable sights. But men are at times strangely obstinate, selfish, and neglectful, and through one man's fault a whole community may suffer. The refusal of one man to put a sewer in front of his house would block the improvement of a whole street. The obstinacy of one may bring an epidemic upon an entire city. There must be a plan, and by law the will of the majority must be imposed upon the unsocial few. When voluntary cooperation fails, compulsory cooperation often is necessary. Thus, health laws, tax laws, and improvement laws regulate many of the acts of citizens, limit the use of property, and compel men to a course against their own wishes and judgments. The justification for these limitations on the right of private property, on free choice of the individual, on free competition, must be found in the social result secured. 2. Tenement house legislation is an important recent expression of this social protective policy. As city population grows denser, land increases in value, and the evils of bad housing threaten the welfare of the great majority of city dwellers. Light, sun, air are shut out, and cleanliness, decency, and home life are made impossible. Two policies are open to the public. It may be left to private enterprise to solve the problem. If the tenant agrees to rent a disease-breeding house, he is the first to suffer. The interest of investors, it is said, will supply as good a house as each tenant can pay for. The other policy now adopted is to set a minimum standard of sanitation and comfort to which all builders and owners must attain. Property owners are no longer left free to determine plans, height of building, proportion of lot built on, lighting, materials, and workmanship. Complying with the legal requirements, they are left quite free to collect whatever rent they can get. Such legislation is partly in the interest of the body of landowners as against the selfish desires of some individuals. One bad building may bring down the rent of all on the street. Partly, however, the regulation is in the interest of the tenants and of society as a whole, and against that of the landlord. The rents from slum property are threatened, hence the strong opposition always manifested against tenement house legislation by some landlords, architects, and contractors who fight it bitterly as an interference with their interests and as a confiscation of their property. It is not quite certain how marked will be the effect of this policy in making the rents too high for the poorer tenants and driving them into the country. But this result, predicted by the enemies of the policy, is not so undesirable, and the enlightened sentiment of the public today favors all efforts to destroy the breeding places of disease, misery, and crime. 3. Laws forbid adulteration of products for domestic use and provide for public inspection. English laws of the Middle Ages forbade false measures and the sale of defective goods, and provided for the inspection of markets in the cities. Recent legislation in many lands has developed much further the policy of ensuring the purity or the safety of articles consumed in the home. The oleomargarine law passed by Congress was, however, designed as protective legislation in the interest of the farmer. Usually, the self-interest of the purchaser is the best safeguard for the quality of goods, but personal inspection by each buyer frequently is difficult and time-consuming, requiring special and unusual knowledge of the products and special costly testing apparatus. The state undertakes, therefore, to set a minimum standard of quality and to apply it by the economical method of social cooperation. This policy extends only to staple products and to a comparatively few articles. It would be impossible as well as unwise to apply it to art products except to protect the morality of the community. This inspection sometimes raises the price, but the evils are small compared with the convenience and the benefits resulting to the citizen. He is assured that the articles he buys is of standard quality, and if he wishes a cheaper quality, there is no law to prevent his adulterating it for his own use. 4. Other kinds of social amelioration undertaken by the state through free compulsory education, charity, and temperance legislation are likewise interferences with competition and freedom of contract. Many of these are so customary that they are not thought of in this light. Schools are productive enterprises, education is industry, and the supply of this service is always in large measure undertaken by private enterprise and could be left entirely to it. But free elementary education is the established policy and is no longer debatable in America and France. In England, the policy is still debated, much as is that of public ownership of trolley lines in America. One by one, the states are passing compulsory education laws and thus interfering still further with the freedom of the individual. The affection of parents can in most cases be trusted to provide for the education of children, but when family affection fails, the child and the state are the victims of the resulting ignorance, crime, and pauperism. State support of higher education is more in dispute. It is a universally accepted view that social welfare requires a more generous support for higher education than could be secured if it were sold at a competitive price. But while in Eastern America its provision is left mainly to private gifts, in the West and South it is undertaken largely by the state. The justification of this policy must be found not in the benefit to the particular students, but in the benefit diffused throughout the Commonwealth by the encouragement of science, arts, and letters. The system of public relief for the defective classes of blind, deaf, insane, feeble-minded, and paupers are examples of the social protective policy. The public interest undoubtedly is served by having these suffering classes systematically relieved, but the extent and nature of the provision are questions ever in debate. Still more debated is temperance legislation, both as to licensing and as to prohibiting the liquor traffic. Nowhere is the manufacture and sale of intoxicating liquor treated quite like the traffic in most other goods, because it is recognized that the public interest is affected in a different way. While it is beyond question that society should protect itself against the drunkard, it is more doubtful whether it owes to the man, for his sake, protection against his own blunders. Not even the gods can save the stupid. Temperance legislation is strongest in its social aspect, The opponent of it usually champions the individualist view. Its partisans uphold, in varying degrees, the social view. Similar questions arise regarding lotteries, gambling, betting, horse racing, etc. When a man backs a worthless horse against the field, money probably is transferred from the stupider to the shrewder party. The philosopher may say that the sooner a fool and his money are parted, the better, but the broken gambler remains a burden and a threat to honest society. Gambling, lotteries, and speculation cause embezzlement, crime, unhappy homes, and wrecked lives. Here are to be found with difficulty the true boundaries between ethics and expediency. A busybody despotism may protect the fool, but it thereby helps to perpetuate and multiply his folly. Yet, if the fool is left alone, he too often is a plague to the wise and the virtuous. 5. Usury laws are found almost universally in civilized lands. By usury was formerly meant any payment for the loan of goods or money. Now it means only excessive payments. In former times, moralists and lawmakers were opposed to all usury or interest. Most loans were made in times of distress. The sources of loanable capital and the chances of profitable investment were fewer in the past than today. For the last 4 centuries, there has been on the question of usury a gradual change of opinion, beginning in the commercial centers and most rapid in the countries with more developed industry. A moderate rate of interest is now everywhere permitted, but in all but a few communities, the rate that can be collected is limited by law, and penalties more or less severe are imposed on the usurious leader. It has been noted in another connection that usury laws are practically evaded in a number of ways within the letter of the law. Many writers maintain that usury laws do more harm than good even to the borrower, whom they are designed to protect. In a developed credit economy, where a regular money market exists, they are superfluous, to say the least, as most loans are made below the legal rate. Such laws, however, have a partial justification. In a small money market, they to some extent protect the weak borrower at the moment of distress from the rapacity of the would-be usurer. Their utility is disappearing, but in simpler industrial conditions, usury laws are fruits of the social conscience, a recognition of the duty to protect the weaker citizen in the period of his direst need. Part 2. Labor legislation. 1. Factory laws now limit in many ways the employment of women and children and the hours of work. Factory legislation began in England early in the 19th century to check some of the worst evils then showing themselves in the factories. It has since increased in England and has been copied rapidly by other countries. Some of the agricultural states of the Union have as yet no factory laws, but the states industrially more advanced have many. They are made first to apply to children. The evil of forcing children into factories is easily recognized. The child, subject to the commands of his parents or guardians, is not a free agent. At times, a lazy father is tempted to support himself in idleness on the wages of his young children. Often, poverty leads the parents to rob their children of health, of schooling, and of the joys of childhood. Child labor depresses the wages of adults and the evil grows. Children laboring long hours in close and grimy factories and growing into blighted and ignorant manhood are a threat to society. In agricultural conditions, such as have prevailed generally in America, there is far less need of limiting the hours of work and the age at which children may begin to work. The barefoot boy trudging over clover fields to carry water to the harvesters may be the happier, healthier, and better for his work. The work of women in factories tends to depress the wages of men, is inevitably harmful to family life, and when the work is arduous and continuous, the evils are visited upon succeeding generations. In the early days of the factory system in England, the hours of work were lengthened in order to make the machinery earn as much as possible. The first laws regulating hours applied especially to women and children, limiting their work to 10 or 12 hours daily. Later, this regulation was made to apply to men and now is found in most civilized lands. In recent years, the agitation has been for an 8-hour day, and doubtless it will someday be adopted in the majority of trades. 2. Many laws provide for the health and safety of workers in factories and mines. Both workman and employer are in many ways interested in providing against danger from fire, bad ventilation and lighting, bad sanitation, unprotected and dangerous machinery, and bad moral conditions in the factories and other places of work. What can the workman do to protect himself? 1. He may refuse to work whenever the conditions are bad, but this requires that he inspect the factory and judge of the sanitary conditions in each case, and that he then resist the temptation to accept employment of which he may be in need. 2. He may ask higher wages to compensate for the added risk, but this is not practically possible with his insufficient knowledge of conditions, and it supposes an equal caution in many other workers. It is well that individual men are not excessively cautious, or the state would lack brave citizens and defenders. It is better that the forethought be in part exercised by the community collectively. The person injured in health or limb may sue for damages, but this, with his means and knowledge, is often impossible, and is a costly process yielding a pitiful recompense for a blighted life. The employer is interested in attracting better workmen at lower wages and in avoiding damages by making the conditions of work favorable. The law seeks the same end by more economical ways when it sets a minimum standard. Experience shows that certain safety appliances should always be present to prevent the evils. For a state to leave their provision to self-interest is to trifle with the welfare of its citizens. Factory legislation usually is opposed by employers because of the expense it causes, but if the regulations apply to all factories, the expense becomes a part of the cost of production and is shifted, like the other expenses of production, to the general body of consumers, of which the employers form only a small part. 3. Laws regulate the form, time, and methods of payment in manufactures and mining. Companies sometimes keep stores and pay the workers in mines and factories in goods instead of money. Such a store in the hands of a philanthropic employer might easily be made, without expense to himself, a great boon to his workmen, giving them more than the benefits of consumers' cooperation. But the usual result is told by the fact that such stores are known as truck stores or pluck-me stores. They are most often found where some one large corporation dominates in the community, as in mines, where the workers are in a very dependent condition. If the higher prices demand practically lower real wages, it would seem that the worker had an immediate remedy in his power to demand higher money wages. Recognizing that this is for the most part an illusion, for it is just in such places that the conditions for free competition are least present, the law in many states prohibits these stores. It regulates also the measuring of work, fixing the size of screens and of cars used in coal mining. The law is especially favorable to the land laborer in regard to the collection of his wages, requiring regular monthly or fortnightly or sometimes weekly payments. Mechanics' liens give to workmen in the building trades the first claim on the products of their labor. 4. In some cases, the law forbids contracting out, and the courts fix the terms of the contract. In general, the law does not interfere with the right of the citizen to make any formal contract he chooses. It confines itself to providing rules and agencies for interpreting and enforcing the contracts when made. Employers often compel workmen to sign a release from damages in case of accident. This practice was forbidden even by common law, and many recent statutes have specifically provided that employers cannot contract out of the right to claim damages. The courts are particularly watchful of the interests of children, who are usually deemed incapable of entering into contracts binding them to their injury. Sailors, likewise, have long been protected and guarded by the law, because journeying far from home, they are peculiarly in the power of their employers. The English courts may even change the contract if the sailors have been coerced by their masters. The rights of married women to mortgage their property is limited in some states in recognition of the undue influence that may be exercised by their husbands. The attempts in the last 20 years to settle the Irish land question have resulted in a steady increase of the interference of law and courts with the freedom of contract between tenant and landlord. Though in many ways freedom of contract is thus limited, competition is not entirely destroyed. It is turned in other and usually better directions. 5. This group of social laws resembles protective tariffs in preventing free competition, but differs from them in varying ways and degrees. Writers class all such laws as protective legislation, in that they depart from the rule of free trade taken in its broadest sense. It does not follow, however, that all these laws stand or fall together. That if the protective tariff is wrong, all are wrong. The justification of every such measure is limited and relative, and therefore of varying strength. All protective measures are alike in that the free choice of the citizen is forbidden by law. The argument for the tariff is economic and political. The tariff does not seek to prevent a moral evil. Foreign trade is morally as good as other trade. In a large majority of social laws, the moral purpose is fundamental. It is the demand of humanity that competition be placed on a higher plane. Tariff legislation is primarily in the interest of a special well-to-do class with which other citizens are compelled unwillingly to trade. Most social legislation is to protect the weak from being forced into contracts injurious to their welfare and happiness. In any case, social legislation is not to be justified by any but the most general abstract principle, the attainment of the best social result. The best test of social protective laws is their contribution to a higher independence and to a freer competition on a higher, more worthy, and more humane plane. End of chapter 52. Read for you by Chiquito, Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
Chapter 53 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Part 3. The Social Aspects of Value. Division B. The Relation of the State to Industry. Chapter 53. Public Ownership of Industry. Section 1. Examples of Public Ownership. The Kinds of Political Units. 1. Local political units generally acquire only industries whose products must be used in the place where produced. The word industry is used here in a broad sense, including agents of psychic income not usually so classed, such as public parks. The grouping of publicly owned industries, according to the size and importance of the political unit, cannot be exact, because some classes of industries are owned by several kinds of political units. Yet, especially with application to American conditions, an approximate classification may be made on this principle. Federal states consist of three main groups of political units: national, provincial, and local. Provincial units are the largest subdivisions, as the American states or commonwealths, the German states, and the provinces in other countries. The term local political unit is more complex and may mean county, township, village, city, and school or sanitary district. But most of what is to be said of local ownership refers to cities or to incorporated villages. Municipal ownership of parks, libraries, etc., of bridges, markets, waterworks, etc. Nearly all public parks and recreation grounds are owned by cities. As population has become more dense, private yards of an extent become impossible in cities for all but the wealthy. Public ownership of parks ensures recreation grounds to the common man in the most economical way. Of late, the movement for large and small public parks and playgrounds has gone on rapidly in American cities. Related to parks are public baths, public libraries, art collections, museums, zoological gardens, etc. Some have declared that such a policy stops little short of a paralyzing socialism for the masses. Reasons and experience fail to reveal any such danger, so long as the things supplied gratify the higher tastes, as art, music, literature, innocent social recreation. Not until the necessities of life, as bread, clothing, and houses are supplied, is encouragement given to the increase of improvident families and to the breaking down of independent character. The means of local communication, streets, roads, bridges, were once owned largely by private citizens. Here and there still are found toll roads and toll bridges built under charters granted a century ago, but tolls on public thoroughfares are for the most part abolished. A public market, where the producer from the farm and the city consumer can meet, is an old institution that is now being established anew in many cities. The providing of apparatus for extinguishing fires is always a public duty. The conveyance of waste water is increasingly a public function, and the supply of pure water, while often a private enterprise in villages and sometimes in large cities, is increasingly undertaken by public agencies. Public ownership of gas and electric lighting is less common, as the utility supplied is not so essential and the industry is somewhat less subject to monopoly, but the difference is one of degree only. Streetcars are often under public ownership in Europe, but there has thus far been no case of the kind in the United States and only one in Canada. American failures in state industry. 2. The American state owns and conducts industries mainly whose products have a wider territorial use. The American Commonwealth has retired from some fields where once it was engaged in industry. Students of American history know that between the years 1830 and 1840, some states engaged largely, even wildly, in the building of canals and undertook to construct railroads, to start banks, and to engage in other enterprises. The undertaking of these industries was determined often by political and by selfish local interests, and their operation often was wasteful. A few enterprises succeeded, the most notable of these being the Erie Canal in New York. The unsuccessful ones remained worthless property in the hands of the state or were sold to private companies, as in the case of the Pennsylvania Railroad. This reckless state enterprise was a bitter lesson in public ownership, and even after 75 years is not without effect on public opinion. For a long time no proposal for public ownership could have a fair hearing in America. But railroads and canals are publicly owned and more or less successfully operated in many foreign countries, as in Prussia and other German states, in Switzerland, and in the new states of Australia. State ownership of various kinds. There has been recently a rise of interest in forestry in America. This is especially likely to be a state enterprise wherever the forest tracts are entirely within the limits of the state, as is the case of the Adirondacks in New York. Most of the forests in Germany are either communal or state-owned. The schools, a great industry for turning out a product of public utility, are largely conducted by the American state and by local units rather than by the nation or by private enterprise. The state encourages researches in the arts and sciences and gives technical training. A variety of minor enterprises have been undertaken by states to supply salt, phosphate, banking facilities, even some manufactures. In the prisons and public institutions, states such as New York that have adopted the system of labor on public account engage in agriculture and manufacturing on a large scale, the products, amounting to millions of dollars annually, being used almost entirely by public agencies. National ownership of various kinds. 3. The nation owns and controls many industries of the widest use and most general interest. Some industries grow out of the political needs of government. Established as a means of communication with military outposts, the post becomes a convenient means of communication for merchants and other citizens, and grew into a great economic institution. In most countries, the telegraph is publicly owned, and has been annexed to the post, to which it is very closely related in purpose. The national improvements connected with rivers and harbors were first political, that is, they were for the use of the governmental navy. They became, secondly, commercial, for the free use of all citizens engaged in trade, and they continue to unite these two characters. Forestry is most largely undertaken in this country by the national government, doubtless because the large forest areas in the West extend over state boundaries, and because large tracts of public lands were still unsold at the time public attention was attracted to the subject. Since 1890, the policy of reserving great areas for forests and picturesque districts for national parks has developed greatly. In some countries, mines are thought to be peculiarly fitted for national ownership and control. In Germany, the state owns some coal, salt, and other mines. Coinage and banking are everywhere looked upon as a function of sovereignty, and yet it is no more necessary for a nation to own its own mint in order to control the monetary system than for it to print the banknotes in order to regulate their issue. The American government has its own printing office and therewith its share of troubles with organized labor. The Fish Commission and the various branches of the department cooperate with private industry in many ways. In Germany, compulsory insurance is provided for the working man. This hasty survey suggests that the industries undertaken by government are both varied in nature and large in extent, although small in proportion to the mass of private industry. Section 2. Economic aspects of public ownership. The primary need of public ownership. 1. Public ownership is primarily to control the essential agencies of government. A large part of public ownership and activity in industry develops from political functions. As society evolves, what was unessential to political life becomes essential. Civilized government requires the use of a number of material agents. Buildings for legislative and executive officers, custom houses, post offices, lighthouses can be rented of private citizens, as post offices usually are in small places, but it is obviously economical and convenient in large cities for the government to own the public buildings. Government can reduce to a minimum its employment of labor by farming out the taxes, as all countries once did to some extent, and as France continued to do up to the French Revolution. It is now the settled policy for government to own or control its essential agencies, but this does not involve in every case the employment of day labor direct to clean the streets, to collect garbage, etc. The more simple political functions shade off into the economic. To coinage usually are added the issue of legal tender notes and certain banking functions. The post carries packages, transmits money, and in some cases performs the function of a savings bank for small amounts. The only open question is as to the proper limit to this development. Conflict of public and private interests. 2. Public industry expands to supply as free goods many essentials of good citizenship and to ensure cheaper and more bountiful supplies of others. It is the ideal of Herbert Spencer and of a small surviving group of laissez-faire philosophers that government should confine itself exclusively to the most essential political functions, leaving the economic functions absolutely alone. It should keep the peace, prevent men from beating and robbing each other, and preserve the personal liberty of the citizen. They assume that all of the economic needs will be provided by competition in the best way humanly possible, in quantities and at the rate needed. In many cases, however, the general interest fails to harmonize with that of the individual. The forest has an immediate utility to the consumers of lumber, and it has also a diffused utility in its influence on industry, on climate, and on torrents and floods. Yet, as the private owner cannot control enough of the forest to affect the climate, and could not sell climate even if he could affect it, he will cut down the tree whenever he can gain by doing so. In this situation, either government control or government ownership of forests is essential. Social economy of some public industry. In some cases, the difficulty of private ownership is in the excessive cost of collecting for the service. The cost of maintaining toll houses at short intervals on a turnpike sometimes exceeds the amount collected. Collection in other cases, as for the service of lighthouses to passing ships, is impossible. Public industry secures, through the economy of large production, a cheaper and more efficient service, the benefits and costs being diffused throughout the community. The benefit of the work of experiment stations for agriculture are felt immediately by the farmers, but are diffused to all citizens. A manufacturer able to keep his methods secret or to retain his advantages for a time can afford to undertake experiments in his factory, but the farmer seldom can. The public ownership of parks for the use of all gives a maximum of economy in the production of the most essential utilities: fresh air, sunshine, natural beauty, and playgrounds in the midst of crowded populations. The municipal ownership of waterworks is an extension of the same idea, not only because large amounts of water are used by the public, but because cheap, pure, abundant water is an essential condition to good citizenship. Speculation should, in every possible way, be eliminated from this industry. Monopolistic nature of localized industries. 3. Public ownership tends constantly to include the industries of a monopolistic nature, locally supplying general necessities. This is no abstract principle, it is merely a statement of what is seen to be happening. Some industries are of such a nature that they drift inevitably into monopolistic control. Waterworks, gas, electric lighting, street railways, telephone systems are among these. However fierce may be the competition for a time, sooner or later either one company drives out the others or buys it up, or both come to an agreement by which the public is made to pay higher prices. Localized production favors monopoly. A feature favoring the growth of monopoly when such industries are left to private enterprise is the need to produce and supply the utility at a given locality. While two street railways can compete on neighboring streets, it is physically impossible for two or more to compete on the same street. Two systems of water mains or gas mains can be put down, as sometimes is done, but this is not only a great economic waste, but the tearing up of the streets in an intolerable public nuisance. This difficulty is less marked in the case of telephones and electric lighting, and some persons still cling to faith in competition to regulate the rates in those industries, but faith in competition between water companies and between gas companies has been given up by nearly all students of the subject. Gains from large production favor monopoly. 4. A second feature favoring monopoly in such industries is the marked advantage of large production in them. These industries are usually spoken of as industries of increasing returns. This advantage is enjoyed in some degree by every enterprise, but it is gradually neutralized and limited, as has been noted elsewhere. The need to extend an expensive physical plant to every point where customers are to be served, and the very much smaller cost per unit of delivering large amounts of water, gas, electricity, transportation, etc., on the same street, offered a greater inducement for one competitor to crowd out or buy out the other at a more liberal price. Even then, larger net dividends and correspondingly larger capitalization are secured than were before possible to both companies combined. Uniformity of products favors monopoly. 5. A third feature favoring monopoly is uniformity in the quality of the product furnished. It is a general truth that competition is most persistent where there is the greatest range of choice open to the customer, and consequently the most individual treatment required in the enterpriser. An artist, even a storekeeper, attracts about him a body of patrons who like his product, for the merchant's manner and method of dealing are a part of the quality of his goods, and who cannot be tempted away by slight differences in price. Rival companies in the stage of competition are seen to claim superiority for their particular goods, and to improve their service in every way possible. A new telephone company, entering where a monopoly has held the field, works at once a wonderful betterment in rates, courtesy, and service. But as the product of all competitors attains the highest technical standard possible at the time, the rivalry is reduced to one of price, and it is usually a fight to the finish. Franchises favor monopoly. 6. A fourth feature favoring monopoly in these enterprises is the necessity of making permanent and exceptional use of the public streets and alleys. If this right were granted by a general law to every citizen, this feature would be sufficiently implied in the foregoing discussion. As it would be intolerable to allow private interests to use public property in whatever way they wished, the legislative body makes special grants in such cases in view of the circumstances. Not only is the legislature, or council, or county board of commissioners, etc., induced by the economic difficulties to withhold a charter to a second company, but it is exposed to the greatest corrupting influences by the one already established. The knowledge of the opposition to be encountered in getting a franchise must keep competitors out, even though monopoly prices are maintained. In view of these several features, which are so closely related that they form a common character, more or less fully shared by various industries, and especially in view of the necessity for the formal granting to them of peculiar privileges in the form of a public franchise, the public, in order to protect the general interest, is forced to undertake an exceptional control of these industries. Modes of controlling public utility. 7. Several courses are open to the public, acting in its political capacity, to retain these monopolies' advantages for the general welfare. First, it may do nothing, trusting vainly to competition to regulate the rate, or consciously leaving the result to be worked out by the monopoly principle. This is what in most cases has been done in the past in America. Second, in granting the franchise, it may attempt to fix near cost the charge for the service or product, so that the franchise will be worth little or nothing. Third, it may leave the rate to be fixed by the monopoly principle, but charge for the franchise so much that the value of the monopoly is appropriated into the public treasury. Fourth, it may have public officials carry on the business, either selling the product at cost or making monopoly profits that go into the public treasury. Various combinations of these plans are followed in practice, the most common plan being the fixing of maximum rates which, with improved methods, generally becomes ineffective. It is difficult to fix a uniform rate that is equitable, because conditions change, and further, because a uniform rate must be applied to all parts of the town, although the cost of service varies greatly. It is difficult to sell the franchise for near what it is worth because of the uncertainty, of the political blackmail, and of the limited number of competent bidders. There remains only the policy of public ownership to secure the profits of monopoly to the public, either directly or in a diffused manner. Economic basis of public ownership. Cost under public or private ownership. 8. Public ownership is economically justified when it secures a utility of widespread consumption, otherwise impossible, or ensures the public a better quality or a lower price. The question of public ownership is not exclusively an economic question. There are incidental problems, such as its effect on enterprise and on political integrity, with which it is not possible here to deal. In the main, however, public ownership is simply a business proposition which must be justified by its economic results. In the case of a general social benefit not to be secured without public ownership, as popular education or the climate effect of forests, the only question to answer is whether the utility is worth the cost. In the case of industries already in private hands, as waterworks, gas, and electric lighting, there is needed, to make a wise decision possible, a knowledge of the effect a change to public ownership will have on value. If public officials can furnish some goods cheaper than they are furnished by private enterprise, it is because of the wide margin of monopoly profit, not because there is any magic in public ownership. The same general items of cost must be met. The first cost of the plant and the annual interest payments are much the same. Experience shows that because of political influence, wages are likely to be higher under public ownership, but salaries of officials are higher under private ownership. On the whole, public industry in these respects probably has no advantage. Some items of cost may be less under public management. Public collection of dues along with taxes is an advantage not enjoyed by private companies. Several public officials sometimes share the same office and thus reduce expenses. In small towns, the public electric lighting and water works have been operated more economically under one roof. Public industry does not have to meet the cost of lobbying and blackmail which are often forced upon private companies. But the greatest source of saving in public ownership is the value of monopoly privileges that, under private management, go into private pockets. Character of public officials. Limits and effects of public ownership. The temptation to political corruption may be more insistent when a large force of men is constantly employed, and when large supplies are constantly purchased by public officials, but the temptation is not so strong or so centralized as it is in the granting of franchises to wealthy corporations. Public industry is weakened by the absence of certain motives to excellence that are present in private business. The income of public officials not being dependent on the economy of management, the spur and motives of competitive industry are lacking. No social discovery has made individual honesty and civic virtue useless to good government. The decision in any specific case is one dependent on local conditions, and the exact limits of public ownership are not fixed. Industry is changing so rapidly that new experience is needed each year. The main outlines of public ownership, however, are now in large part determined. Some industries do well, others ill, under public management, and between these lie many debatable cases. Waterworks and probably electric lighting, because of the comparative simplicity of their operation, are more suitable for public ownership than are gas works. No absolute line divides the one group from the other, but whatever the changes, the student of the theory of value must never overlook the fact that the increase of public ownership is altering in manifold ways the prices of goods, and is reacting also on the production, distribution, and consumption of incomes. End of chapter 53. Recording by Marian Cervassi. Chapter 54 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marian Cervassi. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert FETTER. Part 3. The Social Aspects of Value. Division B. Relation of the State to Industry. Chapter 54. Railroads and Industry. Section 1. Transportation as a Form of Production. Productivity of transportation. 1. Transportation of goods and men is one of the most important modes of production. When utility was thought of as inherent in things rather than as resulting from a relation between things and wants, it was usually to consider only those industries as truly productive that brought something physical into existence, as do agriculture and the extractive industries. Even after it was recognized that a change of form also imparted value, it was still denied that a changing of place could be truly productive industry. But when production is seen to be the bringing of things into right relations with wants, transportation may be deemed to be the primary and typical mode of increasing income. Movement is necessary to the existence of animals. The animal, in the order of evolution a higher form of life than the more fixed plants, goes to seek food, and has opened to it a wider range of possibilities in life. With slight exceptions, it is true that the only way in which animals can bring about better place relations between their wants and goods is by moving themselves. To this power man has added that of moving goods, and thus adds enormously to income. Agents being valued in accordance with their net productiveness, the nearness to market, and the ease of transporting the product are large factors in price. The location of a field enters into its value as truly as do the chemical qualities of the soil. A rocky field near a market may be richer, in an industrial sense, than the richest soil far remote, which can be used by men only at the cost of their alienation from society. Means of transportation set a limit to social and political groupings, to the size of the market, and to the possibility of exchange. Indeed, all exchange value is conditioned upon the possibility of transportation. Original local advantages. 2. Natural differences in the grades of fertility and of accessibility determine first the most valued locations. Primitive man, dependent on the bounties of nature, had to take things as he found them. Few places unite the best grades of the essential things: water, food, fertile soil, a favorable climate, protection against enemies. Between tribe and tribe went on ceaseless war for the few favored spots of the earth. Where transportation is possible, trade can supply one or more of the missing elements. International trade began early, wherever it could, to strengthen economically the weak localities. Advantages in transportation are sometimes better than fertile soil and rich resources. The early centers of civilization were on the banks of rivers and the shores of seas. Around the Mediterranean were the ancient empires. Trading towns grew up at ports and at the favored points of trade: Tyre, Sidon, Carthage, Florence, Genoa, Venice, Antwerp, London, New York. The early settlements in America were grouped along the coast. Without the cheap communication afforded by water, the colonies would have been cut off from the benefits of continuing contact with the older civilization. It would have been a great price to pay even for a rich continent. Influence of waterways on local advantages. 3. The opening up of new water routes of travel has profoundly altered the prosperity of nations. Sometimes the relation of cause and effect is the reverse of that just noted. The conquest of Asia Minor by the Turks closed the lines of travel with the East, destroyed the trade of the Italian cities, and stimulated exploration for new routes. The War of 1812 in America stopped the coast trade and forced on the wagon roads between the New England and the Southern states a great traffic, which declined quickly at the close of the war. Again, the growth of population and industry shifts the center of trade, as it did from the south to the north of Europe, and as it is doing from England to America. The discovery of new routes, however, has wrought the most rapid and sweeping changes. These three causes united, about the time of the discovery of America, to overthrow the prosperity of the older cities of Europe, while the opening of the resources in America, the abundance of silver and gold, trade with the colonists and the Indians, showered wealth and trade into the lap of Spain, Holland, Belgium, England, and the northern cities of Germany. Such changes continue under our eyes. The Erie Canal has an influence on values in every township from New York to Buffalo, and along the lake shores to the head of Lake Superior. The Suez Canal marked an epoch in ocean travel. The American Isthmian Canal will affect the value of many investments, from the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific Ocean. A marked change in transportation thus shifts the level of values in a locality. Fortunes are made and lost. One community rises and another sinks. increments and decrements of value on a great scale are unearned, and all classes of goods are affected, though in varying degrees. Section 2. The railroad as a carrier. Technical and economic efficiency of transportation. 1. Different modes of transport are more or less economical relatively to the other industrial conditions. Not only new routes, but new agents of travel change the scale of values. In early societies, undeveloped industrially, first men, then domestic animals, were used as beasts of burden. The first vehicles are technically simple in design and construction. On land are used drags, sleds, carts. On waterways are used rafts, canoes, barges, and boats. Primitive means of transportation had to be inexpensive, for poverty and the uncertainty of early society forbade the tying up of large resources in them. Technical efficiency of means of transportation may be contrasted with economic efficiency. Technical goodness is absolute and is measured in speed and weight of cargo. Economic efficiency is relative and varies with the money cost and money value of the services. A turnpike is more efficient than a mud road, yet in some districts it is bad economy to build it. A railroad is more efficient than a cart, yet in some places even packed horses are more economical. To be economical, the expenditure needed to supply the efficient agent must be warranted by the volume and value of traffic. Economic advantages of natural waterways. 2. The most economical means of transportation before the railroad were the waterways, natural and artificial. Some natural waterways still afford the most economical means of transportation between favorably situated ports. Coal is shipped most cheaply in sailing vessels from Wales around Cape Horn to ports along the western coasts of America. A part of California's regular fuel supply is obtained in this way. Coal has been shipped from Pennsylvania to Europe, and in the anthracite coal strike in 1902, some was shipped from England to America. Invention has reduced the cost of construction and operation of vessels, and has increased their safety and speed, thus multiplying the efficiency of the natural waterways. The large cities in America are situated on waterways, usually where there is a break in transportation requiring refreshment, as, for example, at New York, San Francisco, Buffalo, New Orleans, Cincinnati, Chicago, Minneapolis, and St. Paul. Likewise, many of the small cities and villages, serving as local trading centers, owe their existence to similar though less powerful influences. Merits and defects of canals. Canals are begun as connecting links in a system of natural waterways to extend the advantages of cheap transportation. The Erie Canal not only serves the 300 miles of territory along its banks, but it opened to commerce all the lands tributary to the Great Lakes. The great advantage of canals is cheapness of operation due to the simplicity of the machinery needed and to the great loads that can be moved with small power. A cent a ton-mile is a paying rate on a canal. For heavy, slow-moving freight, the railroads can hardly rival the canals at their best. As canals, however, can be built only along a level country and where the water supply is at a high level, their construction is limited to a small portion of the country. The law of extensive diminishing returns applies strongly to the construction of canals. The first canals are easily constructed and economically operated, but it is only with greater cost and difficulty that the system can be successively extended. In temperate climates, their use is limited by ice to a part of the year, and the summer's drought sometimes limits it still further. At its best, therefore, the small landlocked canals is fitted only to be a supplementary agent in the system of transportation, wherever industry demands high speed and great regularity. Far different is the case of the oceanic canal in a tropical climate. Superior advantages of railroads. 3. The railroad is rapidly surpassing in importance every other agency of transportation. Even in respect to cheapness, the unique virtue of waterways in favored localities, the railroad has been making rapid gains. Improvements in railbed, rails, cars, engines, and other equipment are reducing greatly the cost of conducting traffic on the main lines of roads. The adaptability of the railroad excels that of any other agent of transportation. It can go over mountains or tunnels through them. In certainty, its superiority is marked. Floods and snows may delay it for a day, but there is no seasonal stoppage of traffic. In speed, the railroad so far excels that the canal can survive only by dividing the traffic, taking the lower grades of freight, and leaving to the railroad the passenger traffic and fast freight. Results of the rapid growth of railroads. Because of these qualities, the extension of the railroads in the last 50 years has been so rapid that it has not given time for a gradual adaptation of industry. It has worked in many places revolutionary changes. The building of railroads in the Mississippi Valley in the 70s lowered the value of Eastern farms, ruined many English farmers, and depressed the peasantry in all Western Europe. With the prices that resulted when the fertile lands of the Western prairies were opened to the world's markets, the stony and worked-out lands of the older districts could not compete. Great regions are still to be opened in this manner in Russia, Siberia, Africa, and South America. While one can only speculate upon the effects this development will have, the changes promise to be less sudden and tremendous than those of the last 20 years. Many minor changes, of no less moment in limited districts, result from the building of railroads. Local trading centers decrease in importance. Villages and towns, hoping to be enriched by the railroads, see trade going to the cities. Commerce becomes centralized. Enormous increase of value at a few points is offset by losses in other localities. Section 3. Discrimination in rates on railroads. Monopoly power of railroads. 1. The railroad has more monopoly power in fixing rates at points along its lines than is the case with other agents of transportation. The ownership of the wagons, ships, and canal boats of a country is usually divided. Every point along the line of the turnpike or the canal, and at ocean ports, enjoys competition between carriers, the great shipping combinations not having been successfully formed as yet. In the early days of the railroads, it was believed that a company or the government would own the rails and charge tolls to the different carriers, who would own cars and conduct the traffic as was done on the canals. Experience soon showed the utter impracticality of this scheme and the need of unified management. The railroad, therefore, has a monopoly at all points on its lines not touched by other carriers. This, like all other monopoly, is limited by the need to secure some business and to meet competition at terminal points. The railroads in private hands early began to change what the traffic would bear at every station, thus practicing various forms of discrimination disastrous in their effects on the citizens. Discrimination as to goods. 2. Discrimination as to goods is charging more for transporting one kind of goods than for another without a corresponding difference in the cost. When reasonably understood, this proposition does not apply to a higher charge for goods of greater bulk, as more per pound for feathers than for iron, the dead weight of car being much greater in one case than in the other. It does not apply where there is a difference in risk, as in carrying bricks and powder, or coal and crockery, nor where there is a difference in trouble, as in shipping livestock and wheat. Any difference that can reasonably be explained as due to a difference in cost is not discrimination. On the other hand, A difference in cost without a difference in rate is discrimination. Discrimination as to goods may be by value, as low rates for heavy, cheap goods and high rates for light, valuable ones. Coal always goes at a low rate as compared with dry goods, and sometimes more is charged for coal to be used for gas than for coal to be used for heating purposes. Discrimination as to goods is the most usual and, if reasonably employed, one of the most justifiable of the various kinds of rate discriminations. Local discrimination. 3. Discrimination between places, local discrimination, is charging different rates to two localities for substantially the same service. This occurs when local rates are high and through rates are low. Where rates at local points are high and at competing points are low. When less is charged for shipments consigned to foreign ports than for domestic shipments. When more is charged for goods going east than for goods going west. The causes of local discrimination are, first, water competition, found at great trade centers such as New York and San Francisco. Second, differences in terminal facilities, making some places better shipping points than others. Third, competition by other railroads, which is concentrated at certain points, only 4,000, 1/10 of the stations of the United States being junctions. Fourth, the influence of powerful individuals or large corporations and the personal favoritism shown by railroad officials. Its effect. The effect of discrimination is to develop some districts and depress others, to stimulate cities and blight villages, to destroy established industries, to foster monopolies at favored points, and to sacrifice the future revenues of the road by forcing industry to move the competing points to get the low rates. The power of railroad officials arbitrarily to cause rates to rise or fall is happily limited in practice by the need of earning as large and as regular an income as possible, but even as exercised it has been at times as great as the possessed by many political rulers. Personal discrimination. 4. Discrimination between shippers. Personal discrimination is charging one person more than another for substantially the same service. This most odious of railroad vices, rarely practiced openly, is done by false billing of weight, by wrong descriptions or false classifications to reduce the charge below published rate sheets, by carrying some goods free, by issuing passes to one and not to all patrons under the same conditions, or by donations or rebates after the regular rate has been paid. In some cases, a subordinate agent shares his commission with the shipper, and the transaction does not appear on the books of the company. In other cases, favored shippers are given secret information that the rate is to be changed, so that they are enabled to regulate their shipments to secure the lower rate. Causes of personal discrimination. One group of reasons for personal discrimination is connected with the interests of the road. It is to build up new business. It is to make competition with rival roads more effective by favoring certain agents, as is very commonly done in the Western grain business. It is to exclude competition, as by refusing to make a rate from a connecting line or to receive materials for a new railroad which is to be a competitor. And it is to satisfy large shippers whose power, skill, and persistence make the concessions necessary. Another group of reasons has to do with the interests of company officials. It is to enable them to grant special favors to friends, or it is to build up a business in which they are interested, or it is to earn a bribe that has been given them. Evils of personal discrimination. That the evils of personal discrimination are great need hardly be said. It introduces uncertainty, fear, and danger into all business. It causes businessmen to waste, socially viewed, an enormous fund of energy to get good rates and to guard against surprises. It grants unearned fortunes and destroys those honestly made. It gives enormous power and presents strong temptations to railroad officials to injure the interest of the stockholders on the one hand and of the public on the other. Apart from government, the railroad represents the greatest single economic factor in personal distribution. It has introduced a new form of problem into economic society. It has created a monopoly comparable to the prerogatives of feudal lords. No other industrial agency in private hands so affects all the producing forces of society and exercises such a potent influence on values. End of chapter 54. Recording by Marian Cervassi. Chapter 55 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marian Cervassi. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Part 3. The Social Aspects of Value. Division B. Relation of the State to Industry. Chapter 55. The Public Nature of Railroads. Section 1. Public Privileges of Railroad Corporations. Public Nature of Railroad Franchises. 1. Railroads enjoy peculiar public privileges through their charters, franchises, and the right of eminent domain. Railroads in our country are owned by private corporations and are managed by private citizens, not, as in some countries, by public officials. They have been built under the motive of private enterprise, in the interest of the investor, not as a charity or as a public benefaction. Railroad building appears thus at first glance to be a case of free competition where public interests are served in the following of private interests. But, looked at more closely, it may be seen to be in many ways different from the ordinary competitive business. Competition would make the building of railroads a matter of bargain with proprietors along the line, and an obdurate farmer could compel a long detour or could block the whole undertaking. But the public says, a public enterprise is of more importance than the interests of a single farmer. By charter or by franchise, the railroad is granted the power of eminent domain, whereby the property of private citizens may be taken from them at an appraised valuation. The manufacturer, enjoying no such privilege, can only by ordinary purchase obtain a site urgently needed for his business. Why may the railway exercise the sovereign power of government and invade other private property rights? Because the railway is peculiarly affected with a public interest. The primary object is not to favor the railroads, but to benefit the community. These charters and franchises are granted sparingly in most European countries. In this country, they have been granted recklessly, often in general laws, by states keen in their rivalry for railroad extension. When thus great public privileges had been granted without reserve to private corporations, it was realized too late in many cases that a mistake had been made and that an impossible situation had been created. State and national aid to American railroads. 2. In America and in many other countries, large grants of lands and money have been made to railroads on the ground of their peculiar public nature. Railroads were granted not only peculiar powers and privileges, but also material aid. The railroad enterprise was uncertain, the possibilities of its growth could not be foreseen, and private capital would not invest without great inducements. In European countries, where capitalists were less enterprising or venturesome than in America, Railroad extension was very slow, except where the state in some manner extended its aid to the enterprise. The American states abandoned the principle of non-interference most recklessly, and vied with each other in giving lands, money, and privileges, in loaning bonds, in subscribing for stock, and in releasing from taxation. These protective measures fostering a special enterprise were expected by increasing wealth to diffuse a greater welfare throughout the community. Many of the states were forced to the point of bankruptcy by their reckless generosity, and some of them repudiated the debts thus incurred. The national government then took up the same policy and granted lands to the states to be used for this purpose. The first example of this was the grant to the Illinois Central Road in 1850 of a great strip of land through the state from north to south. Grants were made in 14 states, covering tens of millions of acres of land. Then the national government, between 1863 and 1869, aided the building of the Pacific railroads by granting outright 20 square miles of land for every mile of track, and by loaning the credit of the government to the extent of $50 million, a debt settled by compromise only after 30 years. Railroad grants by localities. Counties, townships, cities, and villages along the line of projected roads then entered into keen competition to secure them. Bonds, bonuses, tax exemptions, and many special privileges were granted. To obtain this new Aladdin's lamp, this great wealth bringer, localities mortgaged their prosperity for years to come. The promoters bargained skillfully for these grants, playing off town against town, cultivating the speculative spirit, punishing the obdurate. Not the civil engineer, but the financial engineer platted the devious lines of many a railroad on the level prairies of America. The effects of these grants were in many cases disastrous, and in 1870 they have been forbidden in a number of states by legislation and by state constitutions. But before this era of generosity ended, probably the railroads had received more public aid than has ever been given to any other form of industry in private hands. Investors' view of railroads' obligations. 3. The railroads are now generally held to have peculiar public duties corresponding to their privileges. Do all these grants in the past make the railroads other than mere private enterprises? One answer, that of those financially interested in the railroads, is no. They say that the bargain was a fair one and is now closed. The public gave because it expected benefit. The corporation fulfilled its agreement by building the road. The terms of the charter, as granted, determine the rights of the public. But no new terms can now be read into it, even though the public now sees the question in a new light. Similar grants, though not so large, have been made to other industries. Bounties have been given to sugar factories. Tariffs have favored iron forges and woolen mills. Factories have been given, by competing cities, land and exemption from taxation. Yet no attempt is made on that account to control these businesses in a peculiar way and to treat them as public enterprises. So, it is said, the railroad is still merely a private business. Social view of railroads' obligations. But the social answer is stronger than this. As to the precedent of tariff and bounty-favored enterprises, most careful students would admit a close analogy in the two cases, but would maintain that the tariff policy also has been carried to an unjustifiable extreme, and that it could not be used to vindicate a still greater assault on public rights. But further, Privileges of railroads are greater in amount and more important in character than those granted to any ordinary private enterprise. The legislators recognize constantly the peculiar public function of the railroads. In other private enterprises, investors take all the risk. Legislators and courts recognize the duty of guarding, where possible, the investment of capital in railroads. Laws have been passed in several states to protect the railroads against ticket scalping. Whenever the question comes before them, the courts maintain the right of the railroads to earn a fair dividend. Private enterprise has been invited to undertake a public work, yet public interests are paramount. Need of harmonizing public and private interests. If an extremely abstract view is taken, there is danger of losing sight of the real problem, which is that of harmonizing these two interests in thought and in public policy. Yet the extreme advocates of the private control of railroads have resented indignantly any public interference with railroad rates and with railroad management as an infringement of individual liberty. At the time of the passage of the Interstate Commerce Act, this position was inconsistently taken by those in whose interests free competition had been violently set aside at the very outset of railroad construction, and for whom government interference had made possible great fortunes. The railroads cannot change from a public to a private character, just as it suits their convenience. They cannot be allowed to play Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, smooth and affable in character of public agents when public advantages are to be gained, and then, as private enterprises, ugly and scowling, flouting the public interests, charging all the tariff will bear, and resisting all reasonable regulation and conditions. Though railroads are private enterprises as regards the character of the investment, they are public enterprises as to their privileges, functions, and obligations. Section 2. Political and economic power of railroad managers. Railroad rates like taxes. 1. In various ways, railroad managers exercise great political influence and power. Some writers maintain that the power to make rates on railroads is a power of taxation. They point out that if rates are not subject to fixed rules imposed by the state, the private managers of railroads wield the power of the lawmaker. By changing the rates on foreign exports or imports, the railroads frequently have made or nullified a protective tariff and have defeated the intention of the legislature. High rates on state-owned roads have openly been used in lieu of protective duties. These facts go to show that a change of railroad rates between two places within the country is similar in effect to the imposing or repeal of tariff duties between them. Political influence of railroads. The wealth and industrial importance of the railroads gives them widespread political power in other ways. It is commonly charged in some states that the legislature and the courts are owned by the railroads. The railroads, in part, because they are the victims at times of attempts at blackmail by dishonest public officials, are compelled in self-defense to maintain a lobby. The railroad lobby, defensive and offensive, is in many states the all-powerful third house. Railroads even have their agents in the primaries. They enter political conventions. They dictate nominations from the lowest office up to that of governor, and they elect judges and legislators. The extent to which this is done differs according as the railroads have large or small interests within the state. How is this great political problem to be met except by an appreciation of its importance and by a growth of public integrity? The complex obligations of railroad directors. 2. The economic power of the higher railroad officials enables them to exercise certain functions of an important public nature. When the railroad was a young industry, its essentially public nature was not recognized. It was first thought to be simply an iron track turnpike to which the old English law of common carriers would apply. As this and similar notions proved illusory, the railroad manager became invested with complex and often conflicting duties to the stockholders and to the public. He wore his conscious burden lightly and frequently made little attempt to meet the one and no attempt whatever to meet the other obligation. The new field offered for speculation gave opportunities for great private fortunes. There were no precedents, no ripened public opinion, no established code of ethics to govern. It was a betrayal of the interests of the stockholders when directors formed construction companies and granted contracts to themselves at outrageously high prices. It was an injury not only to shippers but also to the stockholders when special rates were granted to friends and to industries in which the directors were interested. Unclear convictions as to the railroad's public nature. It is believed that a better code of business morality has developed, and that the officers' relation of trusteeship toward the shareholders is now more often recognized. But practical ethics need to be developed much farther than this. A railroad manager is engaged by the shareholders, is responsible to them, and looks to them for his promotion. Hence, their interests are uppermost whenever the welfare of the public is not in harmony with the earning of liberal dividends. The manager feels bound to defend the principle of charging what the traffic will bear in the case of each individual, locality, and kind of goods. If this ruins some men and enriches others, if it destroys the prosperity of cities to increase the earnings of the road, at all events he feels he has done his full duty. Railroad directors do not yet recognize, and possibly never will, that their office is more than a private trusteeship, that it is a public trust. Progress of railroad consolidation. 3. The progress of consolidation among railroads is putting into fewer hands greater financial and economic power. The early railroads, many of which were built in sections of a few miles in length, have been slowly welded into continuous trunk lines with many branches. The New York Central between Albany and Buffalo was a consolidation, by Commodore Vanderbilt, of 16 short lines. The Pennsylvania system was formed link by link from scores of small roads. The growth of consolidation recently has been more rapid than ever before. 60% of the mileage of the United States is under the control of 5 interests. 75% is controlled by a group of men that can sit about one table. The country is being divided territorially into great railroad domains, within each of which one financial interest is dominant. Great financial alliances and community of interests still further unify the policy of the leading roads. Economic results of consolidation. Toward this result, strong economic forces are working. Consolidation has many technical advantages. It saves time, reduces the unit cost of administration and of handling goods, gives better use of the rolling stock and of the terminal facilities of the railroads, and ensures continuous train service. It has the advantages of other large production and the possible economics of the trusts. Most important, however, from the point of view of the railroads, is the prevention of competition and the making possible of higher rates and larger dividends. The statement that competition is not an effective regulator of railroads often is misunderstood to mean that it in no way acts on rates. It is true that competition between roads does not prevent discrimination and excessive charges between stations on one line only, but competition usually has acted powerfully at well-recognized competing points. The larger the area controlled by one management, the fewer are the competing points. The larger, therefore, is the power over the rate, and the more completely the monopoly principle applies. It is a grim jest to say that consolidation does not change the railroad situation as regards the question of rates. Section 3. Commissions to control railroads. Railroad evils and the old legal remedies. 1. Most of the states have undertaken, through commissions, to regulate the railroads in the public interest. When it became evident that public and private interests in the railroads were so divergent, it still was not easy to determine how the public was to be safeguarded. At first, some general conditions, such as maximum rates, were inserted in the laws and charters, but these were not adaptable to changing conditions and, for lack of administrative agents, could not be enforced. The early efforts at state ownership were, as was noted above, futile and disastrous. The remedy of state ownership, as then applied, being worse than the disease. The old law of common carriers gave to individual shippers an uncertain redress in the courts for unreasonable rates, but the remedy was costly because the aggrieved shipper had to employ counsel, to gather evidence, and to risk the penalty of failure. It was slow, for while delay was death to the shipper's business, cases hung for months or years in the courts. It was ineffectual, for even when the case was won, the shipper was not repaid for all his losses, and the same discrimination could be immediately repeated against him or other shippers. Object and working of the state commissions. Attempting to remedy these evils, 31 of the states have appointed commissions, and, as the most important states are included, this mode of regulation applies probably to 4/5 of all traffic beginning and ending in a single state. These commissions differ in power, but in general they attempt to prevent excessive discrimination in rates and to check all railroad practices injurious to the public welfare. The commission principle, strongly opposed at first by the railroads, has been upheld by the courts and is now an established public policy. The state commissions, however, have fallen far short of a solution of the problem. Though they have done much to make the accounts of the railroads intelligible, something to make the rates reasonable and subject to rule, and much to educate public sentiment, on the whole their results have been disappointing. It has been difficult to get commissioners at once strong, able, and honest. The public does not yet know its own mind well enough to support the commissions properly, and, more fatal weakness still, the courts early decided that state commissions could regulate only the traffic originating and ending within the state, and this left untouched the much greater volume and more important class of interstate traffic. Passage of the Interstate Commerce Act. 2. The Interstate Commerce Commission is an agency by which it was hoped to secure a uniform national public control of railroads. Public hostility to private railroad management was greatest in the regions where the most rapid building of roads occurred from 1866 to 1873. One center of grievances was in the grandeur states of Illinois, Wisconsin, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, and Minnesota. Another center was in the oil regions of Ohio and Pennsylvania. The eastern states were not without their troubles, for the report of the Hepburn Committee of the New York Legislature in 1879 shows that discrimination between shippers prevailed to an almost incredible degree in every portion of New York State. When the courts in 1886 decided that the greater portion of the railroad rates could not be treated by state commissions, national control was loudly demanded. Scores of bills were presented to Congress between 1870 and 1886, and despite the bitter opposition of the railroads, the Interstate Commerce Act was passed in 1887. Its provisions. The act laid down some general rules that rates should be just and reasonable, that railroads should not pool or agree to divide their earnings to avoid competition, that they should, unless expressly excused, fix rates in accordance with the long and short haul principle, to charge no more for a shorter distance than for a longer one on the same line and in the same direction, the shorter being included within the longer. The act provided for a commission of 5 men, to be appointed by the President, which might require uniform accounts from the railroads, and which should enforce the provisions of the act. Results of the act. 3. The object of the Interstate Commerce Act has been but imperfectly attained. This brief proposition sums up the story of years of efforts and defeated hopes. The powers of the Commission have proved inadequate to attain the main purposes of the Act, the prevention of discrimination and the securing of steady and equitable rates to all shippers. By the decisions of the federal courts, the Commission's power has been reduced far below the intentions of the Congress that passed the law. The railroads have in many cases refused to obey the orders of the Commission and have succeeded in maintaining their refusal. Admirable results have been secured in the way of uniform accounting, uniformity of rates has been somewhat furthered at times, and the public has been in many cases enlightened. But the greatest evils remain. Railroads still give secret rates in great numbers. Many competent witnesses before the Industrial Commission in 1900 and 1901 testified that discrimination had never been worse. From time to time, the recognition of the injury to dividends wrought by discriminating rates prompts some railroad to offer its cooperation to the Commission, and this inspires new hopes of an effective administration of the Act. The pressure of competition, however, soon forces the penitent road back into its old ways. On one thing, the railroads and the Commission are agreed, that pooling should be permitted, though the Commission wishes to have this under strict supervision. To this point, the public has not yet advanced. The railroad problem unsolved. Despite the general acceptance now of the principle that the railroads should be controlled in the public interest, despite the barren legal triumph of the Commission principle, it is evident that the railroad is not yet under social control. The future must determine whether the solution is to be found in effective public regulation or in public ownership. End of Chapter 55. Recording by Marian Cervassi.
Chapter 56 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shana. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert FETTER. Chapter 56. Public Policy as to Control of Industry. Section 1. State Regulation of Corporate Industry. Number 1. The great increase of late in the number of industries under corporate control has brought new problems of social regulation. Inventions, machinery, better transportation, better communication, widening markets have united to favor large-scale production, and this in turn to multiply corporations. Corporate organization makes possible greater massing of capital, greater stability of policy, and, because not dependent on a single life, greater permanence than does individual ownership. With these advantages, the corporation brings also new social problems. The relations in corporate business are more complex than those in individual enterprise. The ordinary stockholder cannot have personal knowledge of the business or exercise personal supervision over his investment. The corporate official controls chiefly not his own wealth, but the wealth of others. When men deal personally with each other, their sympathies are more appealed to. But, as noted in the case of the railroad, the corporate official at best seeks to satisfy his employers, often to the detriment both of the employees and of the public. Corporations are soulless because they permit less of the close personal relation that makes for morality. At various points in these later chapters on the relation of the state to industry, mention has been made of the measures society has taken to regulate corporate industry. The purpose now is to survey the field more systematically and to see the extent of this regulation, the difficulties arising, and the principles involved. Number two, numerous laws and commissions recently have been established to provide public regulation of industry. The Interstate Commerce Commission is the most prominent of the agencies for regulating corporate industry, as the railroad problem is the most prominent of the corporation questions. But before the advent of the railroad, banks had been recognized as having an exceptional public character. Not only stockholders, investors, depositors, and note holders, but a large part of the public suffers losses by the failure of banks, as investigation by the various interested persons is quite impossible. The state, through its agents, inspects the books of the bank in a manner not thought of in the case of ordinary private business. The bank commission is the eye of the public, safeguarding the public welfare. State inspection of insurance companies, a later kind of corporate enterprise, grew out of a similar need. Insurance to provide for sickness, old age, or death is socially desirable and is possible in an equitable way only by the association of a large number of policyholders. But inspection of the business by each policyholder being impossible, regulation and control through some public agency is needed. The tax commission now found in a majority of the states have been created principally to deal with corporations. In California, a debris commission regulates the relations between the farmers and the miners using hydraulic processes. A number of states have mining commissions, harbor commissions, labor commissions, boards of arbitration, and other similar bodies. The increase of these public agencies to regulate corporate industry has lately been condemned by some as a useless multiplication of state machinery. Doubtless, some commissions have, through improper influences, been needlessly created. Others, having important duties, have been entrusted to incompetent political appointees. But most of these commissions are needed, though at first their work may be ineffective. Number three, there is a strong and increasing demand for publicity in the business of the ordinary corporation as a protection to investors. The law has looked upon corporations, with few exceptions, as private businesses, having the right to keep every detail of their management secret from their rivals. The inner management, therefore, has been closely hidden from most of the stockholders, who, in economic analysis, are in the main the enterprisers. More and more the business and capital of the country has thus come into control of the few. The ordinary investor in corporate stock buys a pig in a poke and trusts to the integrity of officers working behind closed doors, responsible to no one, too often speculating in the stock of their own companies. The unearned gains thus secured have tainted with dishonesty many a large fortune. No small part of the evil is the closing of the avenues of safe investments to the small capitalist, giving to a favored few a measure of monopoly in investments yielding large returns. Only recently has it been recognized that no large corporation can now be a private business in the old sense. The evolution of industry has left investors and shareholders without protection in advance of a wrong, and usually without legal redress when a wrong has been committed. The demand for some remedy for a condition whose seriousness has been steadily increasing has not come so much from radical quarters as from business and financial circles. In England, some of the worst abuses have been corrected by legislation. In 1900, a bill was drafted at the suggestion of Theodore Roosevelt, then governor of New York, which aimed eventually to make the corporation a quasi-public institution open to inspection. The organizers of a company voluntarily accepting the act were to be personally responsible for the statements in its prospectus. Its issue of stock was to be limited to actual investment and to be publicly made. Its office and records were to be open to inspection. Though public opinion was not ready for this bill, and it failed of passage, the Bureau of Corporations of the new Department of Commerce of the federal government, established in 1903 under President Roosevelt, may be looked upon as a fruit of this initial attempt. Number 4. Greater publicity of corporation business is essential in the interest of the public. With the interest of the investor are usually united more general public interests, but in many cases the two groups of interest conflict. Some persons favor control of corporations only to the degree needed to protect investors, but others place the policy on broader social grounds. The ability of a manufacturing corporation at times by threats of removal to coerce unfair terms from the community, from its employees, and from those who supply it with materials has led to the proposal that factories shall be forbidden to change their location without the consent of the state. Especially does it seem desirable, if it is possible, to preserve the benefits of competition by forbidding rates and agreements in restraint of trade. The old English idea, inherited in our law, is that the highest price that can be got in an open market under ordinary conditions is in general a just price. The control of any line of industry by a few corporations makes secret agreement much more easy, and thus replaces a general market price by a discriminating rate, the highest that each individual will bear. A trust price might still be a reasonable one if the seller met competition in every market, but it is not reasonable when opposition is crushed by local and by individual discriminations. The methods by which this result is obtained shrink from the public gaze. They include secret agreements with railroad agents, a system of espionage on the business of competitors, secret special rates to the competitors' customers, to say nothing more of a corrupt political influence. Publicity in corporation accounts is the first condition to a public and uniform price. The need thus to develop potential competition is especially strong where a monopoly in a natural product exists. A more general recognition of the public nature of corporations will lead to further legislation and to the appointment of corporation commissions, as has been done already in some states. Section 2. Difficulties of public control of industry. Number 1. The progress of industry is compelling greater social contact and more use of the agencies of government. The numerous exemplifications of this general statement have been met in the course of this study have a common cause. In simple conditions of industry, where most of the productive energies were given to securing the necessities of life, the struggle of man was with nature. Social relations then were simple and crude, such as those of chattel slavery. Now, most men get their livelihood from their bargains with other men. The relations of men with nature now are fewer and less close. The relations of men with men are more numerous and complex. Efficient cooperation is a factor in production. Right social relations are more essential to industry than a fertile soil. The social institutions of any community are its answer, expressed in human consciousness and in formal laws, to this difficult problem of living together. Laws and ways for regulating industry must be good or bad. The good laws are those in harmony with human nature, giving the best motives for work, and the greatest happiness in both the effort and its reward. The merit of laws, therefore, is relative to human nature. Those good for one kind of citizen may be bad for another. Men cannot be legislated into honesty without limit. The best that is possible is to enact laws that encourage the best in men as they are. A dishonest community neither has nor is capable of choosing men honest enough to supervise the others. Society cannot, by any amount of tugging and pulling on legislative bootstraps, lift itself above its own moral plane, but through the change in formal law cannot far proceed. It may lag behind and retard social progress. Law tardily adjusted to social needs tempts and corrupts men. A time has never been when a higher wisdom could not have corrected some ancient grievance, have leveled some unmerited inequality, and by making laws as good as men were capable of administering at the moment, have freed their energies for further advances. It is only a spirit of moderate expectation that will not be cast down by the results of legal reforms. Hence, it cannot be hoped that abuses will not appear in the attempts to regulate private industry. Fallible men make mistakes and commit injustice, sometimes greater than that which they are seeking to prevent. Number two, legislative interference with industry presents temptations to community selfishness to misuse social legislation. Community greed is not more lovely than individual greed. Many a citizen holds up a high standard for the public official and bewails the corruptions of politics when the legislator votes for his own interest instead of for his constituents' interest. Such a citizen rarely reflects that the responsibility for many legislative abuses comes back to the community, individual voter. Can the water rise higher than its source? Is it a high conception of a representative's duty that he should outtalk, outwit, and outvote his fellow representatives to get a graft for the men who elect him? In many communities, the one public question of importance is tariff legislation in favor of local industries. This selfish issue bribes the electorate and blinds it and its legislator to every question of the general welfare. A great industrial commonwealth steeps its public life in corruption when its voters sell their political birthright for duty on iron. Many congressmen are so burdened with the task of securing some public expenditure in their district to help their constituents that they have little thought and less interest to give to larger public questions. If a local improvement will furnish labor and increase the value of surrounding property, though it is most uneconomic for the general community, the representative is expected to labor hard to secure it. Many citizens see little harm in log rolling by the legislator, that is, in his voting for a law without merit in order to get another law that his constituents want. The guilt of this worst form of bribery comes back to the community that forces its representative to such a course, sinking public morality to a lower level. Number three, the power of the legislature to affect private fortunes presents strong temptations to public representatives. That the legislator is so often true to a high standard of public duty goes to illustrate the familiar truth that the individual moral code is better than that of communities. That some individuals betray their trust is less surprising. The credit mobilier scandal in connection with legislation in aid of the Union Pacific Railroad implicated many congressmen. A few years ago, in one of the greatest states, it was discovered that an innocent-looking bill related to the rights of property owners on streams practically involved a gift to a ring of men of $250 million worth of coal lands lying under the navigable streams and belonging to the state. Such temptations for wealth-getting are too great for men, selected solely for their ability to obtain offices and pensions for political supporters, and to secure class legislation for reputable citizens. The power of the legislative bodies to grant franchises and to permit the use of public property to corporations constantly gives opportunity for dishonesty and occasion for scandal in the larger cities. The histories of granting franchises in New York, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, and many other municipalities are full of black pages. Public duties are too heavy for the public integrity. Industrial power has grown faster than the civic conscience, and somehow the balance must be made even. Number 4. The power of the courts and of executive officers in the interpreting and executing of laws governing business has become greater. With closer contact of man, there is greater friction in social relations, and litigation increases. Fortunes turn on the result of a civil suit. While juries are often corrupt, yet it is remarkable how well the courts have kept their integrity in the midst of great temptations. Professionals' pride and the noble traditions of the English judiciary strengthen the individual's character on the bench, not infrequently transforming a dishonest lawyer into a just judge, but popular elections, self-interest, and the social forces of wealth and ambition make the task at times too heavy. The executive branch of government is necessarily entrusted with great power, increasing with the extent of social regulation. The Secretary of the Treasury has discretion as to the sale and purchase of bonds, and thus can affect the rate of discounts and the selling price of securities. One man's decision, if known in advance, makes possible fortune for private pockets. A recognition of the importance of these facts, which are typical of a great class of facts, must help to develop a higher sense of public duty. Patriotism has been thought of too narrowly. The enemies of early society were outside its borders, and the citizen who traitorously gave them aid was held in abhorrence. Now, independently, in many quarters is voiced the conviction that the greatest enemies of society are within its borders, and that the political corruption is the modern form of treason. A higher conception of civic virtue is required to meet the added tasks of society. Public official control must be united with private industrial control in a way to present the fewest temptations to the betrayal of public trust. Now, as never before, must be felt the wisdom of Emerson's words: "The best political economy is the care and culture of man." Section 3. Trend of policy as to public industrial activity. Number 1. There has been a large increase of state socialism in recent years. The term state socialism, broadly understood, includes all the forms of public participation in industry that have been passed in review. Ownership by towns, cities, state, or nation. Laws regulating the freedom of contract, agencies to inspect conditions and to enforce the laws, commissions to supervise and control corporate industry. From every direction comes evidence of the increase of state socialism within the past 25 years. To those accustomed to think of the spirit of the Germanic races as that of individual liberty and enterprise, it seems remarkable that this increase has been greater among people of Teutonic origin, Germany, England, America, Australia, than those of the Latin race. The change seems to be a part of the movement of democracy, even the measures of Bismarck in Germany having been taken to ward off the demands of the radical party. The mere name of socialism no longer frightens the citizens of a free state, and when men of strong individualistic spirit even claim with pride that they are socialists, the meaning of that term is becoming very vague indeed. Number 2, state socialism must not be confused with collectivism or radical socialism. The word socialism is so variously defined that the earnest student sometimes despairs of getting a clear understanding of it. The thought of socialism ranges from the simplest form of state interference, such as the support of public schools and public fire departments, up to complete public ownership of all industry. It is well to describe as radical socialists those who would abolish private property and would strike at the very root of the existing order of society. The modern form of radical socialism originated among German thinkers of the school of Karl Marx, but it has many supporters in other lands. The typical radical socialist claims to possess the only pure brand of social reform, disdains any interest in state socialism, and scoffs at state control as mere temporizing, as not even a single step towards radical socialism. The typical state socialist agrees that these measures do not logically force him towards the extremer view. He is at heart an individualist, believing that the motive forces of society are in human character, not in governmental machinery, but he seeks to prevent some kinds of competition, to put other kinds on a better basis, to make the rules of the game fairer, but not to suppress it. According to this difference in ultimate plan, men and present measures can in general be classified. Yet one view sometimes shades into the other in the life history of a single individual. Believers in moderate interference sometimes move towards the extreme, and the most radical thinkers, sometimes with no less honesty, become, with broadening experience, more and more moderate. It would be surprising if anyone who is thinking and growing in social philosophy should succeed in so exactly adjusting to each other all his opinions as to be absolutely consistent at a particular moment in his views on social policy. Number 3. It is not safe to predict from present evidence a continued trend towards extreme social control. Social prophecy is fascinating. Men like to answer out of their ignorance the question, whither are we tending? A deeper study of social law should give this power, but it is not won by hasty generalization. Unripe social philosophers assume that because the theory of biological evolution is correct, the particular theory of social evolution which they choose to invent or accept is unimpeachable. Radical socialism is the exaggerated statement of a present social need. It is a bridging with hope, not with experience, of the chasm between reality and the dreams of the unsuccessful. It is true that many evidences point to an increase in social control for some time to come. The laws, the institutions, the prevailing morality of society have not kept pace with industrial growth in this period of sweeping change. What is seen, however, is a small arc of the curve of progress. Much of the social regulation in the Middle Ages was similar to that which is now increasing. Legislation by guilds and privileges of private corporation hedged industry about. A reaction against this in the 17th and 18th centuries brought on national and state control, and state interference of another kind rapidly increased until the time of Adam Smith. Then a strong reaction came, and the next period of 50 years saw far less of interference. The years from 1825 to 1840 were those of the greatest state socialism ever seen in America. But the results were so unfortunate that a violent reaction followed. The recent great increase of state activity is not likely to be continued indefinitely. The path of progress is a spiral. There are forces already at work, creating a resistance to any extension of this movement. Competition of the healthier sort cannot be suppressed without paralyzing results. Inequality and the opportunity for ability to realize itself cannot be destroyed. The social regulations must be of a sort to liberate the best energies of man, not to enchain them. If the evils of state regulation increasingly appear to outweigh the benefits, a limit must be put to the movement. While social control may aid in lifting production and competition to a higher and more moral plane, the ability of society will refuse to be ruled by the standard of the weak and inefficient. End of chapter 56.
Chapter 57 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew White. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert FETTER. Chapter 57, Future Trend of Values. Section 1, Past and Present of Economic Society. 1. The meaning and scope of economics can be better seen at the end than at the beginning of its study. The proposition with which this inquiry opened may well be recalled in the closing chapter. The words of the formal definition of economics should at this point convey a fuller meaning. In the wide range of subjects passed in review has been sought the answer to one question: what determines and affects the values of good? Perhaps now also can be better appreciated what the influence of such a study might and should be on practical action. At times, economic students have gained the ear of statesmen and rulers, and have exercised much influence upon practical politics. It is sometimes bemoaned that economists have today so small a direct part in the government of our republic. They certainly have a greater part today than they had 20 years ago, but if they had not, there would be small occasion for regret. The immediate influence of the specialist on those in authority is at most times less in a republic than it is in a monarchy, at those rare times when a ruler shows the students his favor. That influence in America is mostly indirect, but it is no less sure and lasting. The results of the earnest pursuit of economic inquiry in the universities and outside of them are already appearing, not in dramatic ways, but in the more subtle, surer form of an intelligent public opinion. 2. Economic science has not reached a stage that permits of much prophecy. Prediction is sometimes given as the test of science. This test, however, is one that only astronomy can meet in any remarkable degree. Chemistry can tell much of what will happen in the laboratory, but nothing of the date of future powder mill explosions. Geology answers the question what with surmises, and when with an estimate of a few million years, more or less. Is it surprising that in human affairs still less prediction is possible? There are countless unmeasured factors in human action. Such generalizations as are possible must be based on actions that appear and reappear with practical constancy. Though a number of facts unite to suggest some conclusions as to the immediate future, the experience of the last century bids one beware of sweeping predictions. The close of the French Revolution was a period marked by much speculation regarding the future of society. The optimists, with faith in the perfectibility of human nature and of society, believed that all social ills were due to bad government. If despotism were but overthrown, man's nature would develop untrammeled to perfection. The economists of that day were skeptical because, looking deeper, they saw sources of misery in the scantiness of man's environment, and in the sloth, ignorance, and incapacity of human nature. The pessimists, the communists, and socialists of that day, seeing the same evils, had other explanations to offer. While the economists of that day believed the conditions of poverty and misery to be inevitable, the pessimists pronounced them unendurable and advocated a radical social change as the only hope of saving the masses from starvation. In such a variety of mutually contradictory views, there must have been much error, but likewise much truth, if it could be disentangled. 3. The unexpected changes in transportation and in industry altered the course of economic development in the last century. Much of the economic theory of that day appears absurd in the light of history. The inventions of the period, from Adam Smith's writings to Ricardo's, 1776 to 1820, were mostly for use in manufacturing. This suggested to the minds of that time the progressive cheapening of cloth, iron, pottery, and of all other products of machinery, but not the cheapening of food. Indeed, the situation in Western Europe then suggested strongly the opinion that the products of the soil would steadily become more difficult to get. The railroad was not of practical importance until after 1830. The steamboat was not applied to ocean travel until 1837. The opening of a rich continent and its annexation by these new agencies to the available resources of the older countries were not dreamed of. It was not fully appreciated that a great change in social standards, controlling the growth of population, was in progress. This was the panorama of the progress of society as seen by both the conservative economists and the socialists of less than a century ago. Continued invention, an increasing population, low wages, scanty food, growing wealth for the few, and growing poverty and misery for the masses. 4. The actual course of economic development in the 19th century falsified the predictions alike of optimists, economists, and pessimists. Not foreseeing the great supplies of natural resources soon to be made available for the older countries, the men of that day naturally thought of the supply of land as limited and fixed. Supply in the economic sense means the amount available at the given time in the market. But despite the great area since brought into the world markets, the false idea of a century ago still persists in the textbooks and shapes economic reasoning. It is vain to say that the circumstances have been unique and that the general principle is still valid. Much of the so-called orthodox economic analysis was essentially erroneous as applied to the conditions of the past century. It is erroneous today and will be so for years to come, if it ever fits the facts. New continents are about to be opened. The building of railroads, the length of South America, and to the center of Africa will make available new mineral wealth, rare woods, enormous forests, and some of the greatest food-producing areas on the globe. Population in Christendom has increased more rapidly than ever before in the history of the world, but it has not overtaken the progress in resources. The rate of increase of population is slackening. The result of this combination of events has been a general rise of the conditions making for popular welfare. Despite the problems and the abuses that every new change brings, the civilized world undoubtedly is more prosperous today than ever before. The greatest misery and discontent is in the more backward communities. This is past and present. What of the economic future? Is the present condition a normal one? Is this prosperity likely to grow or to decline? Thus far, surely, the economic student may question the oracles. For though the distant future is veiled from man's view, the role of economic theory is to show causal relations, to convert mystery into reason, and thus to give a lamp to the feet of the present. Section 2. The economic future of society. 1. Present industrial progress is largely due to material conditions, temporarily favorable. Many of the materials now being destroyed in immense quantities have been slowly stored up through the ages and are not renewable. Till modern times, man knew little of the world beneath its crust. Living, he scratched the earth's surface, and dying, left his bones to fertilize the soil. But today, man exhausts the stores in the interior of the earth, burns the treasures of the Carboniferous age, casts the fertilizing elements into the ocean, and leaves the world an empty shell. Forests are being so rapidly cut off that the price of fuel wood and lumber in many parts of the United States has, within 20 years, been multiplied by 3. The world's store of iron ore is not yet fully known, but much of it has been measured, and of the deposits known to be within the United States, over 1/2 are said to be owned by one corporation, and they are enough to continue its present output no more than 60 years. Many other natural products are in like manner gathered by civilized man from a stock created long ago, while the supply of vegetable food promises to be ample. The supply of meat will be maintained with difficulty as population becomes denser. 2. Many other inexhaustible sources of essential materials have not yet been developed. What has just been said is the darker side. The coal mines can be emptied, but so long as the sun shines and the rains fall, Niagara will remain as a source of light, heat, and power. The tides flow on forever. In every thunderstorm, enough force is dissipated to run thousands of factories. The heat in the center of the globe, though not inexhaustible, would suffice for man's needs for many centuries. The force in Mount Pelée, if chained and utilized, would run 1,000,000 factories 1,000,000 years. It is not too much to hope that engineering skill will someday reach and utilize these sources. Such a cheapening and diffusion of power would put a new face on many of the problems of industry. New sources of materials undoubtedly will be developed. It is reasonable to hope that before iron ore has become extremely scarce, a cheap and practicable method of extracting aluminum from clay will have been perfected. Secure of these permanent sources, civilization will stand on a firmer foundation. A great displacement of local values must accompany the shifting of the centers of power and materials. When the coal districts are heaps of slag and cinders, industry will be found near the water power. Because of distance from raw materials, New England even now finds herself hard pushed in her rivalry with the southern states in the manufacture of textiles. The industrial map of our country will be greatly altered 100 years hence. The possession of rich natural resources today does not ensure a community enduring prosperity. 3. The mass and quality of wealth will increase rapidly if social and political conditions remain stable. The main method of increasing wealth must be the putting of energies and resources into more abiding forms. In order that a motive for saving may be present, there must be stable conditions. Increasing subordination of present to future will be accompanied by a fall in the rate of interest. The growth of wealth means a higher quality of all artificial productive agents. A larger part of the energies of men will then be directed merely to supervising the developed machinery. Man will live in a better environment, in a better and richer world. Wages must rise as the quality of tools and machinery improves. Population most probably will not increase proportionately, and the relation of the labor supply to the resources with which it works should be more and more in favor of the laboring classes. The difficult problems of the concentrated control of industry and of the control of wealth must be solved in the interests of all. 4. Improvement of the race biologically, through selection of the ablest individuals, has been a great factor in human progress. Social progress is not necessarily the steady biological betterment of the native ability of men. The education of the average member of society is becoming yearly better. It is doubtful whether the innate capacity of a newborn babe in Europe and America today is greater than it was among our Germanic ancestors in Roman times. Indeed, the progress of the past 2,000 years has been in social organization, in the enlargement and simplifying of the mass of knowledge, which has to be reappropriated by each new individual, rather than in race breeding and in quality. Few thoughtful persons now hold the view that the race can be rapidly improved biologically by the process of educating the individual. Education is cumulative, insofar as it builds up a better environment into which other children will be born. But the betterment is not due to the inheritance by the child of the acquired knowledge and skill of the parent. If this question is open to dispute among biologists, it is only as regards a minute increment of improvement. Practically, selection is the only means of improving the innate capacity of any species in any large measure. Many forces were at work in the past to lift man above the brute, and especially to increase the average brain power of the human race. The weak, the ignorant, the incapable in primitive societies were ruthlessly killed off. The strong, the sagacious, and the enterprising left the largest numbers of descendants. 5. Progress will be checked if the native quality of the race declines. Under modern conditions, especially within the last quarter of a century, the successful elements of society are becoming less fertile. Large families were the rule among the capable pioneers of America. Now they are rare, except in the lower industrial ranks. Democracy and opportunity are favoring this process of increasing the mediocre and reducing the excellent strains of stock. Caste and status kept successful generations of capable men in humble social ranks, from which only by chance some remarkable individual could rise. In a democracy, those of marked ability can more easily move into the better paid callings and professions. This individual good fortune, however, reduces the probability of offspring. In the higher social ranks are more bachelors and old maids than in the lower ranks, and fewer children are born to each marriage. The president of our oldest university has shown that 1/4 of the graduates of the last generation have remained single, and that the average number of children of the married graduate is 2. That group of men, therefore, has left only 3/4 enough descendants to maintain its numbers. And as the population has doubled within the same generation, that class represents only 3/8 as large a proportion of the American stock as formerly. This sterilization of ability has cumulative results. If society were composed in equal parts of 2 distinct strains of stock, not intermarrying, if the total population kept intact from one generation to another, say each period of 30 years, but the superior strain contributed only 3/4 of its own number, at the end of 5 generations it would have sunk from 1/2 to a little more than 1/8 of the population. A period brief in the life of nations would serve to leave it an almost negligible factor in social life. There can hardly be a doubt that at present our society is on the average increasing far more from the less provident, less enterprising, less intelligent classes. There has not yet been time for many of the cumulative effects of this process to appear. Progress is threatened unless social institutions can be so adjusted as to reverse the present process of multiplying the poorest and of extinguishing the most capable families. 6. If progress is to continue, there must be left a wide field for the ambitions and for the competition of individuals. The results of any given ability are dependent upon the energy with which it is used. The social machinery finds its motive force in the nature of men. In taking economic wants as the starting point of our study, it was not implied that men were entirely selfish. Sympathy widens. Economic wants include family, friends, and, in a growing measure, humanity. The happiness of a truly socialized man consists in part in the happiness of his fellows. As social sympathy broadens, the sense of duty becomes a stronger economic force. Men change, but not rapidly, and not always for the better. It is unsafe to overestimate the generosity of men. Individual wants and interests must, so far as can now be seen, continue to be among the stronger forces that move society. Progress is made because to exceptional ability in general is now presented the hope of large rewards. These dynamic forces making for progress are at present, however, threatened from 2 sides. Enterprise is threatened from the side of privilege or status. The avoidance of certain kinds of work which, by social convention, come to be regarded as degrading, takes much ability out of business. The freedom of America to so great a degree from this disdain of honest labor has been a large factor in her progress. But it is endangered when men become timidly conservative of social position. Progress is threatened, secondly, by democracy, with its tendency to carry the notion of literal equality over into industry. When democracy becomes envious, it denies to exceptional ability an exceptional reward. The line of growth must be the resultant of the positive forces in these two principles. The energy of the social reformer must be directed along rational lines. If this can be done, the economic outlook is for a great development of wealth and popular welfare. Economics must be looked upon as the study of the forces in human nature as much as of the material resources of the world. End of Chapter 57. Recording by Andrew White. Andrew White, USA at yahoo.com. End of The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter.